खिलाड़ी को उन्होंने नॉक किया, शुरुआत उन्होंने कर दी, एक और प्लेयर को डाउन करेंगे, क्या एक और क्लच कर सकते हैं? जी हाँ, उन्होंने 3 प्लेयर्स को डाउन कर दिया।
एक बार वो कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि ज्यादा प्लेयर्स को, और अब एक आखिरी प्लेयर बचा हुआ है, डेड प्लेयर। पर अभी तक वो डाउन नहीं हुए, उन्होंने कारनामा करके दिखाया। बाबा को भी वहाँ पे टेक डाउन करने में कामयाब हो चुके हैं। ये स्प्रे क्लोज हो सकता है, कनेक्शन बना, नॉक बना, सेम तीसरा ये नॉक यहाँ पे निकालने में कामयाब हो गए।
Welcome to BGIS 2026, The Grind, where I'm going to be a host of Cast Necro. John alongside with me on the panel, it's I, Super Johnny. And yes, it's the second last day of the grind as well, which means final 12 games remain for these teams to do anything they can and prove their worth and make it to the quarterfinals for the Group A specifically.
Hey man, it's going to be an exciting weekend. And as you said, Group A specifically, I think it's down for both the groups. Because Group B as well, there are a few names that are fighting for that spot in round 4.
Yeah.
And that is going to get very intense today itself. But as we were talking about Group A, it's just one name that is shining extremely bright. Everyone else, because of that shine, has kind of been stuck in the shadows for this while. But in the shadows is where we find the most excitement.
Listen, that one name is shining bright because of that White Knight.
Oh yeah.
The man's got 49 freaking eliminations in 18 games. And that's probably the most amount of eliminations considering it's the Group A we're speaking of.
Yes.
This is technically the best lobby we've got.
Exactly. This is one of the most toughest lobbies in the grind that we have seen. And to perform like that in a lobby like this against players that have lifted trophies in the past, it is just incredible. But then we have to talk about what we are here to find out. Who moves to the quarterfinals? Who gets stuck behind in round 4? And of course, we're going to kick things off with a graph that kind of showcases where the teams from their respective groups were at their journey when the 18 match marker was hit.
Hey, I mean, looking at these group leaders too, right? Los Hermanos in their own particular group, we did see a bit of that up and down. You can look at that blue line. And then speaking of the red line itself, Revenant X Park, they were extremely consistent. Just on the first match itself, you can see that big up in that graph. And right then and there, that's when Revenant X Park's domination started. And
Yeah.
looking at K9 Esports yesterday's day, of course, that massive bar just going up. You can tell Knight, the man was fragging out.
I mean, yesterday I think it was a slow start for K9 Esports, but in that last game itself, they took a massive leap, jumping up and almost closing in on that 200-point marker, which is very impressive. But then again, I think for me, the most interesting thing was Zutsu Gaming over there. Because Zutsu kind of has had a slowdown in the last few days, specifically in the last few days of the last week of their journey in the grind. But still, they're sitting at the top, so who cares?
Yeah, pretty much. And looking at these highlights as well, just look at the aggression from Seoul. Yes, they're getting those elimination points, but the concern really lies on the consistency, and that's where Seoul's currently lacking. Looking at K9 Esports on the opposite side of the spectrum, they're just not scared of anyone.
Yeah.
K9 Esports is just straight up ramming their heads in a fight and actually coming out on top as well with just straight up masterclass.
Pretty much. I mean, K9 Esports, I think this first hit angle was a little bit of a blunder. From them, the positioning was kind of off. They were taken out by OG, and then there was an awkward conflict against the players of Team AX. Moving on to the next Miramar as well, an early exit, but that last game of Miramar is where we saw Knight and in fact K9 Esports bring in the best performance. Yesterday was a day about recoveries though. We saw recovery from Nebula Esports, who at the start of the day slipped out of the top 8, but still ended up on that 8th position, followed closely by the side of Seoul.
Hey, looking at these overall standings, one thing is for sure, still it's quite concerning for the teams from the 6th till the 8th. That spot can anyways get taken down the moment they mess up even one single game. Rapid Chaos Esports, yes, a few games have been really good. Looking at those elimination points, you can tell this is a frag-heavy team. But those other games where Rapid Chaos Esports lacks off, that's where teams like Nebula Esports, Autobotz, or even Seoul can instantly capitalize on.
Alright, for me personally, it's the bottom 3 that are gonna struggle if they want to finish in the top 8. Victorious Sumus, AX and Madkings. I still have a little bit of hope for Victorious Sumus just because of that frag heavy performance that we saw on that Erangel yesterday. But as of now, I would say from 9th till 13th, you have 6 matches, 3 today, 3 tomorrow. If you can be consistent, you can find yourself inside of that top 8 bracket and move directly to the quarterfinals.
Look at the top 5 players and you will see the night right there on the screen. 49 finishes, 38 knocks. That is an insane conversion rate the man's got. Moving on towards K9 Slug as well. The man's got 37 finishes. The crazy part is the top 2 is literally just by K9 Esports. Then you move on towards TrueRippers, Hydro as well, getting 31 finishes. Snowjaw 2 from Higgboson getting 30. And then RECKONING Esports is Arjun as well, coming through with 29 frags. But K9 Esports is definitely going to be the standout inside of this graphic as well.
Those two individuals from the side of K9 Esports have more finishes on the two of them than the entirety of Higgboson right now.
That is insane. And Higgboson is one of those teams that likes to prioritize the placement a little bit more.
Higgboson is sitting 3rd in the overall leaderboard. That's the surprising thing about it, I guess.
Higboson's main ESP is that they really like to stay consistent.
Yeah.
And that's what really works out for them. Looking at today's matches, as we know, Group A is going to be the one to kick things off. That means they've also got their hands on the Rondo. There's a big chance we might see a major comeback.
I mean, there is a possibility for a comeback, and especially for the teams sitting outside of that top 8 bracket, teams like Seoul that were able to bring their momentum yesterday, teams like OG that are getting frag heavy and are bringing in that confidence back into their performances. I mean, from the side of OG, I think the second rondo that they played in the grind was one of the most impressive runs. We saw them finish in the top 3, but unfortunately the positioning was a little bit off, because of which they ended up losing that match. But again, the opportunity presents itself again for the last time. In fact, it's going to be the last rondo. And the one more team I would like to mention, it's going to be Reckoning Esports, because yesterday we finally got to see signs of life from the side of Reckoning, from their roster, and Levi, it seems like, is back in his prime.
It was an explosive day from Reckoning Esports. To be honest, that catapults in the overall standings. If Reckoning Esports wouldn't have been able to pull that off yesterday, then comeback would have been impossible from Reckoning Esports. And yeah, speaking of OG, once again, at the start of this tournament, or before the even tournament began, none of us thought that OG will be outside of the top 8. And this will be a big concern for OG.
I think this is a reality check for all of us, that even though these teams, OG, teams like TR, teams like AX, did represent the nation on that international circuit, we all expected that experience to help them out. We forgot about the fact that the players that missed the opportunity to get to that stage were equally hungry. And while these lads stayed back, they were working in silence, and we see the results on our screens right now. But for now, we see the predictions, and it seems like a lot of people have gone for Seoul and Reckoning Esports. Necro, Salty, and Sparrow have picked Reckoning. Anki, Ravan, and Icy Baby have gone for Seoul. Maisie has picked Orangutan, and I've gone for K9 like always.
Come on, K9's already doing good. We gotta hope for some comebacks, and we all think that maybe Reckoning Esports can be one of those teams that can pull off a major comeback here. Specifically speaking of Reckoning Esports, as you mentioned, yesterday was one of those rare days where Reckoning Esports fragged out, got a lot of points, and now since they've got the wind as well with them, there's a big chance they might just run away with it.
Pretty much. I mean, that's what they have to do if they want to stand a chance of qualifying in the top 8, because as we saw in the overall leaderboard as well, no one in the top 8 is safe, especially that bottom 3, the 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th position. I mean, you mentioned 6th, 7th, and 8th. I would add the team sitting on the 5th position as well, because even now with 6 matches to go, if you drop the ball in every single game, because we have seen teams finish matches with 0 points consistently as well. If that happens, there could be a possible scenario where the teams behind you sort of topple you over, and then you are the one stuck on that 8th position and everyone else sort of catches up. For that to happen, you have to play very bad though, and that is going to be the case. But then again, prioritize safety, get to 140 points as quickly as possible, and then you can start to experiment a little bit here and there.
Without a doubt. But then another name that should be part of the conversation as well should be Nebula Esports. Now, Nebula, when we saw them back in Showdown, they were so aggressive, collecting elimination points. It felt like no one was a real competition for Nebula Esports when it comes to taking those firefights. But now we're not seeing that same aggression from Nebula Esports. We're not seeing that same overall performance from Nebula Esports either.
And I think they are not used to this passive play style, because they seem to struggle. They are in second thoughts about whether to take a fight or whether to not. Maybe take a few pages out of the playbook of Higgboson and figure out how to control the center a little bit. But let's see how things are going to turn out for Nebula and everyone else as Rondo begins.
The Plane's going to be in the skies for the first game today. And this plane, it might just come in with a lot of comebacks. So many teams on the latter half of the board, still hopeful. And one of the hopes yesterday was reignited by the name of Reckoning Esports. Yeah. Maybe Seoul can do the same thing as well, since they are quite a frag-heavy team too. And we've got 2 plane fly paths this time. One starting all the way from the right side of the map towards the left, and one from the bottom towards the top.
Yeah, but the bottom one leans heavily towards the western side of the map, which can cause a lot of trouble. But we all know, I mean, still a few key drop locations to fight early are going to be available, specifically Stadium. And Stadium is quite close to the point of intersection for both these flight paths as well. But then again, I mean, teams like Blitz, teams like OG, teams that are kind of close to qualification, because Blitz also kind of had a slow day yesterday. I think they would again want to bring those finishes in. These teams like to fight for control of the NoNx factory. And of course, right off the bat, we also have to see where the circle is going to take us for this particular game. We do see those clusters dropping for Yulin, dropping for NoNx factory. And it seems like Godlike and Sumus are going to be the ones heading for Stadium.
This is going to be interesting.
Oh, Seoul is here as well.
There's also AX, another team right next to each other. But if we move on towards this spot, Blitz versus Seoul. Both the teams we know possess a lot of firepower, and they pack a lot of punch. Speaking of Blitz, they're doing really good in the overall standings, currently inside of the top 5. And speaking of Seoul, oh man, they're sitting on the 9th spot. One single slip up and Seoul's going to go down even more in the overall standings, because let's not forget, we've got so many opportunistic teams still lining up. And now looking at the entire fragging department of Seoul, it seems like this time they're not going to be the one to slack off. Instantly, Joker shifts his focus and he shuts down the second person as well. Blitz, they're falling apart. They're losing the grip.
Man, Seoul is just built different, and we saw this yesterday as well. Specifically, Joker. He has been consistent throughout every single game that he's played, but what was that nade from Nomi? Right at the feet of iQOO. And there was nothing OG could have done about it. A free point given to the players of Nebula Esports. And Necro, right off the bat, the fight for that 8th position between the players of Seoul and Nebula Esports has gotten very intense. We started the game with Nebula on 8th, Seoul on 9th. Within the match itself, Seoul, for a few seconds, moved to the 8th, pushed Nebula to the 9th, and now they're back to square one when Nebula has made that climb.
Madkings and 8-bit, even they chime inside of the fight, and Skips, he's going to be the person to put that nail in the coffin. Speaking of Skips, this man has been the main performing player for 8-bit, constantly getting those eliminations in the fragging department. And now for 8-bit, the fight's not done yet. They still shift their focus on Madkings. Another man, that's going to be Shadow OG in the front lines. And for 8-bit, to eliminate the entirety of Madkings, that's going to be the main goal. Raiden, he's got his hands on QBZ, and the first man gets popped as well. Shadow, the man's put to sleep in the shadows itself.
There was another team present in this make. God's Reign was here as well. As you can see, 3 players from the side of God's Reign have dropped. They were only able to secure 2 eliminations. And now those resets for the side of God's Reign are going to come through. Or maybe not, because Destro and Knuckle, they had the same idea to go for the same recall tower. And whoever brings their players back first, I think is going to have the upper hand. And
I mean, God's Reign's got all the 4 players on the block, so...
Oh yeah, I think Destro has made sure it happens.
So it's all good in the hood.
And Seoul as well has all 3 players still present in NoNx Factory, so I think they should be good as well. But Knuckle needs to give the call that the players that are actually taking the fight in NoNx Factory need to be cautious, because if Knuckle gets taken out, then Seoul could be stuck.
Yeah, Knuckle just needs to play a safety cushion, that's it. Victor Sumus losing this fight against Godlike. That's going to be few elimination points claimed as well from Godlike too, and that's going to help them out quite a bit in the overall standings. Looking at Nebula Esports, I'm loving this ruthless aggression for Seoul. They just want to fight against Blitz, and now they need to shift their focus on Nebula. Legit's taken down to barely any sort of HP, and that one-shot connection from Nebula, that's going to put the nail in the coffin. For Seoul, getting the revival is also going to be extremely tough. Joker, the man's literally on the run, because he knows giving revival is now tough for Knuckle. He's being contested by a whole different squad.
I think Knuckle is gone. Joker is the last man standing for the side of Seoul. And that is what the dire situation for Seoul is right now. Joker needs to fall back, get to a recall tower, and bring his teammates back. But on the other side, Reckoning Esports taking on the players of Higgboson and Necro. This is very weird. For the first time, I believe, we are seeing Higgboson approach a fight very early in the game.
So you want to hear something crazy?
Yeah.
First, it was Team AX that drop clash Reckoning Esports, but Reckoning Esports eliminated them. But now it's Higgboson taking a fight against Reckoning Esports. So Reckoning Esports has already won 1 fight against AX, and now it's time for the second turn.
And I think contrary to how all the other teams are playing, Reckoning Esports, they are a 4-man unit here. They're quite close to the recall tower, and all 4 players present in the same city kind of gives them an edge against the players of Higgboson, because Bunny is a little far away from the rest of his team. But, yeah, Reckoning... Alright, they are just falling back. They don't want to contest this unnecessarily, especially with the circle a little bit far away from them. A safer call being taken by the players of Reckoning. And we were talking about this in the pre-show as well. Reckoning Esports since yesterday have showcased immense firepower. Levi and Roman, both the players showing up in their best form. And if Reckoning can just control this momentum and keep the ball rolling, it should be a very easy climb for this roster in the top 8.
It indeed will be. I mean, looking at Nebula, they've actually managed to just completely vacate that Neox factory, which is a really good thing.
Yeah.
Looking at Yulin, you've still got 8-Bit and Madkings right next to each other in the close proximity. And Madkings, I'm not sure what the game plan is going to be. Rapid Chaos Esports all the way towards the left, towards Fongtoon. And for Rapid Chaos Esports, slow and steady has always been the game plan, at least on the map Rondo. They do not really like to go instantly frag heavy. They do not even utilize those recalls, which is a little bit weird. Rapid Chaos Esports, they do have the fragging potential. Yeah. In my opinion, they should go for the firefights.
I mean, this time they did go for an early fight, but were taken out. And I'm just kind of surprised that apart from Godlike and Madkings, every fight has been 100 or 0, because you see there are a few teams, well, K9 doesn't like to fight early. TrueRippers also playing on the back foot. Higgboson tried to take on Reckoning, but Reckoning just ran away, and a run-in against AX mid-rotation.
Johnny, is this weird? If I was one of the top teams in this lobby, I would actually drop Clash K9 Esports for me to sharpen my fighting skills even more.
I agree with you on that. The only problem is that K9 Esports can also appear kind of scary with how Slug and Knight are playing. So, but yeah, I mean, if you can make it work, if you want to just practice those drop clashes and bring yourself to perfection in those early fights, might as well go for it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm speaking of some of the top teams, by the way.
Yeah, God's Reign, Higgboson,
yeah,
TrueRippers, yeah.
Any one of those. If I was any one of those, I would just drop Clash and K9 Esports.
Makes sense.
Because right now, they're the team to beat in this lobby.
Not just in this lobby. You know there is a very high probability that you are going to end up meeting this team again in the grand final. So
yeah, very high. Probably they are going to qualify. Come on, the way they're playing, unmatched. But it's really tough to say anything. In the past as well, we've had teams dominate in these lobbies, and then later on they have failed to make it to the LAN finals. Hey, man. I
mean, I'm also a believer like you, but then I always will remind everyone what happened to Revenant X-Pac in Showdown.
We all thought this is one of those teams that can really make it, that can really stand a chance to win the Showdown, but then later on, Revenant X-Pac, complete flop. Now look at Madkings. Utilities are being tossed against him. 8-Bit escapes. The man's cooking up another nade, and this one's being tossed right next to ClutchGod. And now ClutchGod making that pounce against Skips. It's definitely a little bit skeptical, as Skips is going to be the man to shut down ClutchGod instantly. Madkings just constantly getting hammered down inside of this fight. It's not working out too well for them. Yeah. And now Pro's going to be the only person in the back lines. And Pro, even he's going to try to make that pounce, actually. He actually does come out on top as well. That's brilliant. Through the vehicle, it was a quick drive-by. Shuts down Skips, and now that's going to put 8-Bit in a real bad spot.
To be honest, that was very impressive to me. I mean, because the opponent knows where they need to shoot, and you still manage to take them out. It's a two-seater car as well, so not a lot of options for Pro. But the second duel against Raiden, this is where Pro needs to convert. This is where Madkings can find the upper hand. And as the duel goes off, it's going to be Raiden that comes out on top. Pro hits the floor. Not a great start for Madkings.
Again, shotgun peeking out like that is definitely going to be questionable. And that's why Pro was instantly shut down as well. K9 Esports spotting out the players of Godlike. One of the worst possible encounters for Godlike. Jonathan's going to be the casualty. K9 Esports, that's a free piece right there. And now that K9 knows it's Godlike in the front lines, I'm pretty sure they would not want to let go off the tracks. They also spot out another team in the front lines, and Ninja Boy, he's taking a bit of that damage upon himself. Needs to be careful. And there we go. Look at Knight. 50 frags already achieved.
Yeah.
Half century completed, my man.
What an incredible run this lad has had. And of course, with his, not his debut in the competitive circuit, but his debut playing for the side of K9 Esports. Of course, an incredible performance backed up by his teammates as well. I'm quite intrigued with what K9 Esports are doing right now in this game, by the way. They are just hunting teams outside of the play zone itself. First catching the side of Godlike off guard. There was a conflict against the players of Nebula. And now it seems like they're just going after Autobotz. Slug could be stuck there. Ralphie dropped extremely low. Pro right next to him. Slug is deciding to just continue fighting over here. And Ralphie escapes.
The man does not even care. Slug was out in the open.
Yeah.
The entirety of K9 Esports is just taking the fight in the open. That's how confident they are. They're exposed from a lot of angles, but K9 knows who's going to contest them. Even if they do get taken down, it's not really going to be that big of a stinger. And K9 still has all the 4 recalls available, so they can instantly go and hit that recall tower. Everything is lined up. Everything is planned to perfection. K9 Esports, they do have a lot of risk-taking capabilities.
They have a lot of luxury. There's a massive difference even in the overall leaderboard between the first and the second. Somewhere around 39 points at the start of the day. And that is what K9 Esports can bank on. Are they still going to go after Autobotz? Man, I feel bad for Autobotz, to be honest.
Uh-oh, Autobotz, Ralphie. You were spotted. A lot of shots taken on that vehicle. The man tried to fade away. Knuckle as well getting knocked out. God's Rain 2, they're not feeling too good in that elimination feed. Teams now starting to fall apart. For Soul, they just need to find that stable point. Unfortunately for Soul, the way this fight has really kicked off, it's going to catch him off guard. And God's Rain, even they're making a lot of rookie mistakes in this fight. Nothing taken away from that either. Delta whiffing those shots, and he gets turned on. Goblin devouring everyone that stood against him. That quick 2-piece, it was definitely devastating. And now he devours the entirety of God's Rain. Oh my god.
I have no words, man. I mean, Goblin, very impressive, but we all realize what the mistake was there. Shots whiffed and the punish was just absolutely incredible, on point, precise. And Soul now, 7 eliminations secured in this game. The northern edge of the circle could have been in their control, but Joker goes down as he was scouting for a spot for his team. Although there, I believe, still is a recall available on Joker, so they can bring him back. Soul can again be a 4-man roster. And this fight is going to be fun, by the way. Victorious Sumus and Soul, we saw this. This was the endgame battle on Orangle yesterday.
Oh my god, Soul is so lucky. The man who went down, actually, there was a recall available. And it was the same man who went down who had his recall available. So yeah, that's a bit of a lucky thing. Soul once again back on the foot with all the 4 players available.
More than the recall, it was that shotgun just whiffing everything, man.
Yeah, for Delta, I'm pretty sure he's going to be having nightmares.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I think nightmares, or considering it's the grind and God's Rain is sitting second on the leaderboard, he's just going to be laughing.
Laughing, but as an esports player, you got to understand that competitive spirit. He's going to be just kicking himself over the fact that how did I lose? How did I lose that fight?
But you also know this, Necro. I also know this, and I think it is when you miss the easiest of shots that you find it humorous. If it's a difficult spray, if it's a long distance find and you whiff it, then you're going to be kicking yourself and you're going to be sitting and figuring out what were the things you could have done better. But a shot like that, you whiff a shot like that and you're just there holding your head like, man, oh man, I am so bad.
That's what I'm saying. The competitive spirit really does kick in. Look at Nebula. What just happened there? Players out in the open. There's only one tree. That's giving him cover. And there we go. Jelly already finds that strike. The man's going to be down and dusted. Nebula in probably one of the worst possible spots. How is Nebula making this mistake? Down a man. Now they've only got 3 more players standing at Phoenix. He wants to get his hands on a bit more of that loot. Restock up on the ammunition. Restock up on the nades. Get a few more utilities to try and back yourself up. There's also Godlike in the far fray, so you got to be a little bit more careful on that fact as well. Team AX whiffing those shots as AX now drop down at 2 bodies. Aimbot, even he's taken care of. Even Aryan falls apart. Higgboson, they're the one to just chime inside of the fight without even breaking a single sweat. But now Higgboson themselves need to find a good spot inside of the circle.
But on the other side of things, Victorious Sumus caught off guard by the players of K9 Esports, and they just continue fighting. Omega goes down, Knight still left standing. Has Mafia pinned down, but Victorious Sumus, they're going to have the support from the backlines. Mafia tries to evade, denies the line of fire, wants to wrap around, put pressure on Knight from the rear, but Ninja Boy is there for the backup. And Sumus now down to 2 players. Oh, this could be bad for the side of Sumus.
What?
Another impressive knock comes through. Ninja Boy from the backlines provides the support. That flick was just very impressive.
He knocked him down in just 2 bullets, Shawnee.
Yeah.
Just 2 bullets. And all the bullets were just on the dome. That was brilliant. And now look at K9 Esports, Ninja Boy. This man is just drive-bying the last person as well. VS down and out. It's unlucky that they actually collided against K9 Esports, and now they got to pay the price for it. A team to beat in this group, not just in this group, currently in India.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, that's what it seems like at the, as far as their performance in the grind is considered.
Yeah.
We'll have to see how the remaining rounds turn out for the side of K9 Esports. Luckily for them, though, no way K9 is not playing the quarterfinals now.
K9 has already made it.
Yeah.
It's not even a question, come on.
I think them, God's Reign, and Higgboson and TrueRippers are the teams that have pretty much made it.
Yeah, they have.
TrueRippers needs 2 points.
Reckoning Esports, still fighting for the survival in the top 8. They need to make it. Currently on the 10th spot in the overall standings. Autobotz Esports losing the grip on this game as well. Autobotz is dropping down at too many men. The remaining players, they've already taken a lot of damage. They're chipped down low. Lobster's on the run. He wants to fall back to safety. It's Rapid Chaos Esports now knocking on the doors. And keep this thing in mind, Rapid Chaos Esports, even they're slacking off a little bit in the overall standings game by game. AX, they spotted the players of Autobotz, but nothing's going to be done just yet. And even the recall towers have now been disabled. For all the teams that did use the recall, yes, they've got the benefit. But for all the teams that did not even get a chance to use it, now is going to be a problem. And Reckoning Esports is going to be one of those.
Yeah, Reckoning Esports, though, going up against the side of Higgboson, have taken a casualty. This could be bad. No cover available, so they are going to be scrambling a mad dash out into the open, and the direction that they're running in, they might just run into the open arms of 8-bit, so they have to be cautious about that as well. On the other side of things, K9 Esports, I think finally a few mistakes being made on that finish feed. We did see Slug getting finished off, but as we were talking about Autobotz, they tried to evade Rapid Chaos. A mad dash came through, just passed by the sides of Team AX, and now are stuck in the middle of nowhere with the deployable covers all around them. But all of this commotion is going to attract a lot of attention, and Autobotz, they're going to be focused by Rapid Chaos, AX, and Reckoning Esports, a team that they themselves are taking shots on.
TrueRippers, 2 finishes racked up, feeling pretty good. Ronnie as well, he's got a bit of that high ground to play with. TrueRippers now just constantly spamming through in the front lines as well, in the hopes of finding at least something, or even that suppressive fire can actually put a lot of pressure on the foes. K9 Esports' Knight just driving around, falls back instantly. He's going to find himself up close and personal against the players of Team AX. This is going to be interesting. K9 Esports, they haven't really found a proper home for themselves yet, since Knight is the only person standing. And now the man's just trying to play for the survival. Let's see what he can really do.
I mean, this is a man that's known for fighting things out rather than just surviving, so yeah, it's going to be quite interesting to see what he does when he's the last player surviving for his team. Has managed to find a decent spot inside the circle, but of course, look at his position as well. Soul, Reckoning Esports, AX surrounding him. But a few moments ago, we were talking about Higgboson. They were the ones pressuring the players of Reckoning Esports, and now they pin their eyes on Nebula. Nomi knocked and finished off by Omega. But I believe Higgboson have spotted out the entirety of Nebula Esports. They have to be cautious. There are 2 players on the other side of the cliff. Well, instead of moving towards the right, they go left. A mad dash just for the edge of the circle.
Yeah, that's Blitz spotted right there. Higgboson. There we go. Shots now taken. Solom's going to be the first casualty. Chandan still in the back. But can he really be the difference maker? That's the main question. He's got the utilities to try and back himself up, but even the Molotov, the flames now starting to spread. Chandan is already taking a lot of damage, and the man's taken down a barely any sort of HP. And Hero is going to be the one to strike the last man down as well. Blitz put to sleep.
Yeah, Blitz might have gone out, but they have also ruined the day for the side of Higgboson. Look at that, OG on the finish feed chiming in. Here he is, the last man from the side of Godlike Manya. 4 points for Godlike from this game. Not enough, and even the position that he is in is very awkward. What was that spam all about?
Maybe just making sure that the opponents hear him and are scared.
I mean, I think he was involved in a conflict with the players of Madkings on the other side of the house, but I don't know if he just expected players to drop in.
Oh, but hold on, Johnny. Autobotz Esports, pro! Man knocked out, Lobster still there. And now Lobster watching his man just crawling to safety. He definitely would want to get that revival. Ralphie's going to be the person to stick it. 8-bit eliminated from the game. All of that for what? Autobotz is also getting peppered from the back lines, and that's going to be Reckoning Esports now knocking. And Reckoning Esports, precise as ever before. Those shots definitely quite deadly. 6 finishes already racked up in the pocket of Reckoning Esports, and they're not stopping yet. They want to continue the march of victory in the front. Collecting a few individual elimination points here and there as well, as even Knight has been eliminated by Reckoning. That's going to be Levi putting that nail in the coffin. The fight's not done yet. Reckoning Esports is still fighting for that top 8.
Yeah, Reckoning Esports, if they are able to secure a chicken dinner in this game of Rondo, I think their mission of finding a spot in the top 8, it is going to be a successful one. Especially considering Blitz Esports have gone out at 124, and Nebula Esports have been eliminated from this game at 116 as well. So the door is wide open. Autobotz, I think that is one team that Reckoning needs to make sure isn't there in this game anymore, but Reckoning, they are present towards the southeastern edge of the circle, and the first team that they have to go up against, and they need to force this fight, could be the side of Seoul, who have brilliant momentum, brilliant aggression in this game. And even the backlines are going to be compromised because you have AX, you have Autobotz, you have Higgboson on the flank.
Yeah. Looking at Seoul, all the 4 players next to each other. They've got such a solid spot to play with. AX next to Autobotz. So this is going to be another one of those fights anticipated. Might just happen soon. Autobotz Esports. For them, once again, consistency is going to be the main string they're trying to find. Currently sitting on the 9th spot, kicked outside of that top 8. Definitely that's going to stink to them as well. Just 1 finish point acquired. Autobotz Esports, they're hurt. Reckoning Esports as well, getting shot at from the back lines. Reckoning's not feeling too good about this one. Fallen Man should be back up on his feet. It's not even a concern, since the shots were taken from way too of a far distance. Higgboson moving up close and personal against Reckoning. This is going to be another interesting fight that might just brew up. Looking at AX, within the blink of an eye, the entirety of AX is down and dusted.
Oh man, as soon as that nade fell right next to the players of AX, it's done and dusted. There was absolutely nothing they could do about it. An immense pressure applied on them by the players of Autobotz as well, but Clutch got the last player left alive from Madkings out. This could be it, and it is. Knock secured by TrueRippers, the Molotov lob to secure that finish point as well. And Madkings, they're down to the last player. Pro in the backlines is still alive, but even his position is compromised. He has Rapid Chaos behind him and TrueRippers up front. Can't escape, can't evade. The journey for Madkings might be coming to an end.
He's alive on just 1 HP. That's it. Nade's being tossed against the man as well. This one's going to be right next to him, as even that player gets eliminated. Seoul in the smack center. They've got such a solid spot to play with, but Seoul is constantly facing the consequences of being in the center as well, since they're all to the center of attraction. Smokes out, giving that revival. Legit falling close. 5 teams still up and alive, and TrueRippers, they control a big terrain of it. OG as well, still a part of this entire chaos, and OG hasn't really chimed in a lot of fights. They're taking this one slow and steady. TrueRippers now taking their shots against Seoul. They want to stop Seoul from recovering. Even Autobotz Esports in the backlines is constantly applying that pressure. Seoul's in a big sandwich.
Yeah, but I don't think it matters anymore in this game for the side of Seoul. They have found a break inside of the top 8, and especially with Nebula Esports getting kicked out and not present in this match anymore. At least, even if this game comes to an end, Seoul should be able to retain a spot in the top 8 and then focus on the 2 angles that they have after this. But Reckoning Esports, man, oh man, what a journey they have had in this one. A lot of elimination points secured. If only they had stayed alive a little bit longer and worked towards the chicken dinner, maybe we could have seen them in the top 8 as well. But that would have been bad for the side of Autobotz, to be honest.
It indeed would have been. Look at TrueRippers. 7 finishes already acquired. And now the circle actually shifts away from them. The tables might just be flipped. Seoul might just have the advantage now. because TrueRippers, they need to leave that comfort zone and make it inside of the circle. Yes, the backline still contested, and Soul, they already begin their domination. Jelly falls down. That's going to be a big concern since Jelly was the man separated from the pack. Giving that revival gets even tougher.
I love the cover that the players from the side of Seoul have made for themselves. They've made this dip to work with, completely denying any opportunity for TrueRippers to build up pressure. And right now, two teams that are contesting the chicken dinner for Rondo are going to be Seoul and Orangutan. Apart from them, every other team is forced out into the open, and we are going to see those bodies fall apart. We're going to see those points grabbed by these two giants. But the question is, can OG rack up enough points in this game to close the difference between them and maybe Rapid Chaos or Nebula Esports?
Good enough question. And TrueRippers, all the players are now going to start a group up. They found that breaching point, barely staying inside of the circle. And Soul, 11 finishes already racked up. Soul's looking pretty good. Pretty much dominating the surrounding lines. Rapid Chaos Esports now, they probably want a bit of that piece of the pie as well. Tossing the utilities against Soul. Soul is, of course, falling apart, but Toxic falls apart himself. The Blue's on the move. Arjun needs to leave the comfort zone as well. And he needs to keep on moving with the Blue. Soon the man's going to be too exposed, and Soul might just find that line of sight. But Arjun, he's still moving in tandem. Utilities doing a constant chip damage, and these utilities coming through from Autobotz Esports, as even Goblin falls apart. From the back, from the front, constant pressure being applied on Soul, and eventually they have to break, right?
Yeah, eventually they are going to break. I just want to say this. OG is proving to be a really evil team, man. They're letting Soul absorb all of this pressure from the side of Rapid Chaos, from Autobots, and from TrueRippers, and they're not taking shots on any one of them. Soul, the players are knocked down, and one thing I noticed was that Joker had no armor. The nade is up in the air. Oh, it's going to be close, just a little bit off. There's the second one. Goes towards the right again. The players do get a revive. And Soul should be comfortable if they can get those HP bars back up. But as I was talking about OG, now finally Necro, OG has been pushed outside of the play zone. And this is where they're going to have real pressure to deal with. Because as soon as they step out into the open, then they're going to be the ones in focus of Autobots and TrueRippers.
There's AKOP separated too. So keep that thing in mind. Soul with 12 finishes. And these little dips to play with. TrueRippers now slowly and steadily starting to toss out those utilities since they want to create that smoke pathway. There's OG in the sidelines, Autobotz Esports in the backlines for Soul. Problems are going to soon start to knock on their doors even more. Soul's just getting ready. They're just getting warmed up. These utilities, these smokes that are being tossed by TrueRippers, they now want to move up close even more. And Soul, they should keep on stacking up the utilities even more.
Yeah.
Look at these nades. They're not even being cooked. They're just being tossed by the players of Soul. But these nades, yes, they're making it close, but not close enough.
I think the point right now is just to make sure that there is enough pressure on the players of TrueRippers that they aren't allowed a free push. And if anyone from the side of Soul can just take a few shots and make that contact, then TrueRippers, their players are just going to get knocked out. Keo, Exhibit A, but OG on the other side making the pounce on the players of Autobots, and what a quick run over and a wipe down coming through. Now we are left with the three titans of this game, TrueRippers, Soul, and Orangutan in the backlines, but Soul now are sandwiched. Pressure from the players of OG, too immense to deal with from the get-go, and now TrueRippers, they're going to make sure that this distance that they have closed in, they will get some value out of it.
It's a proper 3v3v3. OG versus Soul versus TrueRippers. Probably three of the most strongest teams in the lobby. And TrueRippers, Ronnie's going to be the casualty. Blues once again on the move. Getting that revival on Ronnie's going to be the most crucial thing that TrueRippers can't think of. They just want to get the fallen player back up as soon as possible. Joker does not even have HP. He does not even have meds to patch himself up. So Joker is just barely surviving on that sliver of HP. Goblin threading that needle, finding probably one of the most crucial knocks. Gets the second one as well. And just like that, the foes have been eliminated. TrueRippers still standing with one man, barely hanging on the edge. But for how long, that's the question. And now it's time to shift your focus on OG. Soul, they're almost done with this fight. OG, though, they're too strong. They're also full on HP, and they're here to devour Soul, as Joker does not even have enough HP to fight back, but he's still gonna give it all he's got, and eventually Soul, they've been eliminated, as OG, they will be the one to score this game.
I mean, they won the chicken dinner, but now it's down to how many finishes they have, because they avoided those endgame fights for a very long time. And Soul, very impressive performance. I have to say, a little bit more impressed with Soul than the side of OG. Because they were stuck in the open, pinned from 3 different directions, and yet they outlasted Autobotz and TrueRippers. And Joker, man, where does he get all of this confidence from? No HP and also no armor, I believe. Went on the flank to distract the side of OG like, hey guys, look here, look at me, and then allowed Goblin the freedom to just spray the entirety of TrueRippers down.
Hey, that's why there's a reason, right? This man is considered as one of the best players in the region.
Yeah.
And well, that right there is an example. But even for Goblin, this game, Goblin was doing a phenomenal job. First shutting down God's Reign just all by himself, and now even taking down TrueRippers. He was able to find those 2 crucial knocks, and that's why TrueRippers, they were put a big full stop.
Yeah, I mean, it was impressive, as you mentioned. I mean, Goblin, Joker working in tandem. And I think this is that one duo for the side of Soul that needs to be at max if the team needs to qualify for the quarterfinals, which I believe after this performance they kind of have, because this was a big game. But it's the fight for the 8th spot, Necro, that has just gotten very intense, because now you have Nebula Esports, Reckoning, and OG that will fight it out for the top 8 in the upcoming 2 Orangles. But we have the stats for Orangutan on our screens.
This is definitely going to be really interesting, right? There's Nebula Esports currently around the 8th spot. Then you've also got OG, Reckoning Esports. 8-Bit a little bit far away. You can't say 8-Bit needs one decent game to bring themselves around that pack. But I would still say now the top 8, it just gets even more concerning and close.
Pretty much, man. I mean, it is going to be very intense, the fight for the top 8. Because Rapid Chaos are barely going to be there on the 8th spot. Autobots somehow managed to save themselves inside of that top 8, because there was a point in this game that Autobots got kicked outside of the top 8. And then because they were able to outlast Nebula Esports, they kind of inched their way back in.
But this also means now the cutoff is going to be amped up by a lot as well.
Oh, yeah.
Since OG gets this big game in their hands, which means they're also catapulted themselves in the overall standings towards a decent height. Speaking of Nebula Esports, they did have a few elimination points to work with. Speaking of Rapid Chaos Esports, not that good of a game from their side. But hey, we'll continue the conversation after this short break. You guys don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back after that short break, and now it's IC with me on the panel. And IC now, since even OG has pulled off a big chicken dinner in that previous game, it also means that the fight for the top 8, it even gets more concerning and close.
See, that's the thing about the last 6 games, right? It's all about fighting for their dear lives here, and teams at the bottom here, it took us a while for them to realize that, hey, these are teams that actually has a potential to shift the tables in particular here. OG, Soul, we've been expecting a lot coming from them for like, I don't know, like 12 matches, 13 matches, 14 matches, 15 matches, and then now until today, okay, finally, in the last match of Rondo in this entire series is all, we finally see their performance.
Exactly, we finally see their performance, and maybe it's because they got their hands on the Peaky Blinders set that you guys see currently on the screen as well. You guys can also see this entire set inside of the game as well, so all you need to do is hop inside of the game and try and get it now. What are you waiting for? Just head inside of the game and try and get your hands onto it. It looks beautiful, it looks amazing, but yeah, back towards that conversation of the teams, right? For Godlike, once again, another bit of a bad game, you can't say, and not able to squeeze in those points. Once again, the concerns, they start to amp up. Speaking of Nebula, they got those elimination points, and even they're slacking off that.
I genuinely feel bad for Godlike because of one thing. Every single time Godlike loses the first member, somehow Jonathan is not able to do anything. For some reason, mid-rotation, he gets sprayed down for no reason. And it's just so unfortunate every single time.
Hey, Joker, though, getting 7 frags off of that entire game. Levi as well from Reckoning Esports, able to steal in 5 or 6 finishes, actually. Then Hydro getting 5 finishes for himself, and even Raiden getting 5 from himself. So for 8-Bit as well, yeah, decent bit of elimination points were racked up, but 8-Bit was eliminated quite early inside of the game. Looking at the point standings, Reckoning Esports getting 10 points, TrueRippers getting 15 points, OG getting 20 points, and Soul getting 21 points, completely off of those elimination points, and even 6 placement points.
Exactly, but K9 having only 7 points, no placement points, and that's going to be something that we have to watch out for as well. K9 is the team to beat, but at the same time, they are pretty much passed in towards the quarterfinals at least here based on their point standings. You can see 197 points. That is a difficult task to beat. So today's focus and going to be tomorrow's focus is going to be all about which top 8 teams qualify for the quarterfinals, especially coming from Group A. And right now, Rapid Chaos Esports is the gatekeepers with 122 points, while Seoul, from all the way from 9th place, has shot themselves up into his 5th position here with 130 points.
Hey, this is kind of crazy. Rapid Chaos Esports on the 8th, Autobotz on the 7th, Blitz all the way on the 6th, and then you will see Seoul directly catapulting themselves on the 5th, as you mentioned. But now Nebula Esports slacking off a little bit in the overall standings, dropping down to 10th spot. OG catapulting themselves on the 9th spot. Reckoning Esports as well, still maintaining that same spot on the 11th. 8-Bit as well, still on that same spot on the 12th. Godlike as well on the same spot. So we're not really seeing a lot of changes on the latter half of the board, but on the first half, these changes, now they're going to be causing a lot of concern, especially speaking for Rapid Chaos Esports. Now the cutoff is around 122. That's insane.
Yeah, that's really, really high as well, considering that there's still like 6 more matches to go.
Yeah.
Sorry, 5 more matches to go in total as well. So technically 5 matches means there's 5 more slots available. But based on the gap between 5th and also 4th position, 5th and also 6th position here, I would say the gap would, I would say arguably there's only 4 slots left, because of how far God's Reign is. But again, God's Reign, all they need is about 5 to maybe 6 points out of 5 games, and this should be true.
Yeah, I think for God's Reign, they've already qualified. K9 Esports have already qualified as well. Higgboson, I think even they've already made it. Yeah, just to get a few more elimination points on the block, and you have to just nail that spot down for yourself. That's all they're waiting for. The real fight's going to be around the teams on the 6th till the 11th or the 12th. Other than that, I don't think anyone else is going to stand a chance to make that comeback.
Yeah, but in this case here, on the 12th position, I think Hero Extreme Godlike, the only way to qualify is they need to back-to-back massive games in this upcoming rounds. Like, they need a minimum like 10 points, 10 or maybe even 12 points per game onwards in order for them to qualify.
But hey, soon we're also going to move on towards this game of Wrangle. You guys let us know your predictions in the chat, as we are going to move on towards this game. The plane's going to be in the sky, starting all the way from Milta Power towards George Pool. Now, this plane fly path, once again, it seems pretty good for the teams. But if you do want to glide all the way down south towards the Snow military base, now that's going to be a tough stretch.
Well, it's going to be a little bit difficult here, for at least for God's Reign, but at the same time, it's not that far off as well, considering that they have had worse flight paths than this towards military base, in particular for God's Reign. But I want to see what OG does in this game. Seems like OG dropped rather early this game. Seems like they have pretty much given up on Rozok, knowing that Aryan is going to be coming in for a little bit of tackle here. So OG definitely mixing things up here for today's matches in Erangel. Soul has shifted in a passive approach here, no longer drop clashing onto his Victoria Summers, even Soul as well. Even OG in particular. So to see OG dropping onto the sides here, seems like they are going to be heading on towards Milta Power instead. So they have a secondary drop spots, but they might have a little bit collision here with Rapid Chaos Esports right from the get-go.
OG all the way towards Milta Power now. This is a little bit interesting. And for OG, they've got Rapid Chaos Esports in the close proximity. Blitz's wall now dropping around Farm. God's Reign 2 in Milta. I'm pretty sure God's Reign is going to try to glide all the way towards military base. It's going to be really tough, but they can at least give it a shot. Reckoning Esports dropping down in Milta, so that's also going to be really interesting. Looking at the circle shifting towards the left side of the map. Hospital's also going to be part of it. For Nebula Esports, this might just be a day with Destiny since that's where they like to go. But Nebula, they've actually switched up their drop location towards Shelter.
That's really unfortunate as well because all these shifts is starting to hurt a lot of these teams here. And again, like you said as well, Nebula shifting on the east side means there is more teams on the east side rather than the west side. However, this is a great start here for Madkings in particular here. They have had a lot of engagements between Autobotz and themselves, but they do like playing around Everest in particular. But as soon as I say this, guess what? RECKONING Esports having a little bit of encounter with OG. WizGod did snatch away one of those vehicles from them, but he does not have enough cover to actually work with as well. The rest of the OG still going to be driving along here. And the question here is, where are they going to go? There's not enough loot here, at least for Milta Power, especially when two teams are colliding here in this particular vicinity.
Since OG's on the move, all the way towards Milta Power once again. And since they've also managed to get their hands on that previous chicken dinner, OG now has the wave with them. And this wave, it needs to be ridden well. Rapid Chaos Esports still around them. And Rapid Chaos is searching for OG's one mistake. But I'm pretty sure OG's not going to let that happen.
Yeah, this is going to be a tricky position to play here, especially coming from OG, just because there's just so many teams on the east side. Getting out is one thing. Do they have enough loot is another, because it is going to be an absolute congestion that is going to be coming in from the east side here. But it looks like God's Reign, they actually took a little bit of a late detour here, glided all the way to military base. Hasn't really found a vehicle, considering that the flight path... I thought the flight path was going to be closer for them, but seems like they took 3 minutes gliding from spawn just to try and get to military base as quickly as they can. Fortunately for them, nobody's there to punish them, so that's a good sign for God's Reign at least.
God's Reign knows in this lobby, no one's really going to try to contest that military base. TrueRippers is the only team that's really close to them, but even they like to head on towards Norupnoi. So it's all good for them. For God's Reign, things are laid out well. Nebula Esports on the run. Nebula just wants to move on towards Hospital and maybe continue their looting fest.
Yeah, this is going to be a very early rotation as well, Nebula Esports, but at the same time, dropping down early. Look at the finish feed as well. Seems like Madkings has a little bit of a run in here with Soul. Seems like Soul also made a very, very early rotation on towards the Hospital region from all the way from school. So at the same time, Legit is winning his battles, so they are trading 1 for 1. But Soul has lost one player in particular, so they do need to pick him up eventually.
Yeah, the man's still knocked out. So it's all good. And the fact that Soul dropped in around Rodzok in school and now heading on towards Georgopol, that's insane. What is exactly the game plan for Soul?
Yeah, this is also like an early rotation coming from them. Same strategies that Nebula is using. Only difference is that Soul will reach first because they are nearer. But the problem here is, look at the entire arsenal of Soul. They just don't have enough weaponry to work with. Legit has a pistol and a shotgun. That's about it. Okay, never mind. He does have an AK.
Yeah, he does.
Okay, not that bad, not that bad. You know, I was expecting worse.
Higgboson in the close proximity of Godlike. And shots are once again taken out at Mino. There's a big chance the man can be knocked out as well. For Godlike, I'm not a big fan of the position they've got. Higgboson, they might just surround him completely. Admino is stuck. He's got his hands on the S12K, but the man does not even have a shot at taking down Bunny. And Bunny will shut him down instantly. Godlike once again off to a bad start. What are these positioning Godlike is placing them in?
Oh my goodness, they're just not in positions to actually cover fire quickly as well. But at the same time, Aryan was able to scout out a couple of shots in. Put a couple shots on those Higgboson, but aside from that, nothing super crazy. Higgboson went for a hit and run and just completely dipped for position inside the zone. Aryan, however, they're no longer keeping the edges. They are going to be playing around the sides here. A little bit though towards the innards, but seems like they are going to be docking out towards ruins. Maybe the circle may shift outside of ruins instead. We've seen a lot of ever circles in this particular BGIS, but none of them actually made it to the top. So maybe that's going to be the gamble that Aryan's hoping for to get some sort of luck.
But hey, speak of good things, and we've also got the Discovery Island available inside of the game. You guys can actually stand a chance to fuel the BGIS 2026 prize pool. All you need to do is head inside of the game and just play the game, that's it. And while playing, you can get your hands on the in-game rewards, and at the same time, you will be contributing towards the BGIS 2026 prize pool, and you can boost it all the way up to 4 CR. So just play the game.
Exactly, but at the same time as well, the more you play, the more we will be achieving those milestones as well. And the more milestones we achieve means more rewards for everyone in game. So be sure to keep playing and support the BGIS in your way. But moving on as well, we do have a very, very nice monster truck in Pochinki in the hands of Xtreme Godlike.
Looks beautiful.
Unfortunately, they have lost Admino right from the get-go.
Yeah, and Admino is instantly disconnected too, by the way.
Oh, boy.
He's like, you know what, guys? You guys continue. I'm not even going to watch this game. I'm not in the mindset. I'm not in the mood.
Well, we get an exclusive look of one of the variations of the Porsche. It looks really, really cool.
Yeah, it does. Godlike does have good skins, but not good points on the board.
Ouch. Shots fired.
Hey, what? I'm just stating facts.
True.
Higgboson. Players out in the open. Shots are taken against him. Sohm once again gets back in that vehicle. Now the man needs to continue his journey. Blitz. It is one of those teams that knows how to blitz against the opponents. They have showcased their firepower over and over again in the past as well, but as of now, they've taken a bit of that backseat from fighting. Blitz is getting that enough points to at least keep themselves pinned down in a good spot in the overall standings. They're getting the average points.
Oh boy, seems like TrueRippers, they've just lost Jelly as well. It was a little bit late to cross the bridge. Was caught off by God's Reign. And now TrueRippers, they may consider actually gatekeeping God's Reign now, knowing for a fact that God's Reign has not left the building. But the question here is, do they want to take those necessary risks? But at the same time, you know, both God's Reign and TrueRippers, they are very comfortable at the tip of the top. They can actually kind of mess around as well. I would say God's Reign is pretty much secured to actually qualify for the quarterfinals, at least. 150 points. That's pretty high. But that's going to be the corpse of Jelly, and that's going to be loots in favor of God's Reign. Now, let's take a look at the circle. Seems like circle is going to be shifting in about 3 seconds here. 2, 1. Where does it go? And it is going to go to North George. It is a huge prank and a scam. We're not heading to Everest. We are heading to where Autobotz is.
So luckily enough for Victor, Sumus, and 8-Bit, they found themselves on the right side of the bed. For 8-Bit, they can directly rotate towards that other side. For Autobotz Esports, they've already found themselves in the best possible position. And even for K9 Esports, that quick rotation's on the way. Everything is looking extremely good for all the teams that are currently on the northern side. But teams on the southern side, look at that massive wave of vehicles. Oh, there's going to be a lot of fights. There's going to be a lot of rotations, clashes, and I just can't wait for it to happen.
Exactly, but you can see the sprays are coming in. Madkings going to try and capitalize on the great migration here. K9 was spotted out. We do see AX being spotted out as well. And you can see the rush is coming through. But on the finish feed, you can just see bodies after bodies dropping here from all these rotations. Aryan losing out on a couple of players. 2K9 who's trying to rotate to the north side, and you can see why a lot of teams are heading to the north as well, especially the mountain areas of North George. It's one of the strongest endgame spots to have in, but second circle, very, very difficult to handle with. But look at this, Autobotz. K9 seems to be going on a slam here against them.
All the 4 players pouncing on that one man who's stuck, and he's isolated too. Providing cover fire is going to be impossible. That nade was tossed in close, but it was not close enough. And Slug, he just mollies himself. Instantly ejects out as well. The Molotov, it's at least going to force the players of Autobotz to make a few more mistakes. But no, instead, K9 Esports, within the blink of an eye, they've been eliminated from the game. It's not going to make a lot of difference, though. If we move on towards the fight between Soul and Nebula Esports, Nebula's hurt. Adi's taken down, barely any sort of HP. Nomi, he's got his hands on the M249, but he's not going to be able to achieve anything, as even Nebula has been wrapped up.
This is huge. This is so important for Soul to actually wipe Nebula as well. This pretty much slows down their push to try and give chase for the top 8. And just like that, Soul, they will start things off with 7 finishes in this game. What a massive performance coming from Soul here in today's matchup so far. 2 back-to-back high finish games so far. But the question here is, will Soul be able to make it to the zone is going to be the question as well. They wipe off Nebula. Rapid Chaos Esports was able to hurt those commotions, and they're going to take advantage to try and gatekeep them inside the zone now, while the rest of the teams are going to try and make their way into North George. TrueRippers, they somehow make it to South George, dodging every single fight, losing only Jelly. And the question here is, based on this zone, is it going to be shifting on towards the bridge of George Pool, or is it going to be the containers? That's going to be a big 50-50 coin flip between the north and the south.
Yeah.
But I like where 8-bit is, and I like where Victorious Summers is. They're drawing away all the attention away to try to play towards the end game zones where they only need to handle like 1 or 2 teams instead of the entire lobby.
I'm also loving what Soul's doing. Just single-handedly rely on the elimination points. Don't even think about the placements. Soul third-party this fight between Nebula and Blitz. Blitz was already finished off by Nebula. But then Nebula gets third-party by Soul, and Nebula was not able to stand a lot of chances. Just look at the knock on Phoenix. That was brilliant stuff from Goblin. And since Soul had the remaining 2 players surrounded his wall, even they did not stand a single chance. Quick and easy work.
Yeah,
now
nice.
for RECKONING Esports, they found themselves around the northern side as well. Or at least rotating slowly and steadily towards the northern side.
Seems like the circle is going to shift to the city here on the east side. Containers still in play as well. OG trying to figure out whether or not they want to gatekeep the right side of the bridge, but the bridge itself on the outskirts where Higgboson is not exactly in play, so they don't really have a lot of spots to work with, so they have no choice probably to just crash into the city because we are going to be expecting an urban warfare. Meanwhile, Victorious Summers, they did get the confirmation on towards Aru. The IGL is coming from OG, and that's going to be a little bit of an unfortunate run because OG now they're going to be running around like headless chickens now.
They indeed are. Soul on the top of Big Boy Mountain. Knuckle legit Joker next to each other. And Knuckle is going to be the man to separate himself from the pack. Because the man needs to move on and keep on scouting. And Knuckle's going to be able to get a lot of valuable intel too, by the way.
Yeah, but the problem is, where do they actually set up shop? Because based on the zone, there's just not a lot of playing field as well. Considering the circle, at least 50% of it is in the waters itself. So it is going to be, I would say, a cove-shaped battlefield where Georgia Bull Preach has just been completely ignored. But might be a safe haven for potential solo warriors, I would say.
Let's see. Still a lot of concerns and question marks. Even OG now wants to breach in. There's Higgboson in their tails. RECKONING Esports, they found themselves a bit of that shelter around the city of Georgia Bull. But there's also going to be Godlike in the close fire proximity. And a fight between RECKONING Esports and Godlike, it might just happen soon.
Well, speaking of what's going to happen here, it's going to be Higgboson going to be running into his OG. OG wasn't prepared to set up shop to try and gatekeep them. Now they're going to be docking their way onto the sides here. Wizgard lobbing a nade, does find a connection. But at the same time, the counter Molotovs here to try and take space away. It's going to force OG on the open as well. Seems like they've set up AKOP on the flanks here to try and provide cover fire, but the smokes has been set up. Hero goes in for a wraparound, no connection so far, and he gets spotted out. OG backs against the wall, 3v4 situation. The nades are coming in, but they need to find some sort of connection.
And there we go. OG, they're already down a man. I think he's the only person standing inside of the smoke, and even he's now going to pop out soon. Positions compromised, shots are taken. I think he's still alive. And Yush, he hears the footsteps backing away. From the top as well, there's one of the players from the side of Higgboson trying to provide that cover fire, and now Soul's in the close proximity. You already know Soul's going to third party this fight, and that's what happens. Higgboson, for them, Soul's going to be an absolute living nightmare. But one of the men from the side of Soul was out in the open, and Goblin, is there enough cover fire to save the day for the man? No, it's going to be the answer. Another man from Soul drops down. Higgboson is the wrong bone you guys try to chew up on. That's what they say. And Hero, he's still taken down low. There's a big chance Higgboson can still recover.
Oh, mistakes were made. Goblin overextended. They thought Higgboson was down. But no, it wasn't. And now Victorious Summers, they heard all this commotion and they themselves are going to third party this fight. Seems like Scary Jot and Venom going to be leading charge. They found Bunny, but Bunny was able to trade off Venom to slow down Scary Jot. That buys enough time for the back lines to actually pick up the rest of the members. Omega now down pretty low. He's going to try and counter nades this to stop Victorious Summers. As Higgboson gets the full reset on the sides there, but they want to pick up Bunny right now.
Hero's already moved up. Mafia from the back as well, trying to provide that cover fire. They've tossed out a lot of smokes. VS, they just want to disengage from the fight for a while. The fact that Higgboson, they've actually got that recovery is insane. Getting the revivals on the fallen players. Everyone is now on the block once again, looking pretty good. Another revive's being stuck. They've actually just put the man in the vehicle, and they're going to be on the run.
This is such an insane defense coming from Higgboson. Like, that's just insane. Third parties out of the third parties, surviving it somehow, but I may have just jinxed it here because now they're going to be caught out in the open as RECKONING Esports comes in, chews them, and takes 2 down with them. That's going to be 2 points in the back for Rapid Chaos Esports. And seems like Higgboson defense completely shattered here. As Hero and Omega somehow survived this. Yash also goes down. And now they finally make it in towards the Georgia Bull City. Unaware that there's so many teams around here. Madkings going to be playing the southern approach of the northern city. And Autobotz going to be on the far fray on the apartments itself.
Yeah, the circle shifting up north as well. Luckily enough for Godlike, they found themselves in a really good spot. This should be Godlike's game. Come on, they've got to capitalize onto it. Looking at the players of Madkings, 1 finish point already acquired. Shadow's got 31 bullets on the magazine. It also means that he does not have the extended mag. Madkings, a bit of a slow start to this game. Not frag heavy enough. And looking at the overall standings, Madkings, they need 230 bombers. Then only they can stand a chance to make a comeback.
This might be a Madkings game, just because of the fact that last year, all year, Madkings has pretty much been on a circle like this in this Georgia Bowl. They do have the experience, but that is completely with a different roster where Apollo is part of it. I hope that's going to be okay, but now let's take a little recap as well. Higgboson, this was a huge need here, coming from Buddy on the side to actually slow him down. And Goblin was pretty much caught out in the open, unaware that Omega was going to be shooting him from inside the zone.
You know what happened there? That nade actually just blew up that vehicle out in the open. That's why the second man got knocked as well from Soul. The man was in that vehicle. The vehicle actually just bounced because of that nade blast. Oh my god. That replay was actually really good.
Well, a little bit unfortunate there for Soul, though. Great stuff for Higgboson, but eventually both teams pretty much going to be suffering the brunt here. Higgboson leaving with only 1 player left, and that's going to be Omega, going to be ratting his way from the right side. But Circle does shift back up towards the north side here. Madkings does have a fantastic hold on towards the teams coming from the south side. And all they need to do is just play those high grounds and make sure that nobody crosses in towards their territory. And Autobotz is going to be chiming in to punish every single team from the southeast corner.
I'm also loving Rapid Chaos Esports' positioning. But there's a chance they might just be soon contested. There's teams like God's Reign who want to cross on forward as well. Then you've also got Reckoning Esports around the edges. And Reckoning Esports, they're there to just get the elimination points. They just want to sweep up the floor and try and get as many points as they can. So even if Reckoning Esports gets eliminated in the late game, they're not going to feel too bad about it. TrueRippers 2 now trying to cross on towards the opposite side. And for TrueRippers, they're directly going to make the pounce in the water. Eventually, one of the men does get caught off guard. And that's going to be God's Reign handing out the death blows. Ronnie knocked out. He wants to cross on towards the opposite side still, and he will be denied.
Yeah, that's going to be a tough cross here, at least for TrueRippers. No hovercrafts, no breach, no boats, no nothing. And God's Reign's got it completely locked down on the shorelines as well, making sure that they find themselves a couple of easy frags just like that. And Reckoning seems like they are going to swing outside the city to try and push it from the north side. And Omega is not going to be contested, so he is going to be able to find a little bit more time and space. His position is exposed, but Madkings, they are going to try and chime in to get a couple of frags themselves. They blow up one of the vehicles from Sahil. He's knocked, but the confirmation actually goes to Madkings. Okay, that's a point for them.
Madkings, clutch caught. The man was just tapping away. He's now trying to get his hands on a few scraps as well if he can. Hydro, the man's taken down to barely any sort of HP. TrueRippers, it's a real fight for survival, but God's Reign, they're like the Guardian Angels on the opposite side, and they're not gonna let TrueRippers go just like that. Elimination points confirmed against TrueRippers, and now God's Reign, they're gonna be the one to control this terrain. And this terrain goes long. It's massive. God's Reign could just keep on dominating this entire spot and keep on playing around it.
I really don't know how they're gonna cross this. Just because Madkings has a little bit of elevation to actually peek through along the beaches as well. Even with nades as well, I don't think they're going to be able to find angles to work with here.
I think they can just toss a lot of smokes, create a trail, and then move on towards the apartments. It's still possible.
It's tough. It's going to be really tough. But we shall see. But let's take a look at towards the west side here. 8-Bit and also Aryan. They have been laying low for quite some time. Seems like they are going to be in a hit-to-hit collision here. Smokes has been set up for 8-Bit to creep up on Aryan. It seems like Aryan, they are going to be preparing a couple of grenades here. Henry lobbing the first one, no connection. 8-Bit scared a little bit, will be backing off a little bit more. And another nades comes in, but most of the nades do not connect at all. But instead, Sarang finds the connection.
8-Bit's done playing that waiting game. Now they just want to brute force. Because they know they're already not looking too good on the board. 8-bit, they're desperate for the points, and AX as well. The same thing can be said. Firefight's not looking good on both the sides either. And for AX, at least they found the opening knock already. So AX is going to be feeling pretty good inside of the fight. 8-bit handicapped. And now looking at Henry, his position's compromised as well. What an 8 that was. Disgusting stuff. Henry pops out, gets the second man down as well. Incredible stuff from AX. How was Henry able to just live in that territory?
That has got to be the sickest hero play coming from Henry to actually stop everyone from side 8-bit as well. Went on unpunished, jumped out, holding the grenades, finds a knock, and then goes behind one of the players coming in from 8-bit and then takes him out. That is just insane. But seems like God's Rain, they are going to be playing the fishes here to try and play on towards the left side of the beach there, where there is a little bit more covers. Shots are being fired, but no connection so far. Delta is pretty low. And it seems like Madkings, they're looking for those fish. They need a knock, and they do spot out Delta. That's going to be a knock there. Looking for a second Neo, dropping down low, and that's going to be a second one for Shadow OG.
Yeah, they're catching a lot of hurt. Not a big fan of what just God's Rain did. One man was able to cross on forward. That was Deathstroke. But the remaining players that are now being scouted, and also getting cut off. Their heads on the swivel, literally. Justin's taken down low as well, and a lot of those shots connected. Even Justin falls apart. God's Rain losing out on the man number. It's really unfortunate. Madkings, they're just constantly bursting through, and that's going to be free elimination point in the hands of Madkings. Exactly what they were looking for. Autobotz Esports next to the players of Reckoning Esports in that same building. And for Reckoning Esports, this fight is going to be interesting. Utilities tossed out on Reckoning Esports. They already do find the opener. Another nade, though. Ooh. And this time, it's going to be the man of Reckoning Esports being the casualty. But still, that fallen player will be back up. But the moment I say so, from the back, it's going to be a whole different team shooting from the windows. And now Lovish, he's also getting pounced on. The man's also taking constant chip damage from the far fray.
What a sneaky play coming from Rapid Chaos Esports as well. But now Madkings, they're going to try to get a couple free shots in. But Lovish, he is going to go down. The names from Pro is going to take him out. Autobotz also finishing off with 7 finishes here. And in one fell swoop in this Urban Warfare, a tricky one to play at that. We're down towards 7 teams remaining and 19 left alive. Xtreme Godlike, they have been laying low for quite some time and they're still surviving. They've made it to top 7, but seems like 8-bit is going to be driving past them, but no noise has been made yet. Nades being cooked from Manya to try and punish this, but Sarang, he's actually looking for with Aryan instead.
Godlike's got the players present on the block. And AX, those 2 elimination points they got against Madkings a while ago, that was definitely pretty good. Actually not Madkings, 8-bit. And for 8-bit to be alive with just a 2-man squad, just gets even tougher. That fight between AX, Godlike, and 8-bit, it still continues, by the way. And these 3 teams in a big trifecta, they're just waiting for the next zone to pop up. The moment the circle shifts away from them, that's when the silence is going to be broken into chaos.
Oh boy. Now, the circle is about to move in. Autobotz, I'm pretty sure Autobotz and Rapid Chaos Esports, they have to cross the road. That's going to be a problem for them. Smokes needs to be set up as well. Madkings is already setting up shop to try and punish Autobotz as soon as they cross. It seems like Madkings, they're still unaware that the south side has been completely cleared. But it seems like they will have space to actually move inside the zone now with Madkings forced to push into the west side. But the problem is, look at where Clutch God is. If he pushes to the west, those single-story houses is not going to provide a lot of angles to work with. But it seems like Autobots, they are going to try and stock up those crates to try and pull their resources inside. Not exactly sure why, but it seems like maybe those boxes has a majority of the smokes there.
Maybe. But looking at the replay of the fight that happened between Reckoning Esports and Autobotz Esports, that nade, it was definitely pretty good. Then later on, the remaining players as well pounced in, eliminated the remnants of Reckoning. And Reckoning actually a pretty bad game from them. Just getting 1 point out of this one. And this is why we talk about consistency is the most important thing. It is the key. Rapid Chaos Esports. Once again, players moving in close proximity even more. The circle shrinking constantly. And now another man from Autobotz Esports gets caught out in the open. Beautiful spray that was from Shadow. Lobster's caught. The man's going to be confirmed as well soon. He tried to cross on, and actually Lobster can still be saved.
No.
Just 1 tick away the man was, and he gets eliminated. Madkings able to secure that elimination point too, and Shadow realizes, oh, he's too exposed.
Yeah, the one place Autobotz decided not to smoke is the one place they can punish for it. But fortunately for them, they do find the crossover. But at the same time, Madkings knows exactly where they are. They're pinned into one house. It is going to be triple story apartments as well. Molotovs has been set ablaze on the ground floor here. But Madkings seems like Shadow, he was going to be shot from afar as Rapid Chaos Esports finds an off angle from the western side. Gets a knock in, so that's going to slow the tempo here. Meanwhile, Hiroshima Godlike gets run in with the 8-bit now.
Oh no, for Godlike, they're losing out of the firefights. For some reason, the firefights just haven't been that good. Jonathan Admino down, the main playmakers not in the game anymore. The big fraggers. Now it's down to just S-Power and Manya. Problems after problems, stacking on top of each other. They've got the utilities, meds, everything is available, but Godlike's firepower is missing. S-Power and Manya playing in tandem. The pressure's on them. AX right next to him as well in 8-bit. Since they were able to find another knock, that's massive. Autobotz Esports, even they're being constantly chipped away by the utilities of Madkings. And now maybe Cyrex knows where the remaining player is. The nade's tossed, but it's not going to find anything.
Madkings now. The moment they clear Autobots here, that's going to be a clear path for them to actually cross the west side. But they need to win this gunfight here. Cyrex misses the first shot, but Shadow OG, he waited for the right moment, but he gets shot by Rapid Chaos Esports, and this might help Autobots. But at the same time, what happened? How did Autobots die? And that's going to be Rapid Chaos Esports that chimes in as well, that takes him out. What a sneaky play.
The third party. It's always been insane from Rapid Chaos Esports. Autobotz Esports as well eliminated Rapid Chaos Esports, just constantly stealing those elimination points away. And they've actually managed to gather 6 points in total, just off of finishes. That's brilliant. Rapid Chaos Esports once again trying to extend themselves, gain a little bit more of that ground, but the utilities from Godlike too precise. Mane is going to find that knock, but now the man runs out of utilities. He's got no frag grenades to play with. A nade tossed out even from the side of AX aimbot, and I'm not even sure what that nade was supposed to do. Just blasted midair. Completely miscalculating that throw.
May have just overcooked it as well. Droove now. 6 grenades. Manya may force to try and capitalize on this as well, but Droove, he's looking for a flank here. Sees S-Power, finds the connection. But no, he does not. It's actually aimbot that gets the connection on Rapid Chaos Esports. Now S-Power going to be going for the push here. Manya pushes out the right timing, takes him out. But S-Power, he actually naded off Rapid Chaos Esports.
That's crazy. Rapid Chaos Esports down and out from the game. They were playing it too aggressive, and this time they extended in the wrong territories. But for Godlike, the game's not done yet. The Blues on the move, and now they need to force themselves out of their comfort zones. Manya is outside as well. S-Power in the front. This is going to be an interesting fight for Godlike. They need to press themselves out in the open. Manya gets shot at as well. Even S-Power's taking a lot of that damage, but they still somehow cross on forward. Team AX is not able to find that line of sight, and aimbot's just going to fall back. 8-bit. They take a fight against the players of AX, and AX are now getting devoured.
Oh my goodness, the timing that they cross. 8-bit, third-partying Aryan is the reason why they were able to cross safely. And we're down to the final 5 teams. The circle is going to be out in the open, and Madkings, they've heard all these commotions and they know they have got the wrap around. But little did they know there's someone in the shorelines known as Destro that may spoil the game here for any of these teams trying to survive the final end game here. Sarang is running out of space, he's running out of place to run, and he eventually gets taken down by Devotee. 4 teams remaining, 7 players alive here. Now, Manya is going to be picked up by S-Power, but they don't know that they're inside the houses yet.
It's such a chaotic ending. Godlike's hurt. AX, they're down to fight. Devotee and aimbot next to each other. And AX, they do possess the firepower as well. Devot's got the man number to try and stop Godlike. And AX, they want to take the fight against Godlike single-handedly. Aimbot is the only person up close. And now even God's Reigns, Destro chimes in the fight. Destro wants a few elimination points for himself, and these utilities, they do a lot of serious damage. Godlike is taking that constant damage as well. Destro's nade, it might just put the nail in the coffin. The Blues on the move. Manya jumps out in the open. Destro gets eliminated by Madkings. There's a chance Godlike can steal the game. Manya is the only person. The man's gonna move out in the open. 33 bullets in the magazine, and eventually Madkings, they close it off. Stealing the game away from Godlike, AX, and even God's Reign.
That was a last-ditch hero effort coming from Manya. Yes, Madkings is the ones that win the winner chicken dinner, but Hero Extreme Godlike making it to 2nd place. Manya's nade knocking on Destro, allowing him to cross over to get the 2nd position. That was just an insane hero moment coming from Hero Extreme Godlike. Who would have thought that Manya was able to pull a game like that. That was
Yeah.
just insane.
That was definitely a little bit of luck, a little bit of skill, involving everything. Even the teams around them just getting eliminated constantly. Destro's nade eliminating AX's wall. Godlike just getting a freebie, moving on forward towards the wall. Then Manya's nade eliminating Destro. Even the man from Madkings was ready with his own nade cooking up. Everything. It felt like every piece of the puzzle was falling at the right place. It was a perfect picture, and what a game that was. Probably one of the most entertaining games.
Exactly. It was just one of the most crucial games in terms of firefight, in terms of firepower as well, because trust between teammates, there's just no amount of strategies that can actually allow you to win these games. It's all about pushing the right timings here. Aryan, obviously, you know, they were able to pin 8-bit here. Sarang was trying his best to get out here, but this moment, God's Reign, they set it up to the way where allowed Destro to make it to the final place was just insane. It was so crucial. And this hero play from Manya, like, oh no, he's running out of space, he's cooking up nade. He needed to take down Destro in order for him to cross. And as soon as this hero nade came in, took out Destro. That was it. That was pretty much the done for. It came down towards a 1v1, but eventually Madkings was able to clutch things out.
That was actually a pretty good game from the side of Godlike. Getting a lot of eliminations too racked up from that one, and of course even the placement points coming through. That's going to be 6 placement points. And Godlike is now still in the race, by the way. They can still make it in the top 8 at the last moment. There's still a chance. Speaking for Madkings, they were too far back in the overall standings, not having a lot of eliminations as well. Madkings, they're still going to be at the bottom.
You know, Madkings has never lost a circle like this in their hometown for some reason. Even last year, we've had a lot of end games like this where Madkings is always able to take advantage of the fact that, oh, our strength is playing on the south part of the northern Johorpur city, and for some reason they always make it to end games and somehow clutch out games. And even now there's a new roster. I'm glad Madkings is able to retain their tradition.
Even RECKONING Esports, for a moment, they were part of so many fights, right? Just taking those shots from the far fray, constantly third-partying, constantly just being absolutely annoying, even for the players of Madkings. And Madkings, in general, speaking for them, as you mentioned, somehow able to make it till the last moments in those type of circles. But hey, for now, it's time for us to toss to a short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Hello everyone and welcome back to BGIS 2026 The Grind. My name is ICBaby12 at your service. Joining me is going to be Salty as we take you through commentaries for this one final game for Group A in particular. And it seems like a day of comebacks is in order here for Group A. Team Seoul, Hiroshima, Godlike, even Madkings as well is looking to try and chime their way in towards the top 8. And again, we're down towards the final 4 games for them. Today, this match is going to be the last game for today, but tomorrow is going to be their last 3 for this entire group stages. Salty, what do you think of that match?
You know, I really felt that game was going to be extremely close because of the circle and the way Madkings played. But I think like for Madkings, it is a little bit too late. But ladies and gentlemen, it's still not too late for all of you guys because BGMI X Royal Enfield, it's still inside of your games right now. These lovely vehicles, especially the Continental GT650 and the Classic 350. Just make one for yourself and just make way through the maps of BGMI, be it Erangel, Miramar, or whatever you like to play. But coming back to the conversation of how the groups are panning out, I love the fact that Orangutan, they pulled a brilliant comeback on the map of Rondo, just pushing themselves inside of the top 8. But it's still, I somewhere feel like for teams like Godlike, for teams like Madkings, it's going to be a little tough.
Yeah, I kind of agree as well, but it's not really over as well here. Madkings, Hiroshima, Godlike, they did pretty well, but again, the consistent average needs to be delivered here, especially from these two, especially in their last 4 matches, respectively as well. But all things considered, OG, they did switch things up in terms of their drop spots in that match, but let's talk about the MVP here. Shadow OG from Madkings was the MVP with 4 finishes. I think partially he was able to find 3 players off God's Reign in the final rotations coming in from God's Reign, trying to rotate under the river, and got picked off. And alongside him here is going to be Omega from Higgboson. We've got Clutch God from Madkings, and also Bunny from Higgboson. Seems like the finish is kind of diverse between all of the teams here, and I'm not exactly sure how the point standings is going to affect this. But now, let's see. Madkings first position here with 19 points, and Hiroshima Godlike makes a little bounce back here with 12 points.
Of course, you've got Team Godwin as well on that 3rd position, 11 points for them. Team AX, this was a much-needed comeback, by the way, but still could not hit that double digits. 9 points for them. Autobotz, have a look at that, 9 points for them. Rapid Chaos is right at that 8th spot. They are pushing the barriers, they're pushing up the overall standings and the cutoff, and I think making life difficult for all of these teams. Look at that, the fall from Blitz Esports has been immaculate. 124 points for them, 6 points separating them and Nebula Esports, but the bounce back that came in from Orangutan just puts them right at the barrier.
Okay, this is going to be very, very tricky as well, because now the cutoff is at 124 points, so that means it is going to go to somewhere around 130, 135 points. So mathematically, is it possible for teams like Godlike and Madkings to actually make a bounce back? Yes, very, very much, but they need massive gains from this point onwards. So this final game for today, especially for Godlike and Madkings, needs to be a big one in order for them to stand a chance to contest in their last 3 matches for the final few slots for top 8 in particular.
I 100% agree with you over there, but I think for Madkings, this was their first chicken dinner throughout the grind, throughout the 20 matches that they played. The circle was directly on top of them. I was expecting a little bit of a more high fragging affair because they are currently sitting at 86 points. 38 points is what separates them and the 8th position team. I think from this point on, your averages aren't going to be considered. Your 6 to 7 pointer games aren't going to be considered. What you need is those big chicken dinners, and I want to see the desperation from all of these teams. We saw Godlike in the position where they could have actually done much more. They had all the teams surrounding them from all different sides, but could not really go in for those eliminations. I still feel like these players are playing a little individually. You've got S-Power popping off in some games, Jonathan popping off in some games, Admino popping off in some games. That is not going to make the cut.
Yeah, I kind of agree as well, but still, I won't deny the fact that it was really, really impressive for S-Power, you know, single-handedly pushing off Rapid Chaos Esports on themselves on the north, and Manya is focusing on Aryan on the south all by themselves. 2 players holding down those compounds for the longest time, somehow makes it to the endgame zone, and then somehow Manya pulls a miracle nade, takes down Destro, taking away the 2nd position away from God's Reign. I would say that was pretty impressive as well, because it came down towards a 1 versus 1, that if Manya hit that shot, that would have been a legendary moment for Manya.
It actually would have been. I was expecting that Clutch God is going to pop off, and Manya was also expecting that as well. But the TPP advantage, the circle pushing off Manya, off that ridge itself, and Clutch God just having the little benefit. I think that came down to the wire, but of course, these are going to be your games which are certainly your off maps, but on the games that the circles favor you. Like I said, you need to convert those big numbers, otherwise there's going to be no chance. But if we talk about teams who are at the edge, Orangutan did a good job, but they still need another chicken dinner to put themselves through. Reckoning Esports, they were firing in heavy on the map of Rondo. I saw them get in 9 finishes on board, but I still feel like they could not convert that momentum on Erangel.
Agreed. That was a very, very tricky one to actually play as well, but at the same time, I think the biggest highlight is that Seoul obviously has a great start. Even though they fell a little bit short, they still found themselves 7 finishes in total, which they made one smaller mistake and actually lost out the fight against Higgboson, and also getting third party by Victoria Summers, getting third party by Rapid Chaos Esports as well, which was very, very unfortunate. But again, in this circle, especially in Erangel, two of the major changes that kind of affected how the teams rotated in endgame here was coming from Nebula Esports and OG, because OG gave up on Rozok. Nebula actually went far east as well. So I don't know. This might have shaken things up. Hopefully they are going to be able to adapt in this next Herringu game.
You know, you talked about Nebula, you talked about Orangutan, you talked about Soul as well, and I think the biggest positive was Goblin coming back in form. But will that form continue, ladies and gentlemen? We'll find out on this next map of Erangel. Ladies and gentlemen, the big bird goes back up to the skies once again as we fly on top of Erangel for one last time for Group A. Now, this is going to be the game where you want to make sure that your job for the next day, it becomes as easy as possible. For that, you need to convert these big games in your favor. But talking about the flight path itself, it is going to start off from that western highway somewhere on the left-hand side of Quarry towards Stolberg. Now, this is a flight path which does favor majority of the teams who love to go towards the northern terrains. K9, they are going to be extremely happy. Orangutan, they're going to be extremely happy. But God's Reign, who love to go towards the military base, for them, the job gets a little more difficult.
You know what I'm really happy? Godlike actually sitting on the top on the second half here because of their performance as well. So maybe, just maybe, Godlike might be able to make a bounce back. But again, this game is going to be very, very crucial for them. Madkings, they have to do it as well. So also running on a hot streak coming from Rondo, coming into the second game as well. OG can be said the same. But it seems like OG has decided to go home here. So they're not going to be dropping on towards Milta Power this time. They are going to be going back to Rozok. So that means Aryan is most likely going to be kicked out. I might be wrong. Wait a minute. Where is WizGod going? It seems like he's dropping on towards the northern side of Rozok rather than Rozok itself. So, OG, what are they up to?
We'll find out. We've seen that drop collision against Team Soul quite often. Team Soul usually occupy those regions and the school apartments and the school building as well. But sometimes they do try and venture on towards the north side, get the hell south of Rozok as well. But this time it seems like that is not going to be the case. Shots have been fired. Like I said, Nakul has been caught off guard. AK is going to get the first finish on board. This is brilliant stuff coming in from Orangutan. Map awareness and a lot of spread coming in from this team, of course. Like you mentioned, there are a couple of these players who are on the north side of the circle, which is very surprising. I'm not really sure why they are doing so, because you don't really get to loot those compounds up north. Rozok is completely empty. But what was the reason behind that switch?
Yeah, I have no idea. Like, OG decided to go Milta Power in the previous game. Just got completely messed up by the circle. This time, oh, you know what? I'm going home. Just because of the fact that OG is not qualified for the top 8 yet, seems like them slowing down Soul is a good call. And, you know, out of every single one they could have picked off, they actually picked off the Scouter for Soul. That's going to be Knuckle. So, that's going to be a tricky spot to be in, but let's hope Soul is going to be able to do okay. God's Reign, they do make it to the military base uncontested. Aryan is actually on the hunt as well, so I think Aryan might be actually looking to pick a fight with the OG in the outskirts of Rozok later on. But Hero Stream Godlike here, again, very early rotations here as they try to make inside the zone right from the get-go. Not exactly sure what this game plan is, but hopefully it is going to be for the better now as they actually push through. But let's take a look at the replay here. AKOP, oh my goodness, Nako. He just got in the vehicle. Instant first shot, headshot. That is just unlucky of Nako. Very unlucky.
Disgusting spray coming in from AKOP as well. Just wrecking ball, striking Team Soul from somewhere they least expected. But can Godlike expect the presence of Blitz? Because it seems like they are not moving a muscle. Majority of the doors have been shut as well. Blitz trying to keep their position anonymous. And I think Jonathan is aware that there might be somebody present. But his power, not really having that information of Sarvar. OG tucked his tail in that corner. But now have a look at this team. Blitz Esports, they come in from all angles and they shut down Godlike. This is brilliant stuff.
Oh my goodness, that was just a huge blunder coming in from Hero Stream Godlike. They just weren't expecting campers inside for Jinky. And Blitz definitely got the drop on them as well. Seems like they have to play this 2 versus 2. It was S-Power and Manya that got them into the top 2 position just now. Now it's going to be up to Admino and Jonathan to pull a big game this game. It's going to be a tricky one as well. Shots fired from Jonathan. Salva did scout him out. So they are going to be going for the wraparound as well. Soref looking for an off angle to try and capitalize on this. And Mino and Jonathan, they're pretty split off as well. It seems like they are going to be playing individually here for some of this plays. The rest of Blitz is going to be focusing on Jonathan. While Admino is forced to deal with Soref on the sides here. Jonathan only has a Thompson here. Not exactly the greatest to work with. Nades coming from Admino. Oh, does connect on Soref, but no knock whatsoever. But he is going to try and push this, but instead gets jiggled out from the small little corner of that hole. Admino goes down, and only Jonathan remains here from Hero Xtreme Godlike.
There's a brilliant counter coming in from Blitz once again. Just wrapping Team Godlike from all angles and not letting them any breathing room whatsoever. A little bit of an error move coming in from Admino, which I did not really understand. He thought that he had that man down to 1 HP, but it seems like he was mistaken majorly, and now just leaves Jonathan all by himself. Now Blitz Esports, they might actually go on the hunt, but we'll find out what happens to that fight. Elsewhere, it seems like Nebula, they are looking to get the winners of the last game, Madkings. They've been caught. Cyrax is down already. A lot of responsibility on Pro. Nomi is charging against him, and I think Pro has absolutely nothing left to do. No meds to patch himself up, still trying to go for it. The PP Bison does get the first knock, but he steps on fire. Now that is unlucky.
Oh, a little bit unfortunate there, but Nebula, they do clean out a couple members coming from Madkings, and it seems like the chances for Hero Xtreme Godlike and Madkings is going to slip away from this game as well. As Nebula Esports continues their assault, Shadow OG wants to try and get a couple refracts in, but the nades from Kratos will connect him. And just like that, two teams eliminated barely 6 minutes into the game. Godlike, Madkings, two of the best performing teams from the last map, has been shut down completely in this game. What a wipeout.
I love the fact that Nebula, they're actually doing their homework, I see. They understand it's usually Madkings who love these two compounds. They hold it till the end of the world. And of course, if you are holding these compounds, it kind of becomes easy target because you are locked in. Don't really have a lot of breathing room. Can't really move about as well. Just easy pickings for Nebula Esports at the start of the game. 3 eliminations being found on the other side. Blitz, they're also going to find the loot truck as well as the crates of Team Godlike. Now, if we study what Mania has always been up to, you get to see whenever he struggles to get those consistent performance on board, he goes in for those early pushes towards the center of the circle. And once again, his approach was the same. He wanted to push inside the circle pretty early on, because of which he wanted to get control of Pochinki, but it seems like he had no idea that Blitz were holding down the compounds.
Yeah, it's just a little bit unfortunate as well. But at the same time, Pochinki is not exactly center of the circle as well, so I was very surprised that they decided to contest Blitz, but unfortunately for them, they are going to be wiped out. Blitz find themselves 4 points in the back. Meanwhile, Blitz, they are going to be leaving behind here, and, well, Jonathan's Porsche pretty much lying on the sides here. Blitz, do they go for it? Nope, they don't want to.
Again, bringing our conversation back to what Mania and his strategy has been up to, yeah, for sure, it was unfortunate. No information being found, but I think it has been a pattern. I see we've actually seen those pushes coming in from Godlike without the information or whether or not teams are positioned in. And I think it's happening almost every other game. So if it starts becoming a pattern, why don't you counter it?
Exactly, but I'm sorry, I'm just completely ignored you just because of the fact that I want to pay attention to that beautiful Porsche, because it does comes in 4 models and there's 8 variations from you to choose from. And again, Jonathan has picked one of the nicest ones that I kind of like right now. But let's take a look at the recap on what things happened. Seems like Blitz Esports, they may have had a little bit of a oopsie trying to take down the convoy itself. A little bit of blunder, but on the finish feed, seems like Soul, they've lost Goblin as well to Victorious Summers, as Soul decides to take a fight up onto his Victorious Summers on the north side.
But the circle's shift up north. TrueRippers. You can see those 3 lads in a wide spread. You've got Kyolama up north of the northeast parts of the map itself. You've got Jelly, you've got Hydro. They are in position. This can actually be a good game for TrueRippers. They might want to try and get the first position for themselves, but the cavalry which comes in from the south side, the migration, seems like there are going to be certain teams, namely ORANGUTAN, who can counter this.
Wow, based on this zone as well, it seems like it is going to be shifting onto the northern side of Rozok as well, so it's going to be open fields. Teams without vehicles is going to have a little bit of a struggle here. OG, they have a nice, very compound to work with, so doesn't stand a chance to actually contest this as well, considering that down to his 2 players right from the get-go. So only thing they can do is pretty much share their forces, but if any team decides to crash on the Soul, they're pretty much going to get wiped out. No way of defending this, I would say. But now, let's take a look at what Nebula is doing as well. They're going to be coming in from shooting range. Seems like they're going to try and hunker down in shooting range before actually pushing out here. Maybe even trying to get control of 70 Fizz as well, because the circle may shift even further up north. So they're making a little bit of a gamble, but I guess they are going to be trying to dodge some fights before continuing on. Phoenix does have 8 smokes to work with, so they do have the weaponry to actually work with. But for now, let's take a little bit of replay here on how Madkings got shut down. Nebula Esports went in for the flush, got the first knock, and this nade from Kratos perfectly placed in Shadow OG, just cleaning them out. Very unlucky of Madkings though.
Like I said, Nebula, they knew exactly where Madkings are positioned. It just all comes down to how much homework you've done, how well you've studied the teams, and how well you studied the circles. And like I said, they also know the fact, just like you mentioned, the circle does have the tendency to push up north, potentially moving towards Severny and the region just south of Severny as well. Nebula are exactly in those positions. It just goes to show that Adi is, of course, doing a lot of work outside of the limelight, outside of the games as well, and that should reflect on the overall standings. They are on the 9th spot, 121 points. They are trying their level best to push inside the top 8, potentially moving into the quarters, but then their journey might just get halted because they have got another team in their backlines, and I'm not sure if Adi is expecting this. Autobotz, they are trying to go in for a much larger rotation, injecting themselves inside from the lands of Severny. Now this is where Nebula might just get caught off guard.
Yeah, right now Autobotz has no clue, and Nebula is actually busy checking the entire northern region here with this white split. But at the same time, Nomi has pretty much scouted out Autobotz's rotation here, so he needs to actually back out. He's all by himself. He's too far away from his team. But Autobotz is a little bit hesitant to actually pick him as well, not knowing that there's not going to be any kind of backup coming from Nebula Esports. But with the circle shifting on towards where Soul and OG is, every single team is going to be colliding on towards the mountain terrains and where Soul is as well. This is going to be a complete massacre in the center of the zone.
It's going to be a little hard for them to actually hold that position. Not really a lot of hard cover for yourself. Team 8-bit, they've spotted God's Reign rotating right on the south side. One of their players, Destro, has been taken down. God's Reign without retaliating. They want to fly away from this position. They understand they can't take a pit stop, and that is exactly what's causing them so much harm. Look at that spray coming in from Raiden. It was brilliant on that first game. 5 eliminations on board, and he wants to carry on that form. He seems very, very confident in taking these fights. But God's Reign, they fly away. Justin is, of course, out of spraying range. You've got Neo as well in close proximities. He understands that this hovercraft isn't really going to do much damage against him, but understand this entirety of Team 8-bit, they are lying in wait. As soon as God's Reign make one unforced error, they'll be quick to pounce.
Yeah, God's Reign also doesn't really want to engage against them as well, considering that the circle is not in their favor yet. 8-bit looking to try and dock in up on a different spot as well. And like you said, the hovercraft is going to be a crucial factor on setting up the next ambush here. And especially how open it is, it might be sprayed down and they are going to be forced in an awkward situation. So good call there from 8-bit to reposition, to try and find a different angle. But let's take a look at what Reckoning is doing as well. Seems like Reckoning Esports, they have taken away where TrueRippers were residing previously. So they do have a very interesting split here to try and capitalize on teams coming from the north side. But again, very, very tricky spot to be in. 8-bits finds a different approach to enter, and seems like they are going to be driving past Aryan here. The question here is, will 8-bit decide to go in for the slam, or will they decide to move on and go in for a fight against K9, who's a little bit far east side of Aryan? Well, seems like 8-bit, they're looking for an opener.
From the map feed that we have, it seems like Aryan, they've actually devoted Devotee onto a different angle. They want to create that flank for sure, and I guess Team 8-bit have no idea about it. If Team 8-bit, they decide to get those compounds for themselves right at the edge of the circle, they might be in some problems because Devotee from the backline certainly can cause them harms. But Team 8-bit, they decide to do otherwise. They want to still go around the circle, go around the edges and find different injection points. No value against taking this fight against Team Aryan, who are, by the way, on the 16th position, something which I absolutely not expected.
Yeah. But at the same time, 8-bit making the right call here. They're just waiting for some sort of sound cues before they go in for slam. I guess 8-bit's decision is looking for those third parties. And K9, look at this, Knight. He scouted the entire roster coming for 8-bit. No shots being made, but Knight He's looking for an off angle to try and capitalize on this as well. They're looking for one mistake for 8-bit. But as soon as they say this, the circle does favor on towards K9 on the north side, so they have to group up. And 8-bit also looking to try and make a pounce on them as well. Soul and OG going to be gatekeepers from the south side. Soul with a 2-man roster, and OG with a 4-man roster. Blitz has to push through, Victorious Summers has to push through, Rapid Chaos Esports have to push through as well, and Higgboson has to cross the river from the south side.
I think Higgboson, for them, the game is at its absolute toughest right now. They are one of those teams who might actually have a very long journey away from them, because crossing on that river, especially with so many teams marking that Rozhok region, it will be deadly. They don't really have those injection points, but we'll talk about that later on as K9 Esports. They're the ones who open things up. Slug open fires at that hovercraft, Team 8-bit. They will try and fly away. K9 Esports, they are looking like absolute warriors guarding this entirety of the northwestern part of the circle, not letting Team 8-bit enter, get any space whatsoever, and that is the cause of problems for Team 8-bit. Yeah, no breathing room, nowhere to actually inject themselves in.
8-bit is just waiting for a Hail Mary. They need a third party. And right now, they haven't been able to find anything yet. Nobody's looking to try and engage against K9, and that's going to be a problem for them. Meanwhile, Higgboson, seems like they do have the sights on towards God's Rain, who's trying to rotate back on towards the east side, outside the zone here. It seems like they're forced to disembark under the bridge itself, and Higgboson has got them completely locked down, and God's Rain, they're getting completely dismantled right now from both angles, from the north and the south.
Problems can come across for Bunny, who is the only player who is on the northern island, of course. Does not have a lot of cover to work with. Team Aryan in the back line, but have a look at this. Opening being found, 2 knocks being secured, but Bunny gets taken down. Now that is a tragedy being struck on Higgboson. That was a brilliant opening, but it seems like all that hard work might just get benefited to some other teams. Team God's Rain, they want to fly away from the situation.
Yeah, they have to go in for the reset as well. They themselves are outside the zone. They can't really pick on towards Higgboson, but it seems like Devotee is going to be able to get the confirmation here. Henry and Aimbot is down because of the play coming from Higgboson from Bunny. But even then, it did buy enough time for Higgboson to rotate away here. Yash has made it to the north, and now the bridge comes in. Yash is going to try and provide cover fire for them to cross the bridge. Omega getting still knocked though. They need to be picked up, and God's Rain finds the confirmation on Omega instead. Hero tried to save him, but unfortunately, it gave enough time for God's Rain for the reset because of that small little skirmish with Ari just now. And now Higgboson pretty much caught out in the open. Blitz going to be in the Harry Potter on the east side. But even then, they're pretty much exposed. Hero, oof, getting dropped down low. Zone's coming in. Higgboson caught out in the open. And OG, they're going to push out to the south here to try and pressure the teams in the south even more.
Like I said, for Higgboson Esports, this is going to be one of their most difficult rotations. Crossing on that river, never easy. And of course, like I said, in the south side, it's going to be one of those high traffic areas. Every team will have their eyes on it, and now just one player survives from them. They've done much more difficult rotations in the past. They've traversed kilometers inside of the map, but it seems like now Higgboson will be one of the first teams to get eliminated. Late rotation inside of the northern circle, it never works out.
Oh, it seems like Soul was able to find a knock right there. That's going to be 1 point in the bag for Soul, at least, because of Higgboson. But at the same time, look at the circle. Shifts down back south again. OG has one of the prime positions to punish every single team, while everybody else is scrambling to try and get into the zone. Stuck in the crossfires between each other from every part inside this circle. God's Rain still hasn't really found a way to push through. Aryan is the one to gatekeep them as well. Neo looking for an opener. Try and find space. Aryan also trying to push them aboard. But even then, Aryan, they want to get control of the south side so that they can have off angles on OG. And God's Rain is not making it easy for them.
Look at the cluster on the south side of the circle. You can see it from the minimap itself. You've just got 4 teams in that small little corner. And I'm pretty sure all these teams are going to be duking for the control of the south side. K9 Esports, like I said, they've been marking the doors against Team 8-bit and not allowing them any breathing room. This time, the cavalry just moves away from them. K9 wants to actually get a piece of Team 8-bit. Knight spraying them down upon. Doesn't really seem like majority of those shots are going to connect Team 8-bit. They have been given a lifeline, but it just seems like Knight, he's going into the blue to actually find his first knock. Now this is insane aggression.
Oh my goodness, Knight, does he make it out? Oh, he does! He actually punishes them as well. What a play coming from K9. But 8-Bit, they never found their opener, and now they're forced to disengage from the fight, and now they are going to be slamming from the southwest corner. And Aryan actually abandoning their ship, so that gives 8-Bit a little bit of space to work with to kind of regather their strategies on what to do next. Because as of yet, they're still hugging the edges of the corners as God's Reign hasn't been able to pepper fire here. As God's Reign, they send Neo to try and give it a check here. They were expecting that maybe Aryan is still there, but it seems like it's not going to be the case. But K9 Esports, look at this. The confidence on Knight. It's just take fights after fights. Now Lovish gets found out by Ninja Boy. Reckoning Esports losing one player and Slug looking for the slam as well. K9 Esports, they are an absolute mad beast.
This is the beast that we've always been talking about. One of the best teams to actually watch out for in the lobby. They have a plethora of eliminations. They've crossed on the double 100 mark as well. 201 points secured inside of this game. Reckoning needs to be wary about from where Team K9 is going to strike. You've got Ninja Boy and Umoya on the right-hand flank. You've got Slug, who is constantly a massive problem on his vehicle. Intensely mobile. As soon as a knock does come across, Team K9 will be quick to counter it. But it seems like Ninja Boy has been taken down. Retaliation fire from Team Reckoning Esports. Pretty nicely done over there. Slug and Knight is still holding on this angle, not really letting Team Reckoning Esports pass by. And one of their players has been taken down as well. I don't think he's getting any revival off whatsoever.
Oh no, Knight, he got spotted out as well. The hesitation is coming in now. Driving away as well. He is going to get knocked, and just like that, K9, they get punished for being absolutely crazy to go in for the push. And just like that, Reckoning Esports fights the flank, takes the boundary. We're down towards the final 8 team in this game. And Reckoning Esports will be coming from the north side. And this might be the perfect game for OG. But again, Autobotz still finding space from the east side. Soul needs to push out of the zone as of yet.
Have a look at this. Team Autobotz, they understand that Team Soul, they're hunkered down this corner. Just one small little hut is what they control. And 2 players, Legit and Joker, are the only forces the Team Soul have to rely on for the rest of this game. There is, of course, Blitz Esports in the back lines. Have to be wary of the third-party presence. Team Autobot just gone carelessly pushing. But if a nade comes through, if it finds the opening, I guess the job gets much more easier. But like I said, Team K9 Esports, they were way too eager to take those fights against Reckoning, and they had to pay the price for it. Reckoning have complete control of the Northern Frontier.
Oh, look at this perspective. Autobots, they're trying to clear out Soul before pushing in. Knowing that Soul may put a dent into their offense here as well. Here comes a nade. Hoping to find connection. No connection, but Soul, they know they are getting attacked. As Autobots, they've sent a read for the flank, but Soul, they need to get out soon. The vehicles is parked in favor of Autobots as well. So that means Soul, they're trapped. They have no way out. The exit strategy is completely shut off. As Autobots slowly circling the way, doesn't want to overcommit to this play. Nades are coming in. Legit. Looking for the counter nade. Lobs it over. Misses by a mark here. Wrong angle to work with. Doesn't exactly know where Pro is lobbing those nades from as well. And they're completely blind. But Pro, he finds the perfect angle. It looks good, but no damage. No connection. They don't know he's there. But he's going to try and make an attempt as well. Here comes the nades. Oh, it is going to stop Legit from getting out as well. Mistakes were made. And finally, Joker spots it out. And he's going to go for the mad push. He goes for the spray. He gets the knock, but he's so low. He finds another point. But does he have enough time to pick Legit up? Yes, they do. 1 minute 20 before the circle completely closes in. As Soul is going to look for the reset. However, OG in the middle of the zone gets slammed by Blitz. They're taking too much damage. The nades coming in from AKOP connects to Soul Ref as well. OG, they want to clean them all out.
They certainly do.
And they do! They get the clean. They get the wipeout.
They certainly don't, but Team Orangutan, for them, problems are going to escalate from the backlines. God's Reign, and they are going to be coming in. They are in that dip, of course. They are absolutely trapped, and they certainly are split up as well. Not a lot of trade potential. WizGod in that front line. God's Reign coming in from the back. This can be a good backstab. Athanki is still fixated on Team Orangutan. It seems like they are taking fights on different directions. Soul has been wiped off. Now, this is interesting stuff. AK finds a piece of the pie. Athanki as well is up there on that finish feed. But elsewhere, it seems like Team 8-Bit, they certainly are charging in against Team IX. Couple of those players being hunkered down in the corner, but the nade being cooked up. This can do damage, but no, wait. What? It seems like it was someone else. It was Athanki from the distance who takes down Team AX. Once again, another finish going in the bag of Team Orangutan. They've done a miraculous job from the central parts of the circle. Once again, beautiful positioning from Aru. It seems like Team 8-Bit wants to join a similar fray.
Oh boy. A very, very tricky spot to be in. With the circle pushing up north as well. OG still having control of those compounds on the south side. 8-Bit, they found their way to push through. They finally found some sort of space. But based on how the zone is, it's kind of open. But what a shot from AKOP. Instant takedown. Neo goes down. WizGod tries to go in for the flank to try and get those conversions, but gets punished by Juicy on the side. The return fires are coming in. 8-Bit also getting shot from Reckoning Esports from the north side. This four-way showdown seems to be at a standstill of each team's trying to capitalize on each other.
You know, there's this game, this circle, it puts everything in favor of Reckoning Esports. They have got complete control of the circle, and this cluster on the south side is just feeding grounds for Reckoning. They can get on an absolute finish frenzy. What remains to be seen is how these teams duke it out. Who comes out alive from this entire cluster, as Reckoning can see all of this warfare from the distance. Shots coming through. Roman finds a knock against Justin. JDR wants to drive in through. AKOP gets knocked out from the backlines. Brilliantly done, Team 8-Bit. They were lying low in wait, waiting for Team Orangutan to make an error, and here they do. And here comes the nade. Team Orangutan might not live for long.
The perfect nade needs to be lobbed over here. 8-Bit, they're weak right now. But at the same time, OG is even weaker. They need to find an opener. They need to push in. But Reckoning Esports is lying in wait as well. The counter nade comes in from OG, but the nade comes through for Sarang. Gets the confirmation. Atenki is down as well. OG, they have been bullying everyone in this lobby for the south side. Now, they're getting attacked. And Reckoning Esports is going to chime in as well as Sahil pushes up forward. OG, they're getting completely pincered right now.
They certainly are. Raiden in the close lines, of course. Juicy trying to support him from the back lines. Zaru throws in that little bit of utility to keep them at bay, but from the back lines, the Reckoning Esports have closed up the distance. Now this is going to be an opportunity to third party for them, and this is brilliantly done. 8-Bit, they are hurting Team OG in the process. They are absolutely sandwiched and nowhere to escape from the back line. Sahil through the smoke is doing so much damage. Aru falls. Team Orangutan, they've been wiped out. Team 8-Bit, they are still standing tall. But it seems like the nades from Reckoning, they are ever so deadly. This is a 3v3, but one player from 8-Bit is, of course, down. Team 8-Bit have been cornered. Reckoning Esports are an absolute wrecking ball in this fight.
Now it's going to be a 3v3, but the big nade from Levi gets two, and now down towards a 3 versus 1. Raiden outside in the smoke, all by himself. He's looking for a flank. The shots come through, expose his position, but he is surrounded, and he goes down, and Reckoning Esports will win the winner-winner chicken dinner.
What a wonderful game just coming through, and all of this happened because they did win that fight against K9 Esports, gaining entirety of that control of the Northern Frontier. K9 understood that that was one of those positions where they had to control. Other than that, I think K9 Esports had no errors throughout that game, but that fight against Reckoning that they lost, it seems like the chicken dinner just went from their favor to Reckoning Esports.
This is just a really, really unfortunate game here, but at the same time, OG still did pretty okay. Overall, they are the best performing team in terms of points as well. They got the first chicken dinner, and even here, they got a high amount of finishes. Yes, they bowed on third place, but they were the biggest bully in that game for every single team from the south side. And even then, everyone was just struggling as well. They were right in these compounds, right from the start to the end, and again, every team that tried to protect them just got completely free-shotted by OG, especially for God's Reign. We have teams like 8-Bit as well, was forced to actually play on the sides as well. I think Aryan was also one of those teams that got stuck in the south. Higgboson completely wiped off. But what really surprised me in this game was that Reckoning Esports was able to come out on top of the north side, capitalize on this situation, realizing that, hey, there's no one in the north. Let's tag team with 8-Bit and then just wipe off OG.
I think with the layman language, Orangutan, they had a lot of risks and a lot of rewards lined up with it. But of course, we'll talk about Orangutan. But for now, we have to talk about the team Reckoning Esports. Levi, once again, just shining really bright. 7 eliminations secured by this own lad itself. Roman and Sahil with 4 eliminations shared. And it just goes to show that they had 15 to actually show for. That was an absolute banger performance coming in from Reckoning Esports. 25 points along with the chicken dinner. It just goes to show that they're making that big bounce. It's not just Soul, not just OG, even Reckoning are going to be in the picture of that race of top 8.
Yeah, and I don't know what's happening in Group A, but again, everyone is just fighting for a slot. Like, Seoul obviously did a fantastic job of making it towards the top, but even then, they tried their best in the final game here. Didn't really get too much points. Second game, they got wiped out a little bit early. I was like, it's kind of sad. They only got like 7 points-ish. First game, they almost got a chicken dinner, but I think OG is the one that's giving chase right now, which is good.
Yeah.
That means the cutoff is going to go even higher. And I don't know, man. I feel bad, but again, the race is still on. It might come down towards the final 3 games this week, again here for Group A.
That is what is left inside of the group right now. Final 3 games for Team Group A, and there's still at least 10 teams who are in that race. 10 to 11 teams who are in that race, of course. But again, you've got to give credit to Aru, because we were talking about that drop location on the north side of Rozhok, and why was that in particular? Because Rozhok was completely empty. Why would we want to try and go northwards? But that rotation itself gave them that first position in those compounds. That is how they backed the entire position. Big bad bullies inside of the lobby for sure, but I think that for Orangutan, a lot more remains to be done, because still 3 matches remain. I think they need another banger performance to secure their positions at the top 8.
Oh boy, it is going to be risky here, but for now, we're going to be concluding Group A as of now. We'll be back with Group A tomorrow, and right after this short break, we'll bring you guys a new set of group, and that's going to be Group B playing right after this very, very short break. See you guys right after this.
When the rider breathes, the road wakes. Enemies ahead. I'm going in. A lone survivor stands, and everything waits. The map unfolds. And the journey begins. As the rider breathes, the path bows. Limits? They're just marks in the dust. Because in the battlegrounds, there are no limits. Beyond limits.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back after that very short break, and this is BGIS, the Grind 2026 that you're watching. 3 matches remain for Group A, but 6 for Group B. And now we are going to continue with, of course, the matches of Group B. To join alongside with me is going to be iSuper Johnny on the desk. And we just had a fight while the break was going on because he was like, no, the GD Continental 650 is better. And I was like, nah, man, the classic 350 is just way more classy.
Depends, man. I mean, you want to go the distance, I like going fast. So, yeah, I mean, to each their own. But the luckiest thing or the best thing about this collab between Royal Enfield and BGMI is that you have both the options available. So, choose your pick.
Absolutely. And choosing our pick, it seems like we have to talk about the stats from that last game. It was an absolute showdown coming in from Reckoning Esports, something which I was expecting from them. Levi, just absolutely brilliant out there. You've got all the top players on this particular leaderboard. Levi at the top, 7 eliminations for him. 47% finish contribution, which is brilliant. Sarang with 4 eliminations. You've got Sahil on 4 and Roman on 4 as well. This goes to show that Team 8-Bit also kind of made a little bit of a bounce back, but then I think it's a little too late for 8-Bit.
It might be a little too late. We'll have to see. They're going to need like chicken dinners after chicken dinners once they show up tomorrow, because that is the only thing that can save them right now. But Reckoning Esports, me and Necro had this conversation at the start of the day that Levi, he started performing yesterday, and since then Reckoning has picked up a pace by quite a lot. Even in this game, 25 points for Reckoning Esports. Then you have OG with 15. God's Reign, I think them finishing in the top 4 doesn't really matter. Same goes for Blitz with those 6 points. I think Blitz are able to maintain that 8th position though for themselves.
They certainly are, but it seems like the chase from Orangutan and Reckoning is going to start causing problems for Blitz, because now you start to need to get those chicken dinners as well as big matches on board. The cutoff for Group A, it's actually going sky high. A little bit of a dip coming in from Madkings and Godlike as well. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. This is what I was talking about. Look at the top 8. Reckoning Esports have made it through. Orangutan have made it through. But Rapid Chaos, somebody who has been always placed inside the top 8 and now been outside. They've been thrown out. Blitz as well. They've been thrown out.
My apologies. That performance from Blitz did matter apparently. And it mattered for that single point, because 131 on OG, and then you have Blitz and Rapid Chaos with 130 points to them. And it's not just them. I think today it has been a nightmare for Nebula Esports, to be honest, because they started the day on the 8th position and now they find themselves on the 11th. 10 points far away from the 8th spot, from the top 8 that moves to the quarterfinals. Tomorrow is going to be of the utmost important for 4 teams in particular: Rapid Chaos, Blitz, Nebula and 8-Bit as well. Because from 108, 131, you can cover up that difference in 3 matches. In fact, the cutoff, I believe, is going to be around 140 or 145. And if 8-Bit, again, we spoke about those chicken dinners. If they get those chicken dinners, they can surpass the 140-point marker.
They certainly are looking a lot more active as compared to their initial days. It seems like Team 8-Bit, they are picking up the pace. But if we talk about mathematically, I still feel that even Godlike has a chance. We've seen teams do that. NoNx Esports, in fact, in those 3 matches, they had 63 points to show for. If Godlike pull up a performance like that, nothing like it. But ladies and gentlemen, you know what? It's not just the pros who are part of the BGIS. You can actually do the same as well. All you've got to do is go to Discovery Island. No UC spent is required. Just make your matches worth a while. And of course, due to it, our prize pool is going to get boosted. It currently stands at 2 crores, but you can boost it till up to 4 crore rupees, which is going to be massive, of course. And alongside it, you also gain rewards while doing that. I mean, it's a win-win situation for everyone.
It is a win-win situation. And of course, I mean, if you do that, you also, I would say, can make things even better for yourself if you get the Royal Pass along with it, because you're playing the game, you're getting cosmetics from the Royal Pass, you're getting the UC refund from the Royal Pass, you're contributing to the prize pool of BGIS and getting cosmetics from Discovery Island as well. Imagine, so many pretty skins, man.
Yeah, I mean, you know what? The Rebel Rogue Fox, it just makes it worthwhile. But nonetheless, we'll talk about the best moments from Group B so far, and it seems like there are going to be a lot of teams eyeing that comeback. And the one team that comes in my mind, Johnny, has to be LASTADE Esports. Yesterday, they certainly played really well. 4TR falling a little behind. What are your thoughts about 4TR and LASTADE?
I think 4TR's yesterday's performance was better than today. Today, 4TR was kind of missing. But LASTADE and Reckoning Esports, I mean, they are about to start their performance, my apologies. But LASTADE and Reckoning Esports were kind of phenomenal. Zutsu on the other side has been good. Zutsu has maintained their composure. I think the only bad days that Zutsu has that I can recall was day 1.
Yeah, you know, we just had a stat at the start of the day which shows that how many 0-pointer games all of the teams had. And Zutsu, apparently, they have had 0 0-pointer games, by the way. They have never gotten eliminated at 0 point, which is absolutely brilliant. 155 points is what they have acquired. Genesis Esports stands on that second position, 145. NoNx with 142. But then the problem lies at the bottom of that top 8. You've got Rising Esports, 111. EVOX closely following suit with 109. There's a little bit of a gap here. There's not a lot of tough competition. H4K, LASTADE, SINEWY, as well as X Esports, they are still in the race, but that gap needs to be overcome.
Alright, so 4TR, let me correct myself. 4TR's day before yesterday was good. Yesterday was when we saw them take a tumble. The Rondo performance yesterday was decent at max. I think they made it to the top 3, top 4 and then just got destroyed. But after that, those 2 Erangles did not go their way. In this particular group, Group B, I think the outliers, and not in a good way, are going to be KALINGA and SINEWY. Because KALINGA started off on a great note, then fell apart. They are outside of the top 8. And SINEWY has 2 chicken dinners and yet are sitting outside of the top 8.
It's a very big surprise, to be honest, on why SINEWY Esports are not being able to make their presence felt. But talking about having their presence felt, these are the top 5 players, ladies and gentlemen. You've got Hunter, Stray God, Lucifer, Flock and Rapido up there. And these boys have been phenomenal. And the most surprising aspect has to be Rapido, because I think nobody expected NoNx to be in the top 5, especially when they started their journey from the bottom 3. But Rapido and Arthur, these 2 big men, they've actually made their presence felt so much that NoNx is now feared inside of the lobby.
Yeah, I mean, Rapido has been incredible. I think Anonymous as well from the side of NoNx has been quite phenomenal. These 2 players, they've been the key reason that NoNx, as you mentioned, in a single day was able to take that leap from the bottom 3 to the top 4. And it was phenomenal. Multiple chicken dinners. I think 2 chicken dinners. And in the game that they did not win, they were second in that particular match. And of course, with a lot of eliminations as well. It was surprising. I think it also caught Genesis Esports off guard. Because Genesis was at one point competing for the top spot, but they thought their competition was only going to be with Zutsu. Surprise, surprise. NoNx is also there now.
Absolutely. But then, of course, ladies and gentlemen, we have to talk about certain teams, and the casters are talking about these teams in particular. Ankybot and Spiro, they start off with EVOX and the Night Mobs. Night Mobs, by the way, yesterday were absolutely phenomenal. SINEWY for IC and Raman, which is a little bit of faith going in. Johnny went ahead with Genesis. As usual, this man always goes for the safest picks out there. Maisie with X Esports. Yesterday, their games were absolutely phenomenal. And me and Necro, for the first time, we agree on something together. LASTADE Esports.
I mean, LASTADE has had an interesting journey. It's been filled with a lot of ups and downs. We haven't seen that consistency that we wanted to see from them, because this team started off on a great note. The first 2 days of grind, we saw aggression from their side. They were stable inside of the top 5 in the matches that they played. And that kind of was surprising to see from LASTADE Esports. But since then, I think there was a little bit of dip and they're still struggling to recover a little bit. But since we know that once the confidence sets in again, once stability is attained by LASTADE, they have potential to find a break and, of course, to just roll with the momentum. Today's 3 matches for them are going to be very crucial.
You know, I still remember that one incident from yesterday when EVOX and LASTADE were in similar position, by the way. But EVOX actually went on a fight against LASTADE Esports, eliminated their closest competitors and snatched that 8th position away from them. And that is one of the reasons why EVOX went on to win that game. And now there's a big lead in between LASTADE Esports and EVOX. How do you handle that?
I mean, even EVOX's performance yesterday was a big surprise, because EVOX was a team that was struggling at the start. And like, I thought that, okay, recovery for them is going to be difficult, but in the last few matches in particular, as you mentioned, yesterday's performances, I think there's a new wave of confidence in the players of EVOX. As you mentioned, they're picking fights proactively, they're getting hyper-aggressive in situations where the other team themselves are not going to expect them to make that bounce. And that is something that has kind of helped EVOX out a lot.
Absolutely. And even if you talk about individual players, I think initially it was just Evil who was keeping this team up and alive. from yesterday or maybe from day before yesterday, I feel like Spy, Karlan, Shadow, all the players just started to find their form, and EVOX, they certainly are going to be one of the teams to watch out for. But currently they are into the top 8. We have to talk about teams who can actually make it through, and the team on the spotlight is our pick, LASTADE Esports. 70 finishes, 16,210 points of damage, total points 96 is where they stand right now. 13 points separate them and the 8th spot, but that is 13 points lead, which means if EVOX have a good day today, I think they can still retain their position. LASTADE, they are going to continue chasing no matter what.
I think LASTADE, the only thing they need to work on is that survival time. It's a situation kind of similar to TKM, but TKM, again, the most impressive thing about TKM and what makes them special is that fight win rate when they are drop clashing teams.
Yeah.
They never lose. LASTADE, maybe sometimes they're going to lose a few players, which makes their situation moving forward in the game a little bit more dire. But sub 18-minute survival times means on average you are getting taken out about stage 6, stage 7. And that is that one place where LASTADE seem to struggle. If they are able to push that average survival time to about 20 minutes or so, I think this is going to be a team that is comfortably that will be very comfortable in making their way inside of the top 5, because the aggression, the firepower is there. We have seen it in action.
Absolutely. You mentioned about the Night Mobs. It seems like this particular team, they have one very interesting attribute about them. I feel like when they drop inside of the map, they wear boxing gloves along with them, because they are ready to fight no matter what. They can even take you down on a fist fight or even with the daggers as well.
That has happened. I mean, the very first game, that is how they took out the players of Wyld Fangs. I mean, at least they tried. One of the players from TKM found a weapon and ended up shooting the players of Wyld Fangs while they were just busy going at it with the other lads with those daggers. But yeah, TKM, they don't seem to care. Whatever they get, they're going to use. And one thing is for sure, as far as the maps of Erangels are considered, that's the first paranoia for all the other 15 teams, that is TKM coming for us now, because they have never drop clashed the same team twice.
Absolutely. You mentioned about that drop clash against Wyld Fangs, and one interesting thing which always comes to my mind is, again, Wyld Fangs' aggression. But on the map of Miramar, it just goes to show that on the map of Miramar, they have gotten themselves the most amount of points that they have acquired out of the 3 games. Today, they are going to be playing those 2 maps of Miramar, and I'm excited. Are they going to be position points and finish points, or is just Prey God going to go on a lone warrior?
I mean, for me, Wyld Fangs is an interesting name. I think Wyld Fangs in a group like this should have automatically qualified in the top 8. For this particular group, qualified for round 4, because it's when on paper that roster has a championship level player, and Sensei is a veteran in his own right. I mean, not in his own right, he is a veteran for sure, but we'll put a pin in that thought. For now, we have a head-to-head. It's a player face-off. Reaper from Team Tamilas and Arthur from the side of NoNx, 2 incredible athletes. And yesterday, even Team Tamilas were on fire. They were consistent yesterday, because of which right now they sit in the top 4.
You know, this is one of the reasons why Team Tamilas have always benefited. Look at the difference in the average survival time. On Arthur, you just have 16 minutes and 6 seconds. Meanwhile, on Reaper, you've got 21 minutes and 20 seconds. Now, that 5 minutes has a drastic impact. Team Tamilas, every time they get good games, they ensure that all 4 players are still up alive on their 4s. And it just goes to show that this is a team that takes teamwork extremely seriously. And I think all the undergods who are out there, who are watching and trying to understand and learn how to play, can learn from Team Tamilas on how to place their players and keep them alive.
Pretty much, I think that, as you pointed out, this team has a very good habit of making sure, of figuring out how to keep their numbers intact till the end game. And that is that one thing that makes them special. But on the other side, NoNx, what makes them special is that there are these key moments where sometimes instead of playing passive, you need to brute force your way through. And NoNx are not afraid of just running face first into whatever danger is there in front of them and finding a way out.
Absolutely. And I think NoNx Esports today will be their day to showcase their class. Will they find the #1? Or are they going to be taking a dip? Now, that is a question which still remains. But ladies and gentlemen, it seems like we're going to be taking a very short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be coming back with the first map of Group B very soon. As promised, ladies and gentlemen, we are back after a very short break. Apologies for the delay, but now the matches of Group B as scheduled are going to be taking place. 3 maps remain, of course, for the course of the day. One, of course, is going to be Erangel, and the next 2 is going to be the map of Miramar. And, of course, to discuss about it, it is going to be iQOO. But Johnny, back on the desk once again. How was your shuttle break and how are you feeling right now?
Oh, it was fun. I feel extremely relaxed right now, as you can see from my posture. But of course, I mean, focusing on the teams, I hope they are relaxed because it is about to get very intense. We had a look at the performances that were there from the teams yesterday. A few key names ahead to it as well. I want to know your expectations. Who do you think from the bottom 8 right now can sneak their way in?
You know, I already mentioned
LASTADE.
LASTADE Esports, but I also have my faith in SINEWY because I don't feel like SINEWY Esports deserve to be on the bottom 8. They have performed brilliantly in the last year.
I agree with you on both those names, but there's one name that we kind of have missed out on, and this was also a name that was struggling in the bottom 3 before, up until 2 days ago, but in the last 2 days, under the radar, they've flown quite nicely, quite smoothly, and sailed their way on the 9th position. I'm talking about H4K.
Ooh. Actually, very true, by the way. H4K, especially Sujul and the rest of the lads, they have made themselves in a position where they can contest, but they are, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, around that mid-80 point barrier. 35 plus is what is required. Where are they right now? How many points do they have?
They are sitting at 98 points on the 9th position. Yeah, that's how under the radar they have been.
Wow, nobody noticed that actually. In fact, which means they've actually beaten SINEWY along the way as well.
Yes. And all of this happened in the last 2 days itself, because H4K was off to a very slow start. But in the last 2 days, first of all, there was a lot of aggression during the late game stages. And, well, they were making it to the late game stages. So, both those two things combined have helped this team sort of climb all the way to the 9th position. But, again, from the 9th till the 8th position, there is about 11 points that they need. So, H4K, the job is not yet done. And as you mentioned, the biggest threat for them are going to be teams like SINEWY, are going to be teams like LASTADE, teams that are very hyper-aggressive in the early stages of the match. Because if H4K end up in a fight against any of these teams, then they get taken out. The competition becomes easier for SINEWY, LASTADE to climb up.
You know, I'm actually very happy you brought up Team H4K and the name, because I think like this is a team that is a BGIS product. So many times you've seen H4K play in those earlier rounds, round 2, round 3, round 4, and I think every single year they've made it somewhere towards the round 4 region. Never proceeded to make it inside the semi-finals, could never make it to the LAN finals, but here, finally, when they are showing signs of brilliance, I'm actually hoping that they actually make it to round 4 and skip all of those elimination barriers right from the get-go.
Yeah, I'm hoping for the same thing, and of course, that is where the real test for a team like H4K begins. Because, as you mentioned, they are a product of BGIS. We've seen them time and time again. It is a legacy org for me that has been in the circuit and has contributed to the circuit for the longest time. But again, for them, making it that far, making it to the quarterfinals at least every single time is very easy. For them, the big challenge is making it to the stage of the finals consistently.
Absolutely, and talking about the stage of the finals this time, it is going to be an absolute blockbuster as usual. I still kind of miss those BGIS 23 days, by the way, one of my first LAN events. And you and I, we had a lot of fun on the English panel. It was brilliant.
Yeah, it was fun. I used to have long hair, a big beard, used to wear glasses and stuff. And it was an amazing experience. And every single BGIS we have had, that was the BGIS where we saw Big Brothers finish second, and that was the perfect showcase of what this platform was about for the undergods. And of course, still remember that roster from Glitz Reborn. That was epic.
Yeah, they are currently playing for Reckoning Esports right now. Yeah, they have actually split up, but ladies and gentlemen, it seems like we are not making you wait any longer, because within 10 seconds, we are diving deep on the map of Erangel. Will H4K make it inside top 8, or Team LASTADE is going to steal the spotlight? We'll find out right now. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it seems like once again the Joker flight, it's back up on the skies yet again. This time though, passengers have been shifted and transferred as well. This is going to be Group B flying on top of the map of Erangel. Love to see this vertical flight path, which starts off from military base, moving towards the shooting range region, and of course favoring heavily on the western side of the map, but teams who love to go towards the east. Now for you, it's gonna be a different world of trouble. We just saw from that last Erangel, Aru was it Aro? It wasn't Aro, it was Knuckle actually who dropped down for those vehicle. And AKOP was extremely quick to shut him down, and that is exactly what happens when you can't reach your drop location. You scramble for vehicles and you get instantly picked off. But a glance towards the map standings of Erangel. Now this is where things do get interesting. Rising Esports, Wyld Fangs, they have been rather consistent on this particular map. But talk about EVOX, I think this is a map where they can shine. H4K as well on that 4th position. This Erangel is going to be their show, hopefully. We'll find out. I don't want to cast curse them anymore. But my co-pilot, Johnny, what are you thinking about these drops? Are you looking at any collisions whatsoever?
I was again hoping that maybe TWOB would show up this time, catch the players of Team Esports off guard, because TWOB have been avoiding that drop clash ever since they realized that that was the one thing keeping them at bay for the longest of times. But they say no, they fall back. On the other side of things, look at the circle. We have a circle this time centered between Yasna and Mansion. And of course, TKM close to Wyld Fangs. Genesis as well dropping towards the southwestern edge of the map. Can give opportunity for TKM to take a fight early. And as you were talking about the clusters, right? Rising Esports, Zutsu, Team Tamilas, EVOX. These teams are going to be making that rotation from the west to the eastern side. And of course, KALINGA Esports, TWOB. And that split from 40R, that is also going to be an intense one.
It certainly is going to be an intense one. The circle, they dropped down on in front of us. But ladies and gentlemen, it seems like a little bit of an information for all of you guys. This match, this flight path and the circle is going to be nullified once again. It seems like there were some technical issues on the team's part, which means that we are going to be beginning this game once again. But at least we do have the map standings. And one thing is for certain, a couple of these names, they are going to be making it theirs. H4K moving in from Severny. I guess they are going to do that once again when we get to restart the flight path, restart the map. But it just goes to show that this team and their approach to not really take those early battles, but instead to try and make their way to the final circle, it's actually been finally paying off.
God himself wants them to fight early. That's all I'm going to say. That's pretty much it, right? Like, no drop clashes. Yeah, not really a game we want to see anyways. So, H4K on Severny though. You know what that means? TWOB, they're running out of options now because TWOB started going towards Severny. They started going towards Northern Georgopol. This time we saw them getting challenged by KALINGA and 40R in Northern Georgopol. Now TWOB has only one option left, pretty much. That is going to be Zarki. And as I have been saying, that is the most hated drop location inside of the game. You can cut that portion off the map and teams just would not care.
Yeah, it's like the appendix, by the way.
It's like Ruins used to be in Miramar. If you guys even remember that there was a place called Ruins in Miramar.
Yeah.
It used to exist, not anymore.
It does. I mean, the compounds are still kind of scattered. But nonetheless, I think for TWOB, I think it's been an interesting journey throughout the 24 matches that they've played. Not 24, by the way. They still have to play 6 more games. But I think throughout the grind they've played, yes, they were struggling bad in the first couple of days. But now you can see those sciences of life. Of course, they might not be making it to the top 8. But I think when they move to the round 3, that is going to be a place where they can showcase, because they certainly are taking fights and they're winning it.
I mean, they have to. And yeah, I don't know what their fight conversion looks like, because TWOB is at 51 points right now, which is not really a good outing for them. I understand that, I think someone pointed out that, I think it was Anki who pointed this out a few days ago, that you have to make sure that your Erangel is your best map, no matter what happens, because half the maps you play are Erangel throughout the grind. The problem for TWOB is that in half those matches, NoNx Esports has been just coming after them with everything that they have, and that has forced TWOB to adapt on the fly. I think while their matches in the grind are going, TWOB is just like trying to rework their strategy on Erangel.
They will have to rework their strategy. Meanwhile, the highlights, of course, once again just showcasing that LASTADE Esports yesterday were quite brilliant. Of course, they were taken down by a much more experienced side in the form of Team Tamilas, but I like the fact that LASTADE Esports aren't really going down without a fight. We've seen these players before, Stone, BGMI and the rest of the lads. They certainly have what it takes. We talked about KALINGA. In my opinion, I think the maps of Miramar have been their best maps. KALINGA Esports, apart from the map of Miramar, they certainly are struggling. Rondo has been one of their games where they use their recalls pretty wisely. 41 points from that one map itself.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, And I think for them it is quite interesting because KALINGA is not one of those aggressive teams that takes the fight super early. This is a team that likes to pace themselves, stay back in the early stage, and very cautious in those fighting approaches. KALINGA used to fight early at the very start. I mean, when Genesis Esports was doing well, that is when we saw them sort of be aggressive. But EVOX, we see a lot of EVOX in these clips because yesterday's performance from EVOX was absolutely phenomenal. And I think this was the conversation that me and Necro were having yesterday as to points being proven between EVOX and Los Hermanos, because Los Hermanos has topped their particular group and EVOX is former Los Hermanos. They got to prove that even though they're playing for a different banner, they still got it.
You know, talking about proving yourself to a former banner, you have to talk about Genesis Esports because they were a part of Reckoning Esports back in the day, Hunters and Viper, and now they certainly are almost at the top. Reckoning Esports had a fantastic game in the last one. Yeah. Do you think they've got something to prove?
I think so, but even when these lads used to play for the banner of Reckoning Esports, I was always of the same opinion. This is a perfect roster. That used to be a perfect roster. Now you have Zap in the mix as well.
Yeah.
Zap has a lot to prove as an individual. Hunters and Viper, they have always made sure that every single tournament they represented Reckoning Esports in, you could feel their presence. You know this team, you know this roster was a threat. And that itself got them a lot of respect from the community, a lot of respect from the fans. This time around, I think they can do the same thing for Genesis. Hunters, Viper, Gravity, this trio for me, it holds the same value as the trio Beast Slug and Ninja Boy used to hold. Now they have kind of walked their separate ways, but a very stable roster for Genesis Esports. I think you just give them enough time to kind of bring Zap on the same page as well, and I think this is a team that can easily finish in the top 5, at least for me, in the finals.
One good thing for Genesis is also the fact that their bench warmer, Fury, also had a fantastic game when given the opportunity.
Pretty much, yeah.
So it's almost like for Genesis Esports, everything is going brilliant. But the fact is, you compare them to the likes of Slug, Beast and Ninja Boy. In my opinion, yes, Hunters and Viper, they've had impact, but they're still yet to win trophies. They do not have absolute no silverware to their name as of yet, and I think...
So did Beast and Slug, by the way. Official trophies, they didn't have any.
I'm not just talking about the official trophies, even third parties. I think they did win the one.
They won one third party.
Yeah, which is, of course, in my opinion, one of the majors of the year. But of course, we'll talk about the head-to-head. You've got EVOX H4K. 72 eliminations between EVOX and 62 for the lads of H4K. They are closely following suit, 109 and 98 points. And the average survival time is the only place where H4K have an edge.
Yeah, I think that, as you pointed out, it's the average survival time that has kept H4K in close proximity of EVOX. But I said this earlier when I was talking about H4K, that if they aren't aggressive, if they can't pump up those finished numbers, then today itself, in fact, as soon as this map of Erangel begins, they are going to be surpassed by LASTADE and slowly and steadily also by the side of SINEWY Esports. H4K need to figure out a way to stabilize those finished numbers and get an average of 5 to 6 eliminations every single game, and then a few extra placement points if they want to find a comfortable footing inside of the top 8.
One good thing is, at least H4K, the best map is going to be the map of Erangel. And once again, they start their journey on the map of Erangel itself, which is a little bit of a shot at momentum. But talking about the spotlight, ladies and gentlemen, we're talking about the lack of silverware, but there's no lack of finishes at all. The man, of course, from Group B, it is Hunters, the player to watch out for. 39 finishes, 7,961 points of damage, 6 headshots. Doesn't really seem like much, but an average survival time of almost 20 minutes. I want to know your thoughts, Johnny, because in my opinion, he has been in prime form for Genesis Esports.
Yeah, I think he's been in prime form forever since he started playing. Hunters has been an incredible player, and I think because of him, kind of Viper gets overshadowed a lot of the times, because for me, Viper is that unsung hero that allows Hunters all of this freedom to get those finishes. If you are an aggressive player, you need a man in the back that you can trust. Without him, you can't do anything. We have seen that happen to a lot of these star players that, well, make those highlight clip moments. in these officials, and then we see them switch their roster, and all of a sudden their performance is gone. Because what you do not realize majority of the time is it is a team game. You need the support of your teammates in order to make those flashy plays. And Hunters, we have seen this with Hunters himself when he moved away from the roster of Reckoning Esports. Without Viper, we did not see the same numbers.
Absolutely. And I think it was the other way around inside of Reckoning Esports. Viper was the man to watch out for, and Hunters were in the shadows, but now the roles have flipped. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, all the discussion, it's still theory crafting. What happens is what happens inside of the game. How many points do you secure? And of course, with that being said, we move back on the map of Erangel. Let's see you there. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the big bird gets back up the skies once again, as it is the map of Erangel, where we are headed to and headed flying on. It starts off from the map of Siverny and goes up to the lands of Quarry. A little bit of a flight path switch up, to be honest, because the last flight path was extremely vertical. The circle landing on the east could have caused a lot of problems, but what remains to be seen is where does the circle land in this one? As the flight path of course it extends in front of us, teams start ejecting. The map standings are once again in front of our screens, and something which just stands out like an absolute thorn is the fact that H4K in that top 4 of the map standings of Erangel.
I think those 40 finishes that we saw for Team X Esports, at least 30 of those have to be from TWOB.
That is a fun stat.
I'm just kidding, man. I think because it's just funny seeing what Team X Esports were doing to TWOB at the start of their journey. But all right, kind of similar drops this time around as well. TWOB, I think they're going to split between Zarki and Northern Georgia Pole, with KALINGA Esports controlling the eastern half of Northern Georgia Pole. But hey, look at Team X Esports. They dropped towards Boatyard. Are they going after TWOB again?
Now, TWOB, they are actually going after Northern Georgia Pole, not going after. In fact, like you said, they might just be flying towards Zaki at this point, and which is a little funny. But the circle does drop in front of us, ladies and gentlemen. The most default circle, the most basic circle that you can expect, right at the center of the map, centering on around the Puchenki and the Potato Hills region. But another interesting stat, Johnny, which is, of course, going to be the fact that SINEWY Esports, 67 points acquired on the map of Erangel, but they've struggled on the map of Rondo and Miramar quite heavily.
Yeah, I think because of which we see SINEWY just barely outside of the top 8 as well. It's not like they're too far away. Look at that, 92 points on SINEWY, 98 on H4K, and then 109 on EVOX. SINEWY in one game can find that break, but Wyld Fangs, this was an off drop for them, can be caught off guard by Gravity from the side of Genesis. He has a weapon as well, sprays down one, but the trade comes through for Wyld Fangs. The first finish of the game. And Wyld Fangs, I have to say, with this, can be off to a decent start, but they need to be more cautious.
By the way, this is also the garage where that tragedy happened.
It wasn't a tragedy, man. It was a party.
Well, again, it's a little bit of a tragedy for Wyld Fangs for sure. The Night Moms had a party for themselves. They also got a little bit of a highlight clip which went viral on social media. But Gravity, I think he is going to be missing from this particular map. Genesis Esports will have to do away without their IGL. But rest assured, I think Genesis, no shortage of firepower. They have men who can do the job all by themselves. Hunters. We saw one of those games where I think the rest of the 3 players were taken down early. Still, Hunters managed to get 7 eliminations on board. That is just how good this lad has been in recent past.
They have been good, and I think they continue to maintain that form as well. I think Wyld Fangs in this particular group, they have been as rigid as K9 Esports in their group. The only difference being that K9 Esports, well, they have Knight. And Wyld Fangs, they are kind of relaxed, a little bit more confident in their own skills. Plus, they have also pretty much made it all the way towards round 4 with 134 points, 32 points to their name as of now. Just need about, I would say, 10 more points. Let's just make it 13. 145, you should be safe. And Wyld Fangs, they can make it all happen in just one single match. So they are sure about it. Because of which, sometimes they end up taking things a little too lightly. But on our screen, the Vanguard, and they're just going after that loot truck. I wonder what all good loot they are going to be able to get for themselves here. They've made a lot of commotion though.
It was a little funny, by the way, because Vanguard could not finish off this convoy, I would say, in record time. There was a long time they had to take shots.
Hey.
Nobody coordinating in between their shots. Look
Salty, it's Vanguard, not Van Destroy. That's a bad joke.
That is a very bad joke. Have you seen those memes on social media where your friend cracks an unfunny joke and you shake your shoulders just to appease him? I can't shake my shoulders to...
Off camera.
Yeah, off camera.
You
so
realize that your reply to that joke was even worse than the joke itself. Let's just move on, man. Let's just talk about the teams. We are not comedians. We are commentators.
Talking about teams, NoNx Esports. Yesterday, we did see a little bit of comic error coming in from Prateek that he made.
Yeah.
That was brilliant. But the rest of the team, I think they had a little bit of a payback in the very next game. Team NoNx Esports went on an absolute abomination mission, and that was successful. They had a lot of eliminations to work with.
For some reason, that was the case with almost a lot of teams, by the way, yesterday. Self-nades, self-molotovs. Not just this group, Group B, but we saw that in Group A as well. Reckoning Esports in one game, I don't remember which player it was, but a player mollied himself, got knocked out in the middle of a 4v4. They somehow managed to win that fight and that game, which was, to be very honest, kind of impressive. But again, Prateek as well. I think, yeah, small little errors like this happen every now and then. For Team X, though, they have to find stability, and hopefully this Boatyard Rozok start gives them that stability that they're looking for. They need a chicken dinner right now to bring themselves into a fighting position for the top 8. They're not too far away.
They certainly aren't. KALINGA Esports in a position where Team NoNx Esports were holding initially. Surprising that these two teams are not taking shots against each other early on. SINEWY Esports also. They understand what's at stake, because if they did not make it inside the top 8, I think the job in the last 3 matches, especially when they come back and play the maps of Rondo, I guess it's going to be so much more difficult. Anything that you've got to do, if you've got to make big moves on the overall standings, you've got to do it now, here itself.
Tomorrow is going to be too late. But I think for LASTADE, they might have moved in a little too quick. NoNx Esports still present. And on the other side of things, Genesis, they're chasing Team Tamilas. Reaper on the run. And look at how smart the players of Genesis are. They realize that, alright, this man is dragging us towards those cover position. Maybe there's going to be one more man from the side of Team Tamilas. And they go split around that rock. Fury catches the first man from the side of Team Tamilas off guard. Aim God hits the floor. And now they re-engage onto Reaper. This is like a dogfight that you see with fighter jets that Genesis is executing at this point.
Absolutely. 100% agree with you, and also agree with you on one more fact that you said during the pre-show of the game as well. You said that Zap had a lot to prove. It seems like Fury also had a lot to prove, because it's somewhat like a redemption arc. He was a part of Revenant X-Park roster where he barely got any sort of playtime. Then, of course, the roster did got split up. Fury was, of course, thrown off guard as well, and that is one of the places where he must have experienced a lot of hurt, but now he comes back with reinforced aggression. KALINGA Esports in a fight. It is yet another team who has, of course, knocked on their doors, and Pasha OP is ready with the DBS. Catching a couple of these players off guard is something which he wants, but 2 players right at the doorway. Now this is exactly what he wants. Shot connects, both of them could have been knocked out, but it seems like NoNx Esports, Arthur, is not going to miss a shot. From the distance, 40R officials looking to third party, and this is where NoNx might actually take the hurt.
Yeah, NoNx, they have to be cautious about it. The reset needs to come through immediately. But KALINGA Esports, not the start that they were hoping for. Down to the last man. And Omen, he can't do a lot over here. He has to run for his life, but here they come knocking. 40R. Arthur has healed up. Rapido recovers. He needs to put on that first aid, but Anonymous and Arthur, they're ready with those nades. An exchange of utility, and Anonymous falls. Arthur follows up as well. Morty and Pain is live. Incredible kickstart to this fight. NoNx, I think things might be over for them. They're just down to the last man. Alright. I thought he was just going to run through that Molotov for that finish, but they are being cautious as well. And Rapido, a sliver of HP, the shot connects, and, well, there's the wrap-up. NoNx eliminated from the game very early.
I love the fact that 4TR, they are being aggressive. They understand what is at stake right now. A lot of teams battling in for that 8th spot. 4TR as well joining the fray. And for them, they need those big games. Yesterday was an absolute terrible affair for them, to be honest. Not really a lot of points secured. Lost a lot of winning moments, which they should have bagged. But nonetheless, seems like today they are in form. Elsewhere, it seems like EVOX, they are on a chase. They had a team right up front. It was the lads of 4TR as well as Rising Esports, if I'm not mistaken. But Rising Esports, they leapfrog both these two teams and they project themselves inside the center of the circle. They're not yet at the center exactly, but they're driving close towards KALINGA. And this fight might actually break through.
And this is going to be an interesting one for sure. But TKM against Zutsu, now that is going to be a very fun fight to witness. But switch focus, Genesis taking on LASTADE and Fury. Oh my goodness. Gets knocked out. Viper is there for the backup and takes down 2. This is why this man has always been impressive. LASTADE down to their last player, and so is Genesis. It's going to be Stone BGMI against Viper with H4K for the third party. The cleanup is there. They get their first point of the game. Sujal secures it and, well, forces LASTADE out of this match. Quite unfortunate for LASTADE, but Viper is going to be grateful. He gets to rescue his teammate.
Team H4K, this is going to be an important fight for them. As LASTADE has been taken out, their closest competitors are down, and now Genesis Esports, if they do get down in this fight, it means H4K must be inside of the top 8 that we are talking about. They are cooking up this building with nades, trying to fill it up from every angle, but it seems like Viper has managed to give that reset for the rest of his squad. A little bit of a Molotov to present in that gap in between H4K and their players, preventing them in from invading up. It seems like H4K, they are really hesitant in taking this fight. They still are looking in for the opening. It's a 4v2. They have the numbers on board. But if they slip up Genesis, they are going to be quick to capitalize.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. But the problem is it's Genesis. It's very rare to see Genesis slip up. And Fury and Viper. I think Viper right now is just firing on all cylinders in this game. He's hyper paranoid. Just making sure everything is taken care of. Those preemptive nades again and again down the stairwell. Oh, they're trying to flush out the players of H4K, but they have to be cautious about the windows as well, by the way. You can get shot at from the distance and not even realize it. Oh, he sees the man run in, but misses the nade. Awkward.
Awkward engagement for sure. Genesis Esports, I love the fact that they have the shotguns and they understand that these shotguns on the stairway can cause a lot of hurt, but H4K, I'm not really sure. I guess they have run through their utilities, they have run through their meds as well. They do not want to take a risk. And from the backlines, it seems like TWOB has come into the picture as well. Shots once again from NoNx Esports, who currently hold the school building. And in spite of where their drop location is, it seems like TWOB and NoNx Esports is a love affair which just never really dissipates.
That is so true. I mean, this time the NoNx Esports, I think they just, with that Rozok and Botia drop, kind of have made it happen. They do not want to let go of their first love in this particular lobby. TWOB, they want out of this toxic relationship. They want to survive. They want to avoid them. And at this point, I think for TWOB, they are going to be praying that NoNx Esports just moves to round 4 instead of getting left with them in round 3. Oh, but Genesis, they've been waiting for a while. If this keeps on happening, then there will come a time where Genesis is just out of utility.
Absolutely true. And so it's going to be the case for H4K as well. And one thing which I still don't understand is the fact that there's a huge difference in the number of manpower that we have right now. Team H4K with an entire squad still hesitating against Genesis. I guess they are unaware of the fact that there are 2 players left alive, but if they have been looking at the finish feed and trying to read it, it must have been very evident. Footsteps are also pretty evident that there are only 2 players up north. And from the sidelines, it seems like NoNx Esports and TWOB, they are also going to come into the picture. So Genesis also do not want to go out in the open up top at the terrace. They just want to play it from the 3rd floor itself.
Yeah, H4K, they don't want to do anything as well. And this is what's causing a lot of trouble for Genesis Esports. But as we looked around the hills that are there south of school. I think we see a few individuals from NoNx Esports and KALINGA. They will have opportunity to take shots through the windows. Alright, this gas tank has been placed perfectly. I think now Genesis just wait for H4K to climb up. And as soon as they do, you take out that gas tank. Dish out a little bit of extra damage. The other lad just nades. Oh, the players run up. They want to take the gas tank out. The shots are going to be whiffed. But finally, 3 players from the side of H4K in a blink hit the floor. And H4K, I believe, they are almost done. Is the last man still there? He is.
He is actually left alive, but he has run up the stairs. He's gone up to the terrace, but what a brilliant strategy coming in from Genesis Esports. That gas tank and the placement was perfect. As soon as the players ran in, so many of them took chip damage, and of course, then the shotgun came through from Viper. It's just one man left alive. TWOB have also invaded the compounds as nades do come in. Fury and Viper want to stay up, and this tag team, they can actually work around.
So Viper whiffed his first shot and he just refocused on the man that was pushing him in his room. Fury stepped in from the other side, blew the gas tank, and then both of them just spammed the stairwell to pick off 2 more players from the side of H4K. Incredible. But what is not incredible is the performance from KALINGA Esports in this game. They have been eliminated.
This fight is actually going to drag on till eternity. H4K.
Yeah, pretty much.
It just goes to show that you can't run out of patience, especially when deadlocks like these happen. You have to be patient. You have to let the opposition make their errors, make those unforced errors, and force them in a position where they don't want to be. H4K just stepped on the trap that was set up by Genesis, and it was a beautiful trap, by the way.
Yeah, absolutely phenomenal. They just waited. This is why surrounding awareness and, well, knowing what the opponent is going to be thinking is very important inside of this game. I mean, you can never 100% know what the opponent is thinking, but you have to at least try and predict their moves. If you see a gas tank lying completely in the open like that, and it wasn't there when the last time you peeked the stairs, it's been placed there. And it's been placed there for a reason. Just take it out. Shoot at it. You can shoot at it as well.
Well, of course, as things come down to a standstill, we are going to be shifting focus to the circle. And the circle this time is going to take us to the east of school apartments. Majority of the teams are going to be quite safe. You've got Wyld Fangs on that southeastern flank. A little bit of a cluster forming as Team EVOX also wants to inject themselves inside of the circle. One of their players has been taken down. Look at the finish feed, by the way. 40R. We saw them do pretty well in that first fight. Now they've lost on 2 players, but they still get yet another finish, which is brilliant, by the way. But they still need a lot more. Talking about Wyld Fangs, their position has been stabilized almost. 132 points secured from all the games that they've played so far. Team Tamilas are up top. As usual, they hold the central grounds. We saw the map itself. Team Tamilas and SINEWY Esports, they are in a phenomenal spot, by the way. But these 3 teams, H4K, TWOB, and Genesis, how are you going to come to a conclusion of this fight? Just like this, Wizard has a man walk in front of him, and now TWOB know where Team H4K are right now. Unfortunate enough that it's not the entire team, it's just one man who's been left alive, but even he has been able to chip away damage against TWOB.
Well, let's see though. TWOB, I mean, we have been talking about their struggles again and again, and they are down to last 2 players, so it's 2 versus 2. Oh, that nade connecting on Fury. This could be bad. Viper needs to be there, and he, well, finds the trade. Incredibly done, saves his teammate as well. TWOB, they do end up finishing off the last man from H4K, but Viper, he needs to take out Inferno. 7 points on the players of Genesis. Viper, he's cooking up that nade. Did he not hear the pin pulled out? I don't think so. The shots, they connect. More chip damage. The heal has been denied. Inferno, he's healing up. Viper trying to flush out the players. Makes the bounce. And this time with the AR, the shutdown comes through. What a play from this man. 5 eliminations secured. And saves his teammate as well. Genesis still survive with 2 players in this match.
Like I said, this man has fangs full of poison, and this time he injected them in 2 different teams. H4K as well as TWOB. They fall. It was a heroic effort coming in from Viper. The amount of awareness to switch between the nades, the shotguns, and the assault rifles, just using everything that he has in his arsenal to pull off that beautiful clutch. It was one for the highlights for sure. But then again, talking about highlight clips, the Night Mobs had a couple of their clips as well. And now on their west side, on their right-hand flank, there's the entirety of the squad of Wyld Fangs. Goten has been phenomenal, extremely risk-taking, but he's also been getting the rewards on the back of it. Team 4TR have been caught off guard. Pain is live, caught in a corner. Smokes is going to give away his position, but for sure he has been down. Sensei wants to close the distance, but I think it's an extremely risky move coming in from Wyld Fangs as Genesis, they finally are on the move. Outside of apartments, outside in the open grasslands. I'm not really sure if Genesis are going to be left alive for long as Viper has been taken down. It was the likes of SINEWY Esports from the edges of the circle who has been successful.
Well, Team Tamilas, although, do end up taking that point for themselves. 40 are finally flushed outside of the game. And that leaves us with, well, the top 8 teams of this particular match. We have 5 from the top 8 and just 3 teams from the bottom 8 competing, out of which Team NoNx Esports, they are getting naded and berated at the hands of SINEWY. The player numbers in the favor of SINEWY right now. Wishu, he's getting a revive, and SINEWY then will have complete control of the situation, but points being stolen at the hands of Zutsu. And that is the one thing that can make SINEWY panic a little bit, because they are going to need those points in order to break inside of the top 8. Leon and Monty still stand. SINEWY has used a lot of utility to try and take these players out. That was close. Monty, a pixel of HP, still alive. Well, not anymore. Instantly gets finished off.
But this is extremely risky coming in from SINEWY Esports as well. They are completely out in the open. One team who might have a little bit of a terrain advantage on them has to be Team Tamilas, who do have a little bit of that high ground advantage. Have a small little shack to play around. Team Tamilas, just 3 men alive, but they still can pack a punch. Talk about packing a punch, it seems like the boxes, the Night Mobs, they are in, and they in the back lines of Zutsu. Zutsu, meanwhile, they have been outstanding. Their positional aspect of their game has been brilliant so far. They've taken a little bit of hurt this time, giving a little bit of play time to Shiraj, who has come in. Not really sure if Shiraj will be able to make an impact on the first game that he's playing in BGIS The Grind, but he's got Veyron alongside him. This can be an interesting affair. I guess if Team Night Mobs push up against Zutsu, they might actually come out on top.
Well, let's see though. Ooh, Fury. Yeah, that was a desperation for finishes, and TKM, they just steal it from a distance. Quite efficient, I have to say, but we're down to the top 6, 20 players still alive. TKM once again making sure that all 4 of their players stay alive till the end game. But they are going to have to take on Zutsu to find a breaching point inside of the circle, and Veyron getting spotted out like that can be troublesome. TKM on the move, but Veyron, he finds the opening. Beast knocked out. The other 2 players also under pressure. Siraj gets traded out. Veyron's position is compromised, so the push is going to be in the favor of TKM, and Zutsu getting cleaned up. TKM with a few extra finishes to their name.
Look at the way they charge in TKM. I love this formation. Zeref has been left in the back lines. He knew a little bit of cover fire was required, but this is disastrous coming in from Wyld Fangs as Goten, he clashes onto Kana, and I'm pretty sure a lot of healthy words are going to be exchanged. That led a lot of open lines of sight for all of these lads. Vanguard is taking shots at them. TKM is taking shots at them. Even Team Tamilas might actually come into the picture. Do have a little bit of terrain advantage. Like I said, the high ground can give Team Tamilas a little bit of the edge. Still moving about, finding a good spot, but Vanguard have slowly closed in the distance. Have a small little ridge to play across, but Wyld Fangs, they are in a position where they can catch Vanguard off guard as these nades do sail in. Tremendous distance for these nades to travel. Sensei in the front lines. I've seen him take these shots a lot, but more often than not, he has been unsuccessful in these ones.
Yeah, pretty much, but this time I think this is a pretty easy play from the POV of Wyld Fangs. All 3 players just taking shots in tandem on Vanguard, and, well, the players from Vanguard still fall back. Well, at least for a few seconds. I don't even get to finish my sentence, and Dreams gets knocked out. But he has his teammates right next to him, so there is some saving grace available. On the other side, SINEWY against Team Tamilas. This is going to be a big one. Team Tamilas right now pinned in that building. SINEWY, they have them surrounded. Rexboy has been a key player for the side of SINEWY. The HP bars have me a little bit concerned. 2 players low, but Rexboy, Ninja, they don't seem to care. Mr. IGL knocked out. Fox OP, the second he steps out of that house, he gets finished off. SINEWY with 9 eliminations secured. And Salty, this is what we were talking about SINEWY as well. They need a big performance. They need a big chicken dinner. And I think they have heard all of our cries.
They certainly have. They are performing according to the trends as well. They know on the map of Erangel, they are absolutely heroic and they are making use of this one map that they've got. All that they need to do is just convert this momentum on the map of Miramar, which I'm not really sure is going to come through. But have a look at this team, Wyld Fangs. They are at the dead center of the circle, the only team who controls the terrain. The circle, by the way, is actually on an extremely difficult terrain. It has a little bit of a slope to work around, which just exposes all the inmates. Talking about inmates, there is absolutely nobody. It's just Wyld Fangs who are holding the central parts. Meanwhile, SINEWY from the sideline just causing problems. This time, their curses are pinned on Vanguard. Shots against Insidious don't really connect from the back lines. I guess they are aware that there's a little bit of threat coming in from the night mobs.
Yeah, I think the main threat for them is going to be the night mobs. Other than that, I think they are aware of the position of the teams up front, but TKM, if TKM is taken out, I think SINEWY can secure an easy chicken dinner, but TKM, they find the opening. As Ninja gets knocked out, trade comes through, Zeref is the last man left alive, and as soon as he peeks, he could be done for, but no, he still finds one more. Oh, SINEWY out of nowhere there. Odds of winning this chicken dinner are gone. Up in the air, up in flames, in fact.
They still struggle, absolutely. Sure, but if they can get their players back up, I guess SINEWY Esports can still contest. There is another team that has been wiped off. Vanguard are out. It is up to the duel. The final duel, of course, SINEWY versus Wyld Fangs. 3v2. Wyld Fangs have lost one of their main players in the form of Spray God, but now it's going to be down to Goten. Can he deal the death blow is going to be the question as he's in the clotheslines. Needs being cooked up. SINEWY Esports. There's Ninja in a very good angle, but the flanks are being established. Look at Goten! Now this is what we call guts, Johnny.
Yeah, that is definitely a gutsy play. Just runs basically point-blank range to Ninja. And I believe this nade should be able to make contact, but Mox's position, this is such a brilliant off angle. He could spray down too, and he does. There is a nade thrown towards him in retaliation by Kanha, but Kanha is the last man left alive for the side of Wyld Fangs. And SINEWY Esports, well, lads, take a bow. What an incredible performance, especially at a time when the team desperately needed a performance like this. We were talking about a need about 20 points to find the position inside the top 8. I don't know how many points EVOX kind of walked away with, because EVOX had an early exit in this particular match. But SINEWY for sure have set themselves up for success. They have 2 matches left. Even if they average about 5 points per game after this, I think they should be able to end the day in the top 8.
Absolutely, and I think 2 teams, their closest competitors in the form of LASTADE as well as H4K, were taken down quite early due to the brilliances of Viper over there in those apartment buildings. And I think now Genesis Esports, they have also set themselves up for success. SINEWY have set themselves up for success. But looking at the final blow, I think I'm pretty sure that Wyld Fangs had no idea that a flank angle was set up. Now, this is where your awareness comes to the picture, right? Of course, Goten, that move was heroic for sure. He wanted to get all those eliminations. He was extremely confident. But SINEWY, they just had a better presence of mind, and Mox was able to mow down everyone in the process. Have a look at that.
I think it wasn't just Wyld Fangs that missed it. We also kind of missed it, because we were very impressed with the play that Goten was making as he was charging with that nade towards Ninja. And we were surprised why Ninja wasn't engaging. Well, yeah, he just wanted the attention on him so Mox could move to that off angle. And we have the stats of SINEWY Esports on our screens. Ninja with 5, Vishu with 2 elimination, Mox with 4, and then Rexboy with 3 finishes to his name. Overall, a very impressive performance. 14 finishes secured. And of course, the chicken dinner, that is 24 points that SINEWY have gotten. Desperate 24 points. And now I want to see what those Miramar performances are going to look like, because as you keep saying, Miramar is not really that strong of a map for SINEWY.
I'm actually going to pull out the stats right now. For SINEWY Esports, they have played 6 matches and scored 16 points.
Yeah, they need to avoid 4TR. That drop dash it's brutal, man.
Exactly. Now, if they actually manage to do that, I guess the momentum is going to get converted. Or if they feel good about themselves, maybe take that drop fight and destroy 40R, move with that momentum. Now, this is just theory crafting. I'm not really sure if that's going to be working out, but SINEWY had a fantastic game. Genesis had a fantastic game. Wyld Fangs, as usual, they were aggressive but just could not really convert that game. We'll find out what happens next, but that happens after a very short break. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back after that break, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, a very, very unexpected start we have had for the journey of Group B on the second last day of the grind for them. SINEWY Esports with a very impressive chicken dinner.
Yeah.
But it wasn't just them, Necro. Wyld Fangs, I mean, surprise, surprise, they've survived in the top 2.
I know, right? Even Vanguard was able to have a decent bit of game. Yeah, not a lot of elimination points. The last time when I saw them, they only had 1 finish point on the block. So they, of course, get away with a decent bit of placement points. That performance is not going to affect a lot of things in the overall standings for Vanguard specifically. But speaking about SINEWY now, that's a major performance they were looking for. And SINEWY might just be now comfortable in the overall standings too.
Exactly. Their performance kind of looks nice, and of course it gives us a lot of hope for the upcoming matches. We'll have to see how the drop clash against 40R works out on the map of Miramar. But if you want something nice for yourself, get the Royal Pass, ladies and gentlemen. We have been talking about the advantages of getting the Royal Pass. Of course, the Rogue Fox Rebel set and the Rogue Fox DP are going to be available. And if you are grinding out your matches, you get a lot of other cosmetic items and, of course, the UC refund as well. And I keep talking about it, right? Advantage is stacking up. The Discovery Island is active right now. You can get the Royal Pass, get the cosmetics from the Royal Pass, from the Discovery Island, and contribute to the prize pool of BGIS 2026.
And once again, you get all the UC back as well. So what else do you want? Just hop inside of the game right now and play the game. That's all you need to do. The MVP of that previous game is also going to be Viper from Genesis Esports, getting 5 finishes racked up. Now, that's a solid performance from that player. Ninja as well coming through from SINEWY, getting 761 damage and 5 finishes. Even Moksh coming through from SINEWY, getting 4 finishes and 606 damage dished out. Fury as well from Genesis, getting 3 finishes. Now, speaking of Genesis Esports and that whole compound hole that we just saw towards apartments, it was brilliant.
Yeah, it was very impressive. And I think that school apartments conflict was one of the most elongated fights we've seen in a long time, especially from the side of Group B. But we have the point standings on our screen. SINEWY with 24, Wyld Fangs with 12, TKM with 9 points. TKM have kind of fixed their survival instincts. Now they are making it to the late game stage a lot more often. Then we have Zutsu with 8, Vanguard with just 6 points from this game. As you mentioned, not a lot changing for Vanguard over there.
Exactly. They were in the top 3, but just getting 1 finish point is the only reason why Vanguard got 6 points in total. They should have had a lot more. But they still do jump up in the overall standings on the 12th spot. It's all thanks to the overall standings being extremely tight. Now for Rising Esports, since the previous game was a 0-pointer, they're slipping down slowly and steadily in the overall standings.
And for this particular group, I mean, there are two spots available, 7th and the 8th position, 116 and 111 points right now. SINEWY and Rising Esports, this is where the pressure is going to be at. And following them are going to be EVOX Esports, LASTADE, Vanguard, NoNx Esports, even 40R and KALINGA Esports can rise up to the challenge because they have 5 matches left. The only team that is not in competition right now for Group B, it is TWB. They are too far away.
Way too far back, just 52 points on the block, and if TWB really still wants a fighting chance, they need 2 massive games. We're speaking of 30 bombers, then only TWB can actually stand a chance to maybe even make that comeback in the overall standings.
And even then it's going to be a maybe, because as you mentioned, 230 bombers, and then they need to be consistent with like 10 points per game in the upcoming 3 matches. I think even then they might just fall short, because the teams that are there in that qualification bracket right now are very unpredictable. I mean, we saw what SINEWY did in this one. Rising Esports, as you mentioned, they have had this trend of rubber banding right after a bad match. So you never know. Maybe Rising Esports could be top 3 the next game.
We've also got a few more names like H4K around the block, and there's a chance even they can rise up. So H4K is always one of those teams that can definitely be the wild card. Speaking of Rising Esports, finish points isn't really their stronger suit. They like to rely a little bit more on the placements, but the way the lobby's functioning, it's really random. We're seeing a lot of fights happening over and over again, and that's why Rising Esports is not able to take the advantage of it. But is the upcoming game going to be the same thing? Because it's the map of Miramar. It's time for us to head on towards the deserty lands of Miramar, as now the plane's going to be in the skies once again. And this time it seems like the plane flight path heavily tilted towards the right side of the map. If the teams do want to move on towards El Pozo, Monte Nuevo, now that's going to be an extremely tough stretch. Pretty much impossible.
Yeah, it's going to be quite tough, but that might also give us opportunity to witness a few early drop clashes for those vehicle spawns. But it is Miramar, so right off the bat, I'm just hoping to see SINEWY versus 4TR, especially with the kind of momentum that SINEWY have had and the desperation that's there in the eyes of 4TR as well. Yeah. It is going to make that fight extremely intense. But apart from that, look at that spread happening towards the northeastern quadrant, towards Tierra Bronca and Cruz del Valle. Genesis Esports, they're going to glide towards Cruz del Valle, but TWB, they are spread out wide, man.
I'm not even sure what the game plan is for TWB. If they really want, they can contest El Azhar. But dropping down in such a spread manner as well, it can just make sure that you are getting the loot up as soon as possible. So yeah, even that's like the plus side you've got. So TWB, they are going to loot up as soon as possible, move on towards the circle instantly. That's what the game plan's going to be. SINEWY's on the move towards Picado. You will also see the night mobs as well around that same spectrum. 4TR not dropping down in Picado, by the way, actually heading on towards Chumacera. Now that's a little bit weird. For SINEWY, it's going to be free go towards Picado. No one's going to be contesting them. And the circle as well with the plane fly path. So that's a really good thing for these teams. They can just drop down, loot up, and stay in that same spot.
It definitely is, but let's see how things are going to turn out for them. I mean, we hear the gunshots, Necro, now. That means that is going to be an early fight. And as we were talking about SINEWY, look at what is happening with them. Moksh in a different spot, his teammates all the way down south. And even 4TR, they've kind of followed the trend with the players of NoNx, and there's one more team in the mix, but we'll talk about them in a bit. For now, LASTADE are being chased by the players of Team X Esports. This could be bad for both these two sides. Well, right now it's bad for LASTADE, as Manny Jord is just going to be the first casualty of the game.
The man could not do anything. All the 4 players just pouncing on top of you. What are you even supposed to do? Adi was the only person that took any sort of damage. The remaining players just healthy. Good. For X Esports, that one elimination point, it's going to be big up in the confidence as well. Still a chance for them to actually make a comeback in the overall standings, potentially. And yeah, I mean, they've got 92 points on the board, not too far away either. They just need 1 double digit, and they will be right around the block.
They need a similar performance to what SINEWY Esports did in that previous game. They need a 25 bomber, but on the other side of things, we have a fight between the top performing teams from Group B. This one is Zutsu going up against NoNx. NoNx, they have found the upper hand in this conflict, but let's see how things are going to turn out. Zutsu has individually very skilled players. Siraj and Veyron have been a very impressive duo since last year. And Arthur is split up from his team, so that kind of equalizes the numbers, at least from the POV of Zutsu. Oh, maybe not.
Oh,
what am I even saying? Ash was knocked out.
The nade.
It's 2v3.
Creeps up real close. Look at that sticky nade as well. Being tossed, that C4 is not going to do a lot. Does blow up. The man from Zutsu is still alive. Anonymous as well, tossing a few more of those utilities, and this one's going to do a lot of damage. Zutsu, Siraj. Now the man's backing away. Siraj's position's known. NoNx on the opposite side of the spectrum, though. Now the fact that even NoNx is slowly and steadily moving up. This is definitely going to be interesting. Zutsu around that same block, just going for those firing shots. Does a lot of damage against the foe as well. And eventually Veron falls down. Wyld Zutsu taking 2 different fights on 2 different fronts. Veron falls down. Siraj now the only person left standing against the entire tsunami of NoNx. Not sure what the man can do. Siraj is getting just pounced on by the entirety of NoNx and eventually gets devoured as well. That's going to be it from Zutsu.
Yeah, they lost players as soon as this fight began, and NoNx just kept pressing the advantage, and after a while I think they realized that there was no point in holding back. They just pushed forward, 4 points secured. Quite a big surprise, Zutsu Esports. The first team, the team sitting on the first position in the overall leaderboard is also the first team to get eliminated in this game of Miramar.
Too easy. Yeah, for NoNx, the fact that they did not even lose out on one single man, that's definitely impressive. Look at that knock on Veron from the back. Brilliantly played that was. NoNx, that split was brilliant.
And they fought a 2 versus... They took this fight basically with 3 players because Arthur never joined in. Arthur was always in the back lines doing something else.
Yeah, later on he closed in and he was the only person that was getting shot at by that one man from Zutsu, remember?
Oh, Siraj? I think Arthur, I don't know. I mean, because with how the fight began, the most surprising knock in that entire fiasco was Ash. Because Siraj and Veron closed in towards the church. Ash was in the back line. I was expecting him to move in, but out of nowhere, the next shot we see of Ash is him on his knees. Yeah, but this could also be Zutsu just taking things lightly since like 163 points.
I don't think a firefight's anyways taken lightly. I personally don't think. Everyone tries to win a firefight. Yeah, the stakes are not that high for Zutsu since they've already qualified. I do understand. But at the end of the day, man, come on. Firefights, it's always about the ego.
Yeah.
And hey, your ego's definitely going to be boosted when you get your hands on these Royal Enfield bikes. Look at that Continental GT650 looking absolutely beautiful. And even that classic 350.
So, for the last few days, timings and things happening for you, Necro, have been perfect. And I'm glad that you were talking about ego firefights on a map of Miramar. And the first thing we see are the big reds in Picardo. You get where I'm going at with this, right?
I mean, they have managed to win that battle against 4TR.
No.
And they finally shake them away.
I mean, SINEWY rotated a little bit late. Both the teams did not go to Picardo this time around. But I think history has taught us that sometimes ego is going to be shattered and you're just going to be forced to hold back. Which is what happened to a different team in a different group.
Okay.
But anyways. Has Mox decided to play away from his team also?
Yeah, he's chilling around the centric part.
He's literally spinning right now.
Yeah, it's like an insurance, making sure that he's there, securing a good spot in the future. So, yeah.
But this is going to be a slow big game of Miramar. I feel the cluster is there already at the center super early. And I mean, it's a big map, so even the teams moving in late have a lot of space to work with.
Yeah, it's the good old podcast hours, right?
Pretty much.
Genesis Esports. That's another big name on the move. The truck is on the verge of being blown up. Come on, someone shoot it. Blow it up. That's free loot right there. Get your hands on the weaponries, ammunition, nades, whatever you want.
I have a question for you. Biggest letdown in this group?
Oh.
Don't say TWOB, man.
I mean, that's like the biggest letdown. It is, though.
See,
okay, the second biggest letdown,
yeah,
I would say
second
KALINGA
biggest
Esports.
KALINGA
Since
Esports. Fair.
they've got 3 experienced players like Owen, PMWI, Jail coming through as well. And still, for some reason, we're not seeing that performance. They had Godin to play with every single time, but now since Godin's not a part of it, you clearly see that big contrast. And that's why KALINGA Esports is currently struggling so much.
Yeah, fair. I think I would I would actually agree with your answer, and it's going to be the same for me. And especially considering they had a good start. I keep going back to the first day of the grind for KALINGA Esports. They had a phenomenal start. They were consistent, at least in the first 6 matches. And then since then, they've just completely faded away. So an opportunity that was there, it was easy at the start, now is extremely difficult. I mean, KALINGA Esports, if they have like 220 bombers, then they might just find themselves in a safer position. Might be back in the fight for round 4, but as of now, they're just way too far back.
Yeah, that's a little bit weird, though, since my prediction is KALINGA Esports today.
Oh, wow.
And they're getting absolutely shattered. Owen knocked out. The man's going to be back up. It's not a concern. KALINGA in the previous game as well. The fact that they lost that fight to NoNx, it's still boggling my mind. Even though you've got the advantage. And for some reason, Owen's not even a part of the fight, by the way, in that previous game. The man was busy staring at nature.
I think that's been the case for KALINGA Esports for a while now. But also, second question for you, Necro. The most surprising team in the top 8? Surprising outperformers, basically.
Okay, I will say Zutsu. I did not expect
Zutsu?
such a good performance from Ash and the boys.
I think...
I knew they were going to be in
yeah.
the top 8, but I did not expect them to be on the first spot and just dominate that first spot.
Oh, all right. I think for me, it's not Zutsu. I mean, because we did see signs of brilliance from this roster back during the showdown days.
Yeah,
they were doing quite well for themselves, but I think for me, it has to be TKM.
Yeah, but they fumbled up, right?
Yeah,
in
later
showdown.
stages. I think that's been iconic for all of these individuals in the past as well. When the pressure of that land finale is there close by, they fumble.
And the second most surprise has to be NoNx.
Oh, NoNx for sure.
Especially that comeback that we've seen from NoNx. It was insane. Probably one of the most iconic moments in esports.
Bottom 3 to top 3, right?
Yeah, that travel was insane from them. Directly catapulting themselves in the top 3. Probably one of the most insane and impressive comebacks we've seen so far. So yeah, NoNx is definitely another surprise.
Pretty much, and I think a lot of credit goes to Rapido from the side of NoNx. She has been a phenomenal player for the team. And in fact, a phenomenal athlete as far as I can remember. Always shining bright in whichever roster he's played with, whichever banner he has played for.
The next zone, it's going to be important. Shifting right on top of the players. And this time, there's a big chance it might just get even slower. The big chunk is still involved in the zone, and that's all that matters. Wyld Fangs is now going to try to take a bit of that chill pill. Even Rising Esports, they will try to make a few moves on the board, but I'm pretty sure not something drastic. For Team Tamilas in the Smack Center, they don't even need to make a move. You've also got 4TR in quite a decent spot as well. SINEWY 2 now pretty much around that centric part. EVOX 2 in the open. So a lot of these teams are not even going to make a move, and that's why we're not going to see a lot of action in this circle as well.
But for some reason, I have a feeling that maybe NoNx Esports and TWOB are going to end up colliding again. There's LASTADE in the middle of those two rosters. But before that, Wyld Fangs, they take on Vanguard. Dreams knocked out. Easy finish confirmed.
Unfortunate. Those Vanguard boys, they've still got a lot of pressure. 3 boys next to each other, and Vanguard at this point, they can probably start to feel that pressure. That previous game, they went until top 3. And I just hope they could have secured more elimination points. That top 3 finish with just 6 points, not even getting the average of 7 to 8 points per game. That's honestly devastating.
It is, but I mean, considering how bad of a start Vanguard had, I think this is still a lot better than what we saw from them in the first few days. I did not even expect them to make it to 91 points, to be honest. I thought they would just be close to where TWOB are right now.
Oh my god, Executor from the top. What a spray that was. Mowing down the lawns and one of the players of Genesis Esports. And the fight still continues, by the way. Genesis not backing away from this fight at all. And Executor, the man's just getting absolutely peppered down. Does not even have a shot at peeking out once again and doing anything. Because Genesis Esports, that suppressive fire is brilliant. Executor, the man's just completely getting pinned down in that spot. He cannot even peek back up and do anything. There's another man separated from Genesis Esports, a little bit on the far fray. And look at Viper. He's got him spotted. The man's locked in the sights. The moment Executor wakes back up, he's going to be peppered down once again. So Executor needs to be a little bit careful. First of all, the man needs to patch himself up, and that's what he's done. Genesis, they're just on the run.
I think they might just take all of this anger now out on the players of TWOB. Emperor is going to be spotted out and see that as soon as they hear the sound cues, they switch directions. And now making the pounce of the players of TWOB. Daniel is going to be under pressure, but Emperor finds the opener as Fury falls. Daniel is cooking up the nade, and it can be perfect. Might be able to take down one at least, and it does. Genesis, they're down to the last man. Viper, the miracle worker, is the only one that remains.
Look at Executor. Oh no, the man's still all the way in the back, and Emperor now is the only person trying to fight back. And eventually, he does manage to wipe out the entirety of Genesis Esports. Solid stuff. Even the play zone sort of helping the man.
Yeah.
But still, the damage is done. For TWOB now, there's only 2 players that need to carry on this journey. And yeah, this is definitely going to be interesting. How can TWOB continue this entire journey forward?
I mean, it's going to be tough, man. I mean, if that fight and this loss, this early exit, doesn't really cause Genesis any harm. For TWOB, though, I mean, for them as well, to be fair, it doesn't cause any harm. They're like dead last. Yeah.
At this point, they know they're just going to move on towards the round 3. They've accepted it.
Might as well practice and figure out a 4v4s against teams like Genesis, against teams like Zutsu, right?
I guess.
Practice for round 3.
But I do believe that TWOB, they're good enough to at least survive the round 3. I believe it.
Hey, you believe that because we don't know who's going to be coming through round 1.
True. But hey, looking at NoNx, they've managed to acquire those 4 finish points. 2 from Fame and 2 from Rapido. Looking pretty good. And now NoNx is also going to try to find that breaching point. But who are they going to collapse against? That's the question. There's a big chance they might just start to take a fight against the Night Mobs. That's the only team in the close by proximity, but you never know. But NoNx, they're instead going to go for a bit of that pit stop. But no, instead, NoNx, they chime in a fight against SINEWY. Probably one of the most awkward circumstances that I see on my screen. And Rapido, how is the man still alive? He fights the second strike as well. What did I just see? Rapido making rapid moves on the board. And now instead, the tables are flipped against the opponents. SINEWY, they're probably surprised themselves what just happened to them.
Oh man, I mean, SINEWY Esports, as you mentioned, I don't think they thought this is how things were going to go. And Mox, he's going to get knocked out. There's another finish handed over to the players of NoNx. Ninja on the flank. Can't really do much from where he is. The entirety of NoNx, they're going to take shots in his direction and in fact bounce upon him as soon as they have Anonymous back on his feet. Oh, wow. Not what I expected, actually. I mean, NoNx, they are dropping players as well somehow.
Yeah, maybe making a comeback slowly and steadily as SINEWY are. But Ninja's the only person left standing, and NoNx still they've got the man advantage inside of the fight, so doing anything, it's still impossible. NoNx has got 3 players on the feet. Anonymous patches himself up. R3 is the only casualty. But so yeah, for Ninja to back away, that was probably the wisest option.
What is going to be problematic is the cluster that both these 2 teams are in. Because you look at the radar, there are so many teams. There's TKM, LASTADE, Wyld Fangs, Team Tamilas present in the nearby vicinity. And talking about LASTADE going up against NoNx Esports. Bad OP is trying to take out Pratik. Pratik finds the knock, looking for the second. Joesh gets a trade. But in the backlines, there's more players left. In fact, from the distance, it's going to be H4K who show up for the cleanup.
The zone, that's going to be important as well. Where is it going to shift? And look at the players of Night Mobs as well. Wiping out a few extra bit of those scrappy points. For the Night Mobs, yeah, now NoNx is also going to be a big threat. X Esports getting eliminated like that, even that's going to be a big stinger. But the Night Mobs now shifting their focus on the players of NoNx. And NoNx, they've got all the 4 men standing, by the way, Johnny. Anonymous just lurking around, getting that info, backing away instantly. Letting the course of the action, letting the course of the game take over. And now for Rising Esports, they're once again dropping down a man number. Firefights is never their strong suit. And once again, Rising Esports, they fumble up.
It was just at the hands of Pain is live, man. He got all 3 players from the side of Rising Esports. I believe the 4th man was picked off by some other team, but impressive performance coming in from Pain is live. But as we were talking about NoNx, Arthur knocked out. NoNx, they want to go for a reset. It's not going to be that easy. Shots being fired towards them from Team Tamilas, who are present towards the southern side, and the Night Mobs as well. From the bottom of that hill. NoNx, I think priority should be given to the rotation towards the center of the circle right now. They will be under too much pressure later on, though.
But Johnny, honestly speaking, I'm concerned for Rising Esports. If you're not able to win even a single firefight, yeah, I do understand a few good days have actually put you in a decent spot in the overall standings, but now you're still barely hanging on a cliff.
Yeah.
And soon you're probably going to fall off. In this game itself, you're probably going to fall off. There will be EVOX taking over that spot because they're tied up anyways.
I agree with you, and I have mentioned this time and time again. You have to deal with a lot of RNG when you're playing a Battle Royale. The only thing that you can control always is your team fights, those firefights. And you need to make sure that that is the one point in the game that's under your control that you never fail towards.
They need to learn. You cannot just always keep on relying on zones.
Yeah, pretty much.
The strategy they use, it's not viable. You cannot wait for RNG to favor you. And that's what strategy is pretty much for Rising Esports. They got to work on the firefights. If you cannot win firefights, you cannot win the game. Simple. And now Vanguard, even they're taking those shots. Vanguard is actually doing a lot of serious damage. And look at H4K. Sujal, this nade. Oh no, not tossed to the right spot. Vanguard is also getting blown up. Actually, it's the man from H4K getting blown up. Mac is knocked out. Sujal, in my opinion, he should peek out on the opposite side and see what exactly Vanguard is doing. 4TR wanting to get that revival on Z-God. It should be possible as well. Tossing out a few smoke grenades. Giving him that cover as well. Oh my god, Z-God is barely surviving. His HP is not even visible.
Yeah.
That's the magic pixel.
Exactly, the magic pixel
Blue.
keeps him alive, and the blue
Oh my god.
Oh, he's going down again. There he is.
Oh my god. All the efforts for what? Just the man to get knocked out once again.
That was hilarious.
Efforts down the drain. Everything is not working out for 4TR. Shub is taken down low as well. The Blues on the move once again. Shub, do you have enough time to pop that first aid? And yes, he does. Squeezes in that first aid at the nick of time. Shub is still alive, but does he have the vehicle to make that rotation?
Although, Necro, I mean, we need to look at the zone because something weird is going on. For some reason, Wyld Fangs are the ones in the center of the circle. They're the only team that have made it to the play zone and in a perfect spot as well. Out of nowhere, it seems like today Wyld Fangs have dropped the aggression and are prioritizing positional play. That's what they did in game number 1 as well.
Wait, Johnny, do you realize that KALINGA Esports has been eliminated? What happened to them?
I think that happened very early on, right?
I don't even know. I think we did not even catch that.
No, I think we just got like one or two eliminations.
Yeah, they just poofed into thin air. That's what happened. That's how fast they died. Look at H4K. Oh my god, these utilities. They're doing some serious damage. Wizard is already taken down low. Another man from the Night Mobs falls down. It's also Vanguard now chiming inside of the fight. The Night Mobs, they're like free elimination points waiting to be devoured. And the H4K, they want to take them. They're hungry for eliminations. And they want these elimination points to be converted in their pockets. But Wizard is also getting shot at from the sidelines. And eventually NoNx, he's going to thread the needle.
I was trying to actually think if we saw KALINGA Esports get eliminated, and I don't think so. I think I agree with you.
Yeah.
But I think the same thing, going poof, is what is about to happen to the players of TKM. Wait, Leonis, does he not have a read as to where the players are? First nade was a little bit of an overtoss, the second a little bit short, but this one could be perfect. Takes down Zerv, the second knock comes through as well. Beast hits the floor, the third nade towards Future. Future needs to be cautious, needs to fall back. And Dionysus, he is out of utility right now. But it is going to be a cleanup. Vanguard this time getting aggressive. 5 eliminations secured in this game.
I like that coming through from Vanguard. Finally now taking the initiative, actually going for the fights as well. Vanguard claiming the elimination points. In the previous game, they were in the top 3, but with just 1 elimination point. And now this time, Vanguard, they do not want to be left out. For Wyld Fangs, they're taking a fight against Team Tamilas, and 2 players from Team Tamilas, they're down low.
Yeah, but
Fox
then
and Mr. IGL.
I think Vanguard needs a chicken, man. I mean, without a chicken dinner, they do not have a lot of hope of breaking inside of the top 8. But impressive spray. Not a spray, in fact. A burst fire. Not even a burst. A rapid tap shot. I don't know what to call that with that Mini 14, but he takes down Spray God.
Yeah, good taps. The man was just tapping away and eventually finds that knock as well. And speak of taps, that's what Anonymous does with a shotgun as well. And just like that, Wyld Fangs within a few seconds eaten alive. For NoNx, they don't even burp. And the fact that they've still got 3 men standing, NoNx has been dominating the whole lobby, by the way. They're like K9 Esports in this lobby.
I mean, pretty much, man. I mean, the only difference is that NoNx had a slow start, whereas K9 Esports, they've been firing on all cylinder. Yeah, very explosive.
Hey, technically, day one's never for K9.
Yeah, true. Oh,
that's
yeah,
what
very
happened with
true.
K9
They were
Esports
very
as
bad
well.
on day one as well.
Yeah, so you can't say the graph is almost similar, but K9 is a little bit more explosive because of night.
I think for K9, it was that Rondo performance where they finished top 2 with 16 eliminations that kind of gave them that boost within the first 3 days of play. For NoNx, I think NoNx has been playing like this this week. Last week was horrible for them.
NoNx has been playing pretty explosive, that's for sure. But as a well-knit unit, it's not just one man fragging out. All the players from NoNx actually getting equal points on the board.
Nah, man, it's Rapido. You can't take away his credit. Rapido is on a whole different level.
There's been games where even Fame's popping off.
Yeah, but I think Rapido has a much higher finish contribution for the side of NoNx.
I guess. Evil. Oh, he spots that little head. And that head is not visible anymore. It's cut off. Insidious. He's going to be eaten too. Those little players in the far fray, they're like popcorn for NoNx. Yep. Oh no, that elimination point did not come through. That's a little bit unfortunate. The taps did not connect. But Arthur, he's going to continue his domination anyways. The sprays, they're there. And Vanguard, I don't think they're going to stand a chance for too long. Dionysus, the man's barely alive. Few more shots taken. Reaper, this man is just constantly tapping away with that Mini 14. And look at these rapid taps. Oh my god, the quick taps, they're nasty. And Fox, he's going to threat the needle. He's going to find that precise knock, precise connection. EVOX, they find a guy taking a nap, and they also eliminate that player.
Oh man, I have a feeling that this is going to be a chicken dinner for the players of NoNx. He walks out of the way. Vanguard, so much pressure built on the players of EVOX that they weren't able to handle it. Arch 2 OP finding that lost finish for his team.
Oh my god, this game might just be Team Tamilas.
Wait, really?
They're out in the open. The circle usually shifts out in the open.
I don't think
the
so.
zone is going to shift on top of Team Tamilas,
Oh.
and then NoNx will be forced to move out in the open.
Alright, my apologies. I did not see that Reaper from the side of Team Tamilas was still alive. Maybe they can make it happen, but if Reaper falls, then I think the odds are going to be in the favor of NoNx.
Oh, he's not going to fall. He's too far away to spray him down like that. Yeah, it's going to be tough to find that connection. Reaper rotates safely.
He overshoots.
And now he's found himself in a perfect spot. NoNx, they do realize they've messed up. They should not have let Reaper cross on. The zone's going to shift on top of Team Tamilas. But no, actually, it shifts in the open. NoNx is still alive.
They still have an opportunity to clinch this endgame back in their favor. And considering the firepower that NoNx have within their roster, it should not be too difficult. But let's see. We saw nades. I remember seeing nades on the players of NoNx. Do they have smokes to make things work, though?
Reaper is so sneaky. This man is so brilliant. He switched that Mini 14 for AUG now and picks up the S12K as well.
Oh, wow.
So now he's got a proper loadout for up close and personal and even for long ranges.
Oh, and Fame is out of ammunition as well.
Yeah, and on the
this is going to be
opposite
horrible.
side, TT, they're stacked up and loaded with ammunition, by the way. And look at Arthur. Oh my god, that explosive bow doing a bit of that damage. Constantly chipping away HP, maybe. Another explosive arrow being used. Is this one going to find the connection? No, it's going to be the answer. Reaper's doing a perfect job in dodging that. Reaper spots out another man from NoNx. And that's going to be Arthur in the back lines. Look at the ammunition count on Reaper. He's got 248 bullets in the magazine. The man's ready for a war.
Yeah. I think now, I think this game might be done and dusted. NoNx running out of ammunition, do not have a lot of opportunity to actually close out this endgame.
Unless the zone actually shifts on top of them, then it's going to be a whole different ball game. Now, that's the only thing that's going to save NoNx.
Pretty much. I mean, if the circle shifts in the middle or towards Team Tamilas, it's their game. If it's on top of NoNx, then NoNx wins. I think now it's down to basically fate and destiny.
Oh, Team Tamilas. Just waiting patiently for NoNx to peek out. But that's not going to happen. NoNx knows. They're just waiting for the zone to tell where exactly is it going to shift. And since it's going to be the final circle, we're both dumb.
I think we just like got too intense about that fight. But hey, this is the perfect scenario, right? Both the teams at the edge of the blue. NoNx moves up a little bit quicker.
Yeah.
And Team Tamilas, I spoke about this a few moments ago. The number of smokes that you have right now, Reaper is out into the open, and he gets taken out! That has to be the game, Necro. NoNx, they walk away with the chicken now.
They actually won. This is insane.
Yeah.
How did this just happen? But hold on, Team Tamilas still in the race. They've got that vehicle as cover. They can use it. But the smokes, it's blocking their vision. Utilities from NoNx, they were stacking up. It's going to be a rain of nades. Another nade tossed out. That's going to be Fox down as well. And now the last man, Mr. iQOO. He's trying to toss out some return nades as well, but that's not going to do anything. That was just nades pouring down at Team Tamilas, and in the end, we all know what happened. NoNx, they claimed it.
Yeah, I mean, it was down to those nades. I wanted to see if they would proactively make a play to approach that fight into the open, but I guess we aren't the only dumb ones here.
I know, right?
Yeah.
Everyone was just hoping. Everyone was just seeing what exactly is going to happen. And we were so focused on that fight. We were so focused to see what exactly is going to happen.
Yeah, we forgot it's the end game.
We literally forgot. It was the last stage of the circle. But to be honest, that was quite entertaining watching those two teams in a big standoff.
Top 3 teams, man. I mean, Team Tamilas has been performing really well.
Yeah.
NoNx has been performing really well. So it was a clash of the titans from Group B.
I know, right? But hey, have a look at the final blow and how exactly the final few circumstances occurred. We saw Vanguard as well, a part of it. Vanguard this time getting elimination points, so at least that's going to balance things out. Vanguard will have a decent bit of points overall.
Yeah, and I think today they are managing to perform quite well because they did well on Erangel. Even Miramar kind of consistent, I guess, in the top 4. The only thing that wasn't there on Erangel was the elimination points. They get them now. So let's see where Vanguard ends up. I would love to see them be consistent in the last Miramar of the day as well. Because Vanguard, I mean, I like the roster. Honest to OP. I like that lad.
Yeah, I know, right? But hey, even over here, we've got NoNx's stats on the screen. Rapido getting 5 finishes once again. Fame as well getting 3 finishes. To be honest, even speaking of Team Tamilas, I love the way Reaper was playing with that Mini 14.
I mean, that was nice. I think the one mistake he made was stepping out into the open a little bit quicker because he should have waited for his teammate. But correct me if I'm wrong, Rapido was there for a very long time in this game. I mean, almost close to the end game, right?
Yeah, he was.
Why does he have 19 minutes survival time? His teammates have 29. How long was that standoff?
It was for a long time, for sure. It was definitely for a long time. We saw 2 stages close off. That's how long the entire standoff was.
I don't think that's still 10 minutes. That man is impressive, though. Rapido has been phenomenal. And so has Arthur, by the way, because both the players have been contributing close to about 29-28% finish contribution for the team.
Yeah, and today my prediction was KALINGA Esports, and it seems like, once again, some things just never change. KALINGA Esports is just constantly choking their games. I want to see them do good, man. Come on. You've got Owen, you've got BMW IGL. You guys have got so much experience, but still you're choking over and over again. Wake up! But for now, it's time for some toss to a short break.
And once again, we are back with the action from BGIS, the Grind 2026. And this time, joining along the panel is going to be Icy Baby 1-2. And of course, we saw that brilliant chicken coming in from NoNx Esports, talking about the titans of the map of Miramar. It was Team Tamilas and NoNx duking it out for the finale. What are your thoughts, Icy?
I'm really glad that Team Tamilas and NoNx are being very consistent despite their first few matches, which was kind of up and down here and there. They have found their footing here. They are very comfortable in the top 8 at least. But for the rest of the world, well, not so much. In particular, SINEWY 4TR official has not gotten much points in these games as well, just because of the fact that they don't really know how to rotate out after at least 12 matches of drop clashes, I would say. Not really 12, more like 6 matches of Miramar drop clashes.
Yeah, I'll actually give them some tips of rotating. All you've got to do is ensure you've got a classic ride for yourself, and this time you can get a classic ride for yourself as well, which is of course the Royal Enfield bikes that are available inside of the game right now. You can get that cherry red lovely GT Continental 650 for yourself, or if you want something more classic, you can actually use the classic 350 for yourself. Make sure you check inside of the game and try and get one for yourself, because I'm pretty sure on the roads you are cruising on the Royal Enfield. But coming back in the picture, SINEWY and 4TR, we thought that SINEWY is going to elevate their momentum from the map of Erangel to the map of Miramar. It seemed like did not happen, and now they got to separate their differences. Talking about the MVP, IC, what are your thoughts about Reaper? Because he was fantastic. 5 finishes with the Mini 14. What are your thoughts?
I think Reaper did a fantastic job just going for a split push, right? Like, I think Reaper is one of the players that is really good at disconnecting with the team and finding off angles and finding the timings to pick people off. We've seen how Sensei has played before. We've seen moments coming in from even from Adi as well, coming from Nebula Esports, from the Group A in particular. It just feels like they are in situations where they always get picked off. But for Reaper, he's been able to find pickoffs all by himself. But again, that's Group A, this is Group B. It's a completely different matter. Team Tamilas still get themselves 11 points, which is great. NoNx with the chicken dinner 23 points, Vanguard with 13 points, EVOX with 9, Wyld Fangs with 9, 4TR with 8, which again isn't too bad comparing to SINEWY, who finally got control of Picado.
They certainly did, but of course they are now hanging by a thread. We saw the little bit of dip coming in. They were on the 7th spot. Now EVOX take their position. SINEWY on that 8th spot, sitting at 116 points. Rising Esports separating them by 5 points, and H4K, who have been looking ever so deadly right now, 104 points. A little bit of a climb coming in from Vanguard as well, which puts them right at the edge of vicinity. Few more points, 104 points is where they are. Anuj, it was a great performance, but Vanguard need to keep up the momentum. But today, it seems like LASTADE Esports have actually taken a tumble. Yesterday, we thought that LASTADE is going to solidify their position inside the top 8, but now it does not seem like it.
It's going to be a rough game here, especially for this one final map of Miramar, in this Group B in particular. And obviously for SINEWY and 4TR, they are going to be very happy that they are going to be getting out of this madness first, considering the fact that they have the worst amount of experience in Miramar because of drop clashes, etc. And now, after given control of Picado for SINEWY, 4TR has had its moments as well. But the biggest question for these two teams is that did they have enough information on what's going on after getting out of City? Because truth be told, everybody else has like, what, 12 matches advantage? I would say like 6 matches advantage in particular. Whereas these two teams have 6 advantage pretty much blind because they're so focused on each other in the Picado itself. And getting out has never been something that they have experienced here. And now this is like their second match after, you know, the disengagement of this drop clash.
Absolutely. And now talking about disengagement, it seems like there's been a little bit of a substitution and a disengagement between the players of X Esports. You can see it on your screens right now. Prince has been brought in, Adi has been moved out. So a little bit of substitution coming into play. Potentially it actually works out for X Esports, who have been looking deadly in certain matches. They've had a little glimpses of brilliance, but then in the very next game, it seems like Team X Esports, they just dropped the ball.
I think they did this as well yesterday. They brought in Prince, and after that, it feels like the whole team just does not fear anything at all. They just drop clashing everybody else, and then they just somehow win fights. Maybe that's the idea that X Esports is hoping for as well. But here's going to be another substitution as well, because LASTADE is going to be bringing in Gyro God and taking out Manijot in this case. LASTADE, again, not performing really well. I feels like it feels like they might be just trying to warm up the bench and prepare themselves for the next round.
Or potentially it's just about changing the mentality of the team and the mindset as well, because when all 4 players, they are struggling, you want to bring in someone with a fresh energy who might have different ideas. And this time GyroGod, I'm actually hoping it does something, because LASTADE, they certainly are slipping down right now. 99 points is where they are. On the last map of Miramar, what are your thoughts? Because I personally think that this is going to be a great game once again for the teams who have already been doing good.
Well, hopefully things are going to be for better as well, because this is going to be one final game in the map of Miramar, and this is going to be the last game that Group B is going to be playing in Miramar as well. And without further ado, let's jump into game.
Ladies and gentlemen, one final time for today. We are flying across the map, and this time the map is going to be the map of Miramar. As the Big Bird gets back up the skies once again, we are flying. But this is, of course, going to be a long flight. It starts off from Toriyamada, moves towards Parthona, a map, a flight path, in fact, which does dissect the map, not into equal halves, but majority of the map has been covered, unless, of course, you want to go to the far western part of the map itself, which can be the regions of Trailer Park, El Pozo. We've seen teams also prefer the regions of La Cabrera, but I see, of course, a small glance on the map standings, which does suggest that SINEWY and 4TR have been struggling. Now, this is a conversation which I had with Johnny. Majority of the points that they have acquired has come in from the map of Erangel. On the map of Miramar, they've played 7 matches, have just secured those 16 points.
Well, that's partially because they've been taking points from each other.
Yeah.
in Picado. And I think 4TR has gotten a little bit better just because of the fact that they disengaged from Picado, and they have been finding ways in the northern region. But speaking of which here, where is 4TR? Seems like they're not going towards La Cabrera or even Trailer Park, so it seems like they have made a little bit of switch of drop spots, and they are actually heading down south, maybe hoping to get a couple of vehicles along the highways on Monte Nuevo and then traversing up top. That's a very far edge rotation here coming from 4TR official, but seeing how the circle is going to be shifting down south as well, that's going to be a long rotation for 4TR in particular, I would say.
Not really that long for 4TR. The longest is actually going to be for Genesis Esports, who are right at the top of the map. The northern edge, 2 players in Toriyamada, 2 players right on the south side. For this team to actually enter the circle and find a good positioning, it's going to take a longer rotation, in my opinion.
Yeah, technically, yes, you're right. Genesis is the furthest. Why I said 4TR is longer is because they are going to be taking cars outside of Picado and then traversing up north and then coming back down. So yeah, I feel that's a little bit longer. For a second, I thought they were going to drop Clash SINEWY again in Picado, but hold that thought for now. Seems like KALINGA Esports seems to be scouting out a couple of players here, but seems like he's not going to make an attempt here. He just lost a vehicle, but that's about it. Nothing super crazy in Parthona. Rising Esports and KALINGA Esports, they are going to dodge each other. But interesting enough, why is PMWI here all by himself? Because his teammates is all the way in Puerto Paraiso. Why are you here, PMWI?
I mean,
oh, okay, that's probably why.
It should be an easy rotation back inside. He was not expecting anybody in the regions of Parthona, but of course the circle did shift, and the circle is now encusping this entirety of the southern island as well, which is very surprising. We rarely get to see circles so far extreme on the south. But KALINGA Esports, of course, they might just regroup. No real threat in between PMWI, IGL, and the rest of the comrades. But if they do decide to actually move inside of Los Leones, now that place is stacked with teams. You've got Team Tamilas, you've got Team Wyld Fangs. You usually drop around the regions of Los Leones. If KALINGA Esports also join the fray, I guess there are going to be some problems for them.
You know what I'm really glad is that they finally added zip lines for people who does not have vehicles kind of traverse there. So CPWI getting out of safety for that was really good, nice. He was able to dodge Rising Esports because, as you can see, Rising Esports is on the hunt to look for him, but does not realize that PMWI has pretty much bailed out of this place. But I really hope they actually bring it to Erangel as well, especially for all those rivers as well. Maybe one day, you know. This does open up the options for rotations in particular. But for now, Rising Esports, they're going to be setting in with the convoy, so that's going to be Parthona. Loots all for themselves. Hopefully they find something good. But the circle does seem to shift down south as well, so there's no reason for them to push main island if the circle decides to push down towards Minas, down toward Valdemar, maybe even Parthona, which I don't think is going to happen, but have we seen a circle like this? No, I don't think so.
Not really. I mean, even if it does, you know, include the southern island, I guess for Rising Esports, their exit strat should be pretty simple. They do have that bridge right up front. All you've got to do is just cross on over and just find the show lines for yourself. Majority of the teams, they are going to be pretty satisfied. Have a look at the wreckage though. EVOX, they will find themselves a little bit of this loot in La Bendita, which is of course a little bit of a flight crash ground. Not really sure if EVOX are going to be happy holding this terrain because there are going to be a lot of teams coming down that flank. Have a look at that. They're right at the edge on the northeast flank of the circle. Majority of the teams are going to be migrating in regions pretty close to this team, and that does open up opportunities for you. EVOX, historically speaking, they've been brilliant on this particular map, but now all of a sudden that firepower has sort of diminished, and I'm not sure why Team EVOX, they've been struggling on this map.
Yeah, it's weird as well. But at the same time, they are right in the edge of the zone. Not exactly the easy access point to actually push inside the zone as well. Chumacera, not exactly the easy circle to be pushing into. And again, if you push into Chumacera, you're pretty much, you know, committed into the Chumacera circle. And obviously for Zutsu, they're already lying in wait. They're split off as well to gain control of the southern mountains of Chumacera, while leaving behind players in Chumacera to kind of keep tabs on where teams are going to be around. Maybe even trying to shove them out in the open as well. So that's going to be a tricky spot to play, but Zutsu is going to be one of the teams that is going to be setting the stage for a lot of these teams trying to rotate in this fight, especially in center control. But TKM might have a little bit run in early first, and that small little encounter may be a good distraction for the other 14 teams to kind of rotate in.
Absolutely. Now holding down Chumacera is going to be the toughest. Zutsu, they are one of the first to enter. Ash historically has always loved this position, so it'll be interesting to see how he actually defends that particular angle. But like you said, the Night Mobs, they are pretty good in their firefights. Up unless Zutsu decipher a little bit of a strategy, split themselves up across the high grounds and the low grounds of Chumacera, and then strike them from their blind side. And talking about the blind side, it seems like TKM, they are completely unaware of the fact that 4TR are also right in their back lines. If they aren't aware, there can be a strike coming through, even Team X Esports joining alongside with them, so there will be threat. Just have to watch out for your back lines, TKM.
Yeah, but at the same time, X Esports, they're going to be passing by Monte Nuevo. 4TR official actually decided to loot up in Monte Nuevo as well to kind of stock up, so they need to be a little bit careful. But from the east side, seems like Wyld Fangs, Spray got pretty much caught out in the open. He's forced to engage against Team Tamilas, who's trying to rotate in from the east side as well, coincidentally. And now the battle begins. Goten is going to go and suppress the rest of the Team Tamilas away to try and provide some sort of cover. But Wyld Fangs, they're pretty split up. This is going to be a committed fight for Team Tamilas.
Should be. Shots coming through. Kana trying to escape to safety, but seems like cover fire has been destroyed. Sensei OG, he was on a flank angle, but it seems like through the vehicle itself, it was a shot that connected, and Sensei has been knocked down. Now this is brilliant coming in from Team Tamilas. Good defense. But for sure, Spray God has been left unattended. He can be that outlier the Team Tamilas are completely unaware about. And I guess Spray God wants to keep that position that way. Needs to close in the distance, of course, before he delivers the death blow. But for now itself, he does have that long-range scope, so he might actually bring in a little bit of firepower for Wyld Fangs. Still, he remains quiet. Team Tamilas, they are in a great spot, in my opinion.
Well, this is going to be a tricky one as well. Wyld Fangs, they have to wrap things up. They managed to pick up Sensei, but all these gunshots is attracting attention, and that's why I'm talking about as well. EVOX is looking to chime in, and Goten, as soon as he heard that gunshot, he's trying to make a run for it as well. As Team Tamilas is also going to be trying to punish them, but Sensei gets re-knocked again, but this time by EVOX. As Wyld Fangs, now they're in a scramble. They're all separated as well. Goten has decided to leave Sensei behind. Sensei is a lost cause. So try and regroup with Spray God here, as Spray God finds the opener on Team Tamilas. But the question here is, are they going to go for slam? Yes, they will. And here they are. They are going to commit to this fight.
They certainly are. Goten in the clotheslines, of course. The shotgun has been equipped. Wyld Fangs, they are, of course, going to be mourning their IGL for sure. But it seems like Team Tamilas, they also have a little bit of a defense strategy. Nades have been utilized, a little bit of a time, giving himself a little bit of breathing room. The Fallen Man, of course, is not going to be brought back up. It's just Aim God and all the man of Wyld Fangs. They are in the picture. Nade coming in from Kana is going to strike. In Wyld Fangs, that's how they get the lead back up.
Nicely done, coming from Wyld Fangs. But at the same time, I would say Reapers is going to have a little bit of a tough spot here, as they actually need to gatekeep EVOX. And because of that, it couldn't really provide any kind of assistance. So they are going to lose up their control and members just like that. As the zone is about to shift them away, Wyld Fangs, they got to regroup and they are going to completely bail out of that as well. EVOX also managed to set those two teams apart in a little bit setback as they rotate into the zone, which is a good thing. But for Wyld Fangs and Team Tamilas, they are late as of yet.
You know, I was actually very surprised that Reaper wasn't actually looking to cover for his comrade who was completely outnumbered by Wyld Fangs. A little bit of split-up strategy just not really working in their favor. Team X Esports, though, right at the dead center of the circle. They are the center of attraction. NoNx, a long rotation coming through. They, of course, are in the midst of battle. This long-range battle isn't going to pay them dividends. Team X Esports, they have got themselves a good compound to work with, and they're also protecting their vehicles, which means they have the exit strategy set. It's a good start for Team X Esports.
It's a tricky spot to be in, though. Like, the compound was great, but it doesn't really provide a lot of vision, especially on the north side, I would say. Well, at least on the south side, my apologies, not really the north side, but at the same time, it does give them temporary sanctuary if any team decides to commit to this fight. But look at this, TKM, smack middle. They themselves find a decent amount of compound. No reason to fight as well, just don't have a lot of vision, but they do have a lot of cover and off angles to work with, which is great. But circling around them here is going to be NoNx, who is also looking to try and rotate inside the zone. But it seems like the zone is going to shift into his Veldemar potentially, as NoNx gets shoved all the way to the shorelines here. Rapido pretty much going to be stuck all by himself.
The night mobs, they're deadly, especially in situations like this, especially when one of their opponents has been caught off guard. The teamwork comes to fruition, especially when Rapido can't really find a way to regroup with the rest of his squads. Now, what does intrigue me is the fact that how did he go so far away from the rest of the teammates? Because Anonymous is actually on the north side of Val Del Mar. Meanwhile, Rapido still surviving, still struggling to actually find his way back. It's going to be interesting. The night mobs, they're holding such a crucial spot. Even the Vanguard as well. They are now making their way inside of the mainland. But little do they know, as soon as they cross on that bridge, there is going to be EVOX lying in wait.
Oh my goodness, this is a tough circle to play as well. This is mountain terrains off Cruz de Ville, so there is a lot of nook and crannies in all those mountains here. Potential rats, potential ambushes, potential pit stop checkpoints, which you have to go through. And with vehicles, it's great, you can push up, but if you overextend a little bit here, you are going to be stuck in a hole. And that's going to be a tricky spot to actually provide cover fire as well if you are not checking every single corner in this scenario. So it is going to be a slow rotate inside the zone now.
Now for Vanguard, what actually is working out is the fact that they are lying late. They are in the back lines, of course, playing in from the edges, but one of their players is quite deep up north. I'm talking about Dreams. He did go on a scouting mission, did get information about KALINGA Esports as well as the night mobs, and now finally regroups with the rest of the lads. Now this is good stuff. Information has been passed to Vanguard. They understand that they are in such a spot on the overall standings that they can't really risk those fights in. They've got to let those fights come to them. There's no impulsion, there's no compulsion as well. Try and take these fights right from the get-go. On the north side, of course, have a look at that cluster. There's Zutsu, there's SINEWY Esports, Team Tamilas also want to make their way in, and the Wyld Fangs. Of course, the rest of the players, 3 players who are surviving. No injection points to be found. I wonder how Wyld Fangs are going to get inside the circle.
Oh, that's going to be a tricky spot to work with. Like I said, right, this is them pushing up high ground. And if you push towards the highest without any proper cover and securement, you are going to get shot. And you can see a huge cluster of teams just surrounding the mountain. They just don't want to push up and be the first one to get punished first. And this is going to cause a lot of problems for teams on the sides as well, because they have no choice but to battle with the teams on the left or the right and not the teams on the top. And that's going to create so many off angles here. So laying low, finding third parties is going to be the goal for some of these teams. And considering that there's still 16 teams left, 59 alive in this circle itself. It all comes down to just timings, I would say. Who has the better timing is going to come on top. And for LASTADE, they're just dodging the entire fiasco. They just went all the way down towards the south side across the river, which I'm not a big fan of.
Of course, for LASTADE, I guess the only option is to keep yourself alive till the final circle. How are they rotate back to the mainland is a thing which I don't really understand. But 40 are official. They've actually been caught off guard. Zegor up in the front lines. One of their players will find the knock. Shoop was brilliant. And have a look at this Shoop. Still trying to battle against all odds. But finally, the numbers advantage actually gets against him. LASTADE Esports, a little bit of resettlement. And from all the different angles, it is these players popping off. Stone BGMI gets knocked down by the play zone itself, and 40R official, just one man has been left alive. Can patch himself up, of course, but LSDE, are they aware that there's another team in the mix? It is TWOB as well entering the picture, and I'm pretty sure they are going to be enjoying the third parties.
Oh, perfect third party as well. Now, Joyesh, 1v1 against Pain is life, has to push up. The nades are coming in. Joyesh looking for the one pump. The nades being cooked to perfection, and it is going to be spot on. 40R wipes the floor with him. And Pain is live now, needs to skedaddle out there as well. He's down really, really low. The zone is about to take him away. Shots has been fired in his direction. Does he get out? Seems like he will make it out, as TWOB may have missed that opportunity, but they're not going to let him off the hook. The chase is on. But with the circle shifting back into his main island as well, I don't think he's going to connect. But Emperor finds the last shot right at the horizon as well, just before he gets out to safety. Pain, his life has been taken out as well. What a shot from Emperor.
Another big fall for 40R. We'll talk about that, but have a look at this. Team Wyld Fangs, they are actually trying to fight against the lads from Zutsu. Goten needs a little bit of cover. Kana comes to protect him, and now Zutsu have been wiped off. Now this was the battle to gain control of the north side of the circle, and they finally do so. Problems are still going to be there. Is on their west. There's still going to be H4K in the backline. SINEWY Esports also thrive, and all of these teams want to make this Northern Hill under their control. It's not going to be easy. Wyld Fangs, while they did convert this particular fight, they've also lost the services of Spray God, which is of course going to harm their progress deeper into the map. I want to find out how Wyld Fangs find their way out of this cluster, because H4K is here. SINEWY marking their exit. Rising Esports are right on their north side, and in the backlines there's actually one outlier I see, and that will be the last remaining player of Team Tamilas.
Reaper is going to be the kryptonite for some of his teams here, but at the same time, none of those teams are actually inside the zone. But at the same time, TWOB, guess what? They wrapped up the fight in South. Now they have to make the cross, and Vanguard is there to have a firing squad. Fortunately for them, they have the small little ridges. No knocks yet for TWOB, but Vanguard not too happy about this. The last player left is going to be executed. The entire shots comes through, but no connections once more. And TWOB, they make it a safety, but they are split 2-2 right now. One on the left and one on the right. And that's going to be a problem here for TWOB. Emperor tries to regroup, but gets punished instead. Mistakes were made. And Vanguard is very happy that they are making mistakes now.
Too late in that rotation. Executor has been spotted. Anish2OP wants to finish him off as well. He did feast on that first man. TWOB not looking extremely good and dandy. It seems like that late rotation is not really paying them dividends. I for a second thought that they are going to be safe crossing on that bridge and finding themselves good cover spots, but it seems like Vanguard were extremely aware of who is coming in from the south side. But they are, of course, unaware of yet another threat, and that will be Genesis Esports. We spotted them on the minimap. Have a look at this, NoNx. All of a sudden, it seems like Anonymous has been brought down. SINEWY wants to charge in. It is going to be one of their lads up front, but he falls as well. Rising Esports, brilliant compound defense. And once again, they make this position theirs. The battle of the north is still continuing as Wyld Fangs want to chime in.
Oh my goodness. Rising Esports now needs to go for a reset, but at the same time on the west side as well, X Esports. NoNx was able to reset that fight as well. They are going to push up from down low. But X Esports, they made a mistake. They did not expect Rapido to be this close, and now he's going to push up. They got 2 knocked. They get the refract through. But at the same time, the rest of NoNx is also going to be pushing up. They're out in the open. The circle is ticking, but eventually Lion out jiggles everyone, and NoNx will crumble, and the full reset comes in for X Esports. But can they do so is going to be the question, because TKM, they're coming in, they're going for the slam, they're coming in for the third party, they want all those points, and they will get exactly just that. X Esports has been eliminated, as TKM finds themselves eliminating the competition on the west side.
But they did not finish off the knocked off players. They could only get 1 point from this fight. But what a clutch it was from Lion. You've got to appreciate the way he shut down NoNx Esports. They had so many numbers, so much advantage in that fight, but the way he jiggled around that corner was absolutely brilliant. And now the Night Mobs, they're looking for the next prey, and in the lines might actually be KALINGA Esports, who want to shut them down from the distance. Shots coming through. Now this is where KALINGA Esports usually thrive, these long-range battles. But of course, with not really good coverage of the circle, KALINGA Esports, they've actually been split up in a 2-2 formation, and Lucifer is already at the center of the circle. Can they expect Lucifer's backstab? Can they expect the Night Mobs to actually split up in such a fashion? Now that is going to be a question, of course, as Goten all of a sudden spots the lads of H4K and instantly turns around, knowing the risk.
Oh my goodness, Kanahouse spotted out as well. Goten, solo warrior, is pinned between multiple teams, and now he is going to go down, and H4K takes him out, and that's going to be Wyld Fangs eliminated as well. Rising Esports, they've heard all these commotions. They are going to try and creep up and loot up those resources, but they themselves needs to push inside the zone, and H4K has got them gatekeep. But on the minimap as well, we do see Genesis slowly creeping up on H4K. They need to be careful. Seems like they've heard them. Fury gets spotted out by Rage God as well.
You know, with SINEWY being taken down early on in this game, doors of opportunities open up for Rising Esports. They are tied up on that 8th and the 9th spot, 117 points. Big opportunities for Rising Esports, big opportunity for H4K as well, as they are taking big strides. Sujal has been taking down the entirety of Rising Esports, just diving to battle. But are they going to be surviving? Yes, they will. Dragon OP is the only man knocked out. And now Rising Esports, they not only gain control of the north side, but also find their way inside the top 8.
Nice decision coming from Rising Esports, realizing that they were distracted, slammed them where it hurts, and they paid the price. Now they get the full reset as well. Genesis has no intention of pushing up as well. They have all the time in the world. The circle is still in play for both these teams. No reason to take risks yet. But they need to figure out the next game plan. And that is going to be pushing down south. Rising Esports, they have the high ground, but Genesis Esports, they're also waiting for an audio queue to push through, because the center of the map is, as you can see, those compounds where EVOX is, that's going to be the center. And they are waiting for a noise or a crash on towards those guys in the center before they make their move. TKM, they're also going to be lurking and waiting for this moment to strike here. 7 teams remaining as well. Nobody is making any major plays yet. But before that, let's take a little replay here on how NoNx actually was able to shut down X Esports, which was very, very weird. Anonymous, he was spotted out first, but for some reason, X Esports allowed Rapido to walk up and punish this.
It was weird for sure, but this is, of course, the cut that we were talking about. Lion jiggling around the corner was brilliant. NoNx Esports just could not reply back in kind, and of course, when a third party gets timed to perfection just like that, there's absolutely nothing that you can do. Should have actually potentially taken down the knock players before he took down the final play. Would have actually added 3 more points, 3 extra points to feast on the Night Mobs, though they don't really need them. 138 already, and they are quite safe. All the players, they are going to be regrouping, but they don't really have compounds to work with. Just like you said, EVOX at the dead center of the circle with compound coverage. They've got one of the best spots, one of the best seats in the house, and now it seems like the Night Mobs, they are looking to pay back in kind. A little bit of retaliation was there. Even Rising Esports look to fall back. All of these teams are going to restrat, especially when the 5th circle came through. They were not expecting such a big curveball, because the circle does shifted towards the south. And huge advantage for Vanguard, by the way.
Well, speaking of advantage here, Rising Esports, they just don't want to be caught out in the open. It seems like they know that Genesis is creeping up and Zone is not exactly in their favor. They're hoping to get close towards the compounds, maybe find an opening to actually push in. Like you said, TKM and EVOX does have the 2 strongest compounds inside the zone. TKM is going to be focusing on the team on south side. And KALINGA Esports, Pasha gets spotted out. Futures, it's the first knock through. And KALINGA Esports is going to be forced to stop there. Going for the reset. Ammunition slowly running out here for Night Mobs too.
I'm not really sure how did KALINGA Esports not expect anybody in the flank. They are on the low ground. They are on an extremely open land. And that is KALINGA Esports just completely blindsided. Fixated on just 2 players of TWOB, and you are paying the price for it. The Night Mobs, of course, they are going to be feasting on these finishers. Owen has been knocked out. Lucifer, brilliant on the DMR. But from the backlines, TKM, they're taking shots. And it seems like it's coming in from Rising Esports. All of these teams, they have to worry about teams who are up on top. You look at the curvature of the ground, you look at how it's split up, it's actually teams in the south, they are at a massive disadvantage. Meanwhile, all the teams in the north, especially EVOX, they have the highest grounds to work with, and they have the most amount of advantage in this terrain.
Speaking of advantage, EVOX, ooh, what a shot from Kalan. Futures gets knocked, but at the same time, TKM, they've got a solid compound. They can go for the reset here as well. No reason to come into this fight. But Kalan again! He finds another one! Rising Esports, they stood no chance at all. And EVOX, they continue to pepper on every single team. They're trying to shove everyone on the edges as well. But slowly but surely, Every single team is creeping up on them as well. EVOX now being crept behind by Genesis, who's going to be coming from the east side. And it seems like EVOX has realized the immediate threat is going to be Genesis as of yet, as they shift their focus and head in towards Genesis' direction.
Absolutely, EVOX. They do have concrete covers for themselves, but like I said, they're not the highest in terms of topographical advantage. It is, in fact, Genesis Esports who've got the highest rounds, and they have been watching. They've been lying in wait for EVOX to give them an opening. As soon as that opening does come through, I'm pretty sure the shots are going to be taken. And now does the circle shift. EVOX, they will understand that this is going to be the time where Genesis will pounce on them. Gravity, meanwhile, taking a longer rotation. It seems like they are targeting Vanguard instead of EVOX. Now, this is where surprises strike. Shots taken from Rising Esports as they also want to make their way inside the circle. The Night Mobs guarding the circle like an absolute angel in the Northern Frontier. It's going to be tough for both Rising Esports as well as Genesis. How do they make the pounce will be the question.
Oh, it's going to be tough. But considering that EVOX is knocked one, they should be able to push through. Smoke's being set up as well. EVOX still focusing on Vanguard, which is kind of surprising. And it seems like they heard gunshots. That means that's going to be the timing to push. And Genesis, they've creeped up. Gravity, pre-firing those angles, hoping to find a connection here. EVOX, they may have made a little bit of blunder. They let Genesis walk through. Fury gets knocked off by Kalan. And now they need to go in for a little bit more respects. Another knock coming in from Spy. As Genesis, they're in an all-out brawl.
Vanguard from the back lines. Third-party timing on that. Fight has been precise. Viper, of course, in the close lines would want to get more of these knocks, want to finish off this fight. But no, wait! EVOX, they actually reply back in kind, and it's been brilliant counter-stratting. Brilliant defense coming through as Rising Esports also want to come into the mix. And this is an absolute brawl fest as the airstrike connects. EVOX have been left with just two-man standing, and now they are split up. Left nowhere to go, nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. But look at Dreams. Vanguard Esports have big dreams for sure, but can they break the defenses of Genesis will be a question, I see.
Oh my goodness, Shadow from EVOX. He finds the opener on again on Genesis. This four-way showdown is going in an all-out brawl. Rising Esports is looking to try and clean them all out. Evo, he's going to try and prone his way through to try and get the element of surprise jump on Rising Esports. But you can see the decisions from Rising Esports, just being patient, is not helping EVOX Esports at all. And Evo, he's going to try and creep up towards the back lines here. It seems like Genesis already felt the brunt. Vanguard going to be joining in the mix as well to full commit to this fight. Hunter's forced to snake his way in one small little corner. And even Evo as well. This is going to be tough. This is going to be tricky. Oh no, they don't spot Evo!
Wait!
No way!
How on earth is Rising Esports not spotting Evil? He stands up, uses the shotgun, destroys everyone, spoils the game for Rising Esports. But can they resettle? Can they revive their fallen comrades? Because this is tremendous advantage for Vanguard Esports as well. But they disengage and even Hunter survives. This is destruction. This is a comedy of errors that we got to see. And Anush TWOB also survives from that day. But I still can't wrap around my head the fact that Evil was in that corner. That play was Evil, I see.
Oh my goodness, that play from Evo has given Vanguard a chance to rotate out. But fortunately for Rising Esports, they get the full reset. And now Hunters, he's got to make a play. But Rising Esports with the high ground, looking down below. He's going to try and kind of scan through what's happening as well. Hunters now force the Molotov, try and buy a little bit more time. He's trapped, he's surrounded, and he is going to get engulfed. And while this is happening, Anush TWOB capitalizes on this. As the circle closes in, Rising Esports, they will lose Dragon OP in the process as they try to inch into the zone. But Vanguard, they just split off as well. Drims already far ahead inside the zone. But Anush TWOB left to try and keep Rising Esports in check. The sprays comes through. A lot of damage has been done, but Rising Esports, they still hold on. Anush TWOB says it's too late. The circle's coming in. I'm going to abandon ship.
He has to abandon. There is absolutely no chance he could have taken that fight. But have a look at this Rising Esports. They themselves don't have a lot of options. Jumping down the circle, jumping down the cliff is the only way they are going to keep themselves alive. Rising Esports, how are you going to make this commit? As Yuva falls down, also gets knocked out. This is problems for them because the chicken was in their hands. But they delayed that fight a little too much. And Vanguard now keep their dreams alive. Anush TWOB is still alive as well. Can they thread the needle will be a big question. Night Mobs from the sidelines, they have been devastating. 3 finishes on the board, but just one player surviving. Now this is where problems are going to come in from the Night Mobs as well.
Oh my god, game of timings, man. They shouldn't even be surviving this Rising Esports. But they left Yuva intentionally outside the zone to open space and make space for them to actually reset and equalize. And now they're down to 2 players left. With all this wall of smokes, they will be able to reset. But the problem is, Vanguard is the only team that realizes that they are pretty weak. Beast all by himself as well from side TKM. He's not going to be able to do too much. His phrase comes through from Dreams. Finds Rico and Rising Esports. They are gonna crumble here. TWOB, the only two players down below. No contact from any other teams. And they are going to wait for the right moment. But Beast, he will bleed out of zone. And we're down towards the final two teams. It is going to be a 2 versus 2 between Vanguard versus TWOB.
Absolutely, and Vanguard have an enormous advantage in this fight. Dreams, of course, is going to spray them down. Dreams has been phenomenal in this game so far. TWOB, they don't really have a choice but to fall back. The last player, Daniel, has a 1v2 in arms. He is going to let his other comrade bleed out. This nade isn't going to connect, but Dreams, with the damage dished out. TWOB as well has been deadly in these close quarters. Look at the airstrike come through. TWOB barely survives, I see.
Oh my goodness, Daniel, he's all by himself. Vanguard, they've got space, they've got time, they've got mats as well. Daniel, he needs to pick up his friend. Very, very careful here. Seems like he's a little bit too late. No smokes whatsoever in Vanguard. They get the reset. And they are going to continue with the shots here. Nades comes through, spots out where Daniel may be as well from the side of Vanguard. But the flank is coming in from Dreams. Daniel has no choice but to pull out. And it seems like he's going to lose Inferno here and it eventually goes down. And just like that, Vanguard, they will walk away with a winner-winner chicken dinner.
That is a big victory, by the way. Vanguard Esports from a position where it almost looked like they are not even going to make it to the center of the circle. They make it work in a way when they don't even need the center of the circle. From the edges, they act like scavengers, participate in every single fight, get finishes on the process. And now look at this, they have the chicken dinner. Potentially, are they making their way into the top 8? Now that is something which our mathematicians are going to figure out, not me.
Well, that's going to be a long one as well. I would say it does give them a good fighting chance, but we're down towards 3 more final games tomorrow. So that is going to be very, very tricky. But let's take a look at the final blow moments as well, because TKM technically shouldn't have left Rising Esports a chance to even jump down. But because they were engaging against Vanguard across the map and also TWOB, they were momentarily distracted. And because of that, Rising Esports, when they come down, they were able to get a little bit more picks. But eventually, it was Vanguard that did one of the best plays ever. That 2-2 split to try and stall Rising Esports, to try and third parties here in left, right, and the center, while leaving Dreams to keep tabs on what's happening inside and then close out the game. Again, this was a game of timings. It came down to just individual timings. Who has a better timings will win the game.
Absolutely, but looking at the stats from the team with the chicken dinner, it seems like Vanguard, not really a lot of finishes. 5 eliminations is what they have, 15 points in totality, which is a brilliant recovery from where they were. But then again, I think credit has to be given to TWOB as well. Of course, for them, the dreams of potentially moving into further rounds is completely gone. But this was the longest they survived in any game that I've seen so far, the second position. So at least they are going to have something to work about.
It's really sad how the game actually ended their way as well, because technically EVOX should have dominated that game. But they got too greedy, taking too many fights on different fronts at the same time and just got completely engulfed in their play. But the MVP from their match is going to be Rico coming from Rising Esports. They did really, really well. Dragon OP also was able to get a couple of big initial knocks and openers. But the only mistake that they had was that they actually did not spell out Evo from EVOX. That was the only mistake.
That was a major blunder, by the way, and had Evil finished off those players, EVOX would have actually climbed down the stairs and could have found the 4th position for themselves. 7 eliminations is all EVOX had for themselves. Vanguard, look at them, 15 points. Rising Esports were fabulous on those third parties, just jumping into battle every time the opportunity presents themselves. And with 15 points, I guess they are going to be happy, because Rising Esports, they actually pushed down SINEWY in this particular map and now found their place inside of the top 8. Look at that, Vanguard themselves, they have also pushed down SINEWY, and now SINEWY in the 10th spot. They are going to be struggling. 117 points is where they are. Rising at the cutoff, 126, and EVOX 127. Now this is where problems are going to lie, because the last 2 positions, they're going to be up for grabs. 6th position, the 9th mobs, 144. They are safe.
This is tricky as well, considering that this is going to be the last 3 matches for tomorrow in particular for this group. Based on the points here, especially coming from Vanguard onwards all the way to TKM, it feels like there's only 2 slots left. And all TKM needs to do is just get like 5 points, get towards 150. They're pretty much safe. But for EVOX and Rising Esports, they're not exactly in the clear yet. Vanguard, SINEWY, H4K, even LASTADE still has a decent shot in this last 3 games. But every single match needs to count from this point onwards.
Every single match, correctly pointed out over there. I think even for 4TR as well, I think if they back 3 consecutive chicken dinners, of course they are going to be through. But then for 4TR to actually do that, they will have to rewire everything that they have done in the last 18 matches and have to focus on the job up front. But talking about what remains to be seen, I guess the teams on the 7th and the 8th position, Rising Esports, as well as the team up top, they are going to be really scared tomorrow because 3 matches left, 2 positions up for grabs, teams closely following up. I don't know how they are going to protect their positions.
Well, personally, I think it's just 2 teams going to be shaking right now. The rest is going to be fine. TKM has got a decent amount of lead of safety cushion as well. All they need is like 5 points. They're pretty much true here. But it's really sad to see TWOB finally having a little bit of signs of life. But 60 points in 3 games, they need... they need 60 points, exactly. So they need 3 back-to-back chicken dinners with high finish volume. So I don't think that's possible with TWB. I'm sorry.
I'm actually very happy with the way Vanguard played today. They did majority of the heavy lifting today, but the last 3 games, ladies and gentlemen, still remain for Group B. Who's going to make it to the further rounds and who's going to stay in the bottom 8? We'll find out tomorrow when they play the next 3 matches. But for tonight, it is going to be a good night from us.
When the rider breathes, the road wakes. Enemies ahead. I'm going in. A lone survivor stands, and everything waits. The map unfolds. And the journey begins. As the rider breathes, the path bows. Limits? They're just marks in the dust. Because in the battlegrounds, there are no limits. Ride beyond limits.